productivity in Australia.
Sorry, Chair. Keep going.
Excuse me, sorry?
Oh, I just needed to let broadcasting know to turn on the video.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, well, I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Productivity in Australia. I acknowledge the traditional owners. This committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. I'm Senator Bragg, Chair of the committee, joined by Senator Grogan, McKenzie, Nataraja and Kovacic. These are public proceedings being video streamed live by the Parliament House website, and a transcript will be made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the Parliamentary Committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to be heard in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the relevant codes to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy and respect. I remind members and witnesses who are appearing not to speak if your microphone is not muted or something. And now we move to our first witness, which is the Council of Small Business. So I welcome Ms Adele Sutton. I understand the information on privilege and the protection of witnesses given evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your name, the capacity in which you appear.
Yes, my name's Adele Sutton. I'm the Head of Policy for the Council of Small Business, COSBOA.
Okay, do you have a brief opening statement?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to appear today. COSBOA is the peak body representing the voice of the nation's 2.7 million small businesses. They don't just contribute a third of national GDP and employ over 5 million Australians. They are the economic backbone of every community, especially the 770,000 small businesses in regional and rural Australia, where there's often no corporate giant to fall back on. Australia's productivity performance is in serious trouble. COSBOA's own research finds 64% of small businesses reported lower profits last year and 72% reported rising costs as their biggest barrier to growth. Our position is straightforward. The regulatory frameworks, tax structures and industrial relations systems that govern small business were designed for large enterprises and imposed without great thought to small operators. The majority of small businesses do not have sophisticated compliance teams, legal advisors or capacity to absorb the costs. Every hour spent on dealing with red tape is an hour spent on growing, not spent on growing or investing in a business.
That's right. We
asked this committee to consider several key issues. Firstly, we must cut the regulatory burden on small business and slow down the growth on new regulation. COSBOA and 26 other associations are calling for a 25% reduction in red tape by 2030. Small businesses constantly tell us that the cumulative effect of regulatory compliance is both significant and detrimental to their productivity. Small business impact assessments for every new regulation that touches a business should be mandatory, not aspirational. Secondly, it is our long-standing position that the instant asset write-off should be made permanent and the threshold raised. Small businesses make investment decisions over years, not budget cycles. A cafe owner, a builder or a small manufacturer cannot plan around a measure that might lapse in May. And the current effective threshold of $20,000 is no longer adequately covers the equipment that actually moves the productivity needle. Fix the threshold, make it permanent, and investment will follow. Thirdly, we must level the playing field by reducing the small business company tax rate from 25% to 20%. Independent modelling shows that a 5-point cut would add $11.4 billion to GDP and create around 3,400 jobs, significantly enhancing productivity. And finally, we also want to flag one more issue that increasingly affects small business productivity, particularly in regional Australia, and that is the significant skill shortages, which are further exacerbated by housing shortages. In regional communities, difficulty in recruiting skilled workers is becoming a serious constraint on economic activity. It is exacerbated by the lack of housing affordability and availability, such that even if employers can attract the talent they need, there is no accommodation for them. Cafes slash hours and builders reject jobs. When workers can't live where they work, it limits output, limits growth, and limits service delivery. Our view is that we remove these barriers for 2.7 million small businesses. The productivity gains will follow. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Grogan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your time today, Ms Sutton.
Now, across a lot of the submissions, including your own, there's a lot of commentary about regulatory burden. But there are a number of factors, obviously, that go into the mix for productivity, capital skills, policy setting systems, etc. Do you have a sense of what the productivity challenge you can genuinely attribute to regulation versus these other factors?
Oh, I mean, I think we obviously have a very large cohort when we're talking about 2.7 million. We know that 900,000 of those are employing, so their challenges are different to the 1.7 million non-employing small businesses. Mm-hmm. And obviously it would vary, regionally versus metro area. But anecdote, we have data in our surveys. Rising costs is definitely the biggest barrier. I think that most small businesses are reporting in recent years. But anecdotally, and we just literally, one of our members did a very snap poll of intermediaries a couple of days ago in relation to payday super and the introduction of payday super. And the overwhelming concern that came back is the cumulative effect. I think we often go out and try and get all of these granular details, and it's really quite interesting. It's the sense of the cumulative effect and the overwhelm that is constantly coming back to us from small business, both in the data and from anecdotal stories from all of our members. And our members of Peak Association, so they are obviously, we get the information through them as they talk to their members across all industry sectors.
Okay. So in terms of the kind of challenges you see, obviously the issue of productivity has been being discussed, and there's been multiple processes in place to look and try and unpack and look for ways to improve the productivity that we're seeing in Australia. If you were to pick 2 or 3 top regulatory issues that consume the most amount of time, cost the most, what would they be? If you could pick 3 things to change tomorrow, what would they be?
And again, it goes quite a lot of granular detail. What a lot of small businesses, really ATO compliance is a big one, but that's sort of an administrative that probably involves some of the structures of actually how they deal and interact and with their accountants and their bookkeepers, and there's a lot of work I think that just goes into payroll and ATO compliance. That's one example that we hear a lot. Again, if we look at like a cafe, we're hearing, for example, cafes and restaurants might have to comply with up to get 35 different approvals in order to start, but they could flow across federal, local and state. So again, the burden is spread across all of those government areas of regulation. So it's not necessarily just like one piece. It's the whole cumulative effect, if you like.
Okay, so do you... I'm not trying to lead you here. I'm just sort of thinking from what you've said. Something like a baseline information, so you don't have to keep reporting the same thing. Is that where you're at, or are they all so vastly different? Is there a way of harmonising?
Oh, well, I mean, issues like, payroll tax, which are not harmonised, that's, again, an area that we hear, even things like retail leases. I mean, one of the big areas, obviously, there's been significant changes to industrial relations law in recent years. We have a small business peak programme trying to, push out information to help those 900,000 that are employing, to help them understand how to comply. But I mean, it's really interesting. One of our members said, recently they're trying to get their members onto more compliance webinars, and they've seen a complete drop off just because of the sheer overwhelm. A lot of small businesses, are not attending because they're so busy trying to keep their doors open and keep their head above water. So it's a real challenge pushing out. There's so much information and advice to help compliance, but it's actually there's just so much of it. I think there's a sense of overwhelm, but there are specific areas, depending on your business model. So those who are employing, keeping on top of all the industrial relation changes is a big challenge, for them. So it's a big challenge.
Do you see a role for AI at all, particularly in
Absolutely.
small business? And if so, how do you do that without sort of creating further regulatory burden on the utilisation thereof?
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of government departments at the moment looking at and really keen to understand how AI can assist and maintaining guardrails within what already exists within the regulatory frameworks. More and more small businesses are using AI. Even those industries, for example, which, you almost would say that are AI proof, like the hairdressing, but more how can they use it for their, for their marketing? How can they use it for compliance purposes to understand what their obligations are? So there's a huge role to play. There's quite a lot of data. There's some small businesses that are already, adopting it and seeing those benefits. There are others who are probably a little bit frightened of it still. So again, we're going through our associations, trying to go through that process of working out how to educate people as how they can use it to be more productive. If you've only got one person in your business, there's obviously potentially huge benefits in using AI for all manner of things. Again, it's a very broad topic.
Yeah, I suppose it's that piece that it's not always about the core function of the business, but sometimes the facilitation or peripheral aspects. I can see the chair is itching to wind me up here. So we might put some further questions on notice, Ms Sutton, but maybe you could think about what those couple of sort of core regulatory burdens that take up the most cost and pressure, and come back to us on those.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have. I mean, again, I think a lot of people are looking for the granular details, but we certainly have some of that information, so we can send that through. Yeah,
because I guess we're looking for some solutions. Sorry, Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know what consultation the COSBO has had in the development and implementation of the National Fuel Security Plan.
We've certainly been involved in various meetings in terms of the national emergency approach. I would have to take that on notice if you wouldn't mind,
that's
because
fine.
Somebody else in our team's been involved with a lot of those high-level discussions.
Well, I've got a series of questions about the impact on small business, so I'll put them on notice. Thanks, Chair.
Brilliant. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, that's Senator Nanda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. You mentioned in your submission that skilled migrants are being locked out of many small businesses. And I note that, in my travels through regional communities, the contribution of migrants is evident everywhere, from the retail strips to the abattoirs, agriculture, and aged care. I mean, these communities would fall over without the contribution of skilled migrants. And indeed, there are several regional communities, particularly Shepparton, that are doing amazing work in resettling migrants. So could you perhaps elaborate for us as to what you mean, what specific reforms the committee should consider with regards to cutting the red tape and how we can better assist in the contribution, ensuring skilled migrants are streamlined into small businesses?
Yes, certainly. Well, I mean, I know we are a signatory to the Activate Australia Skills campaign, which I think has quite a lot of support across bipartisan support, and really acknowledging now there's a bit of a disconnect between the skills recognition system and the visa system and how they interact with each other, and so such that's why we're seeing all sorts of manner of qualified people driving ride shares and not actually working to their true skilled ability. So I think that's a major problem, and that campaign has some very specific suggestions about how we might go around fixing that, so that people who are already onshore are working to the true level of their ability. I think another issue that we've heard reporting is really around like visa processing times. I think the new core essentials skills visa, I think there were initially certain processing times, the KPIs that were promised, and those are just not being met, is my understanding. So some of those pragmatic things that really revolve around resourcing and then aligning the skills system with the actual requirements of visas. There's a disconnect there, especially in licensing and a lot of professional body requirements that mean that even if you get the visa, you can't necessarily work in your chosen profession.
And have you had some conversations with Jobs and Skills Australia over this?
We do sit on, we interact a lot with Jobs and Skills in Australia and sit on their ministerial board. So, yes.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, we thank you very much for your time, and we will now move to our next witness and remind you that any questions you've taken on notice are required back by the Thursday, 7th of May.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Association of Mining Exploration Companies and the Minerals Council of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and capacity in which you appear?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. My name is Tanya Constable. I'm the CEO of the Minerals Council of Australia.
Good morning. Chris McComb, General Manager of Sustainability for the Minerals Council of Australia.
And good morning, Shane Evans, Principal Advisor Economic Reform, Minerals Council of Australia.
Okay. Do you have a brief opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Australia is in a global race for mining investment, and other countries are moving faster by offering more efficient, quicker approvals. At the same time, approval timeframes for Australian mining projects are getting longer, not shorter. Any serious discussion about lifting productivity must start with mining. Mining is our most capital-intensive, high-output industry and has played the same role for Australia that Silicon Valley plays for the United States. In 2024, mining generated around $730 of value added per hour worked, more than 3.5 times the average of other leading industries. This industry has built modern Australia and underwrites our living standards. Mining also acts as a platform for economy-wide productivity gains through its skilled workforce, shared infrastructure, advanced research and early adoption of technologies like automation and artificial intelligence. A key productivity constraint today is environmental approval delays under the EPBC Act. Average approval times have increased 38% since 2019, rising from 2.6 years to 3.6 years. For large projects, these delays can cost up to $1 million per day, slowing housing supply, renewable energy, transmission infrastructure and minerals development. The MCA has proposed a targeted responsible use of AI to improve EPBC assessment processes. This would support pre-lodgement checks, risk triage, geospatial analysis and document review while keeping final decisions firmly with human regulators. A $13 million three-year investment could deliver early capability within weeks and generate around $1.1 billion in economy-wide benefits in the first year alone by restoring approval times to earlier levels. This is game-changing productivity reform, improving throughput and certainty without weakening environmental protections. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this further and thank the committee for the invitation to appear.
Well, thank you very much. I'll kick off with some questions and I'll pass to my colleagues. So I guess the first question I have is, what has been the economic damage, do you think, to Australia from not being able to access our own resources, particularly at this time of global oil shock?
Well, I think that we've had a strong history in resource development in this country. Because we have seen constraints around regulation, particularly environmental regulation, over a number of years, we've lost the opportunity to get mines on the ground and other resources in play more quickly than what we should. Other countries around the world, while they're experiencing the same sort of issues, are not experiencing it, I believe, to the extent that Australia has, because we are resource rich. We have gas deposits around Australia, the Dorado project over in Western Australia, the Taroom area as a whole in Queensland, the Beetaloo Basin on gas in the Northern Territory, and the Bass Strait and the Gippsland as a whole. These projects should have been developed. We should have had refineries on the ground, more than we have currently, to ensure that we have energy resilience around fuel. The other issue on mining, we have put out on a number of occasions a list of projects that sit in a pipeline. It's industry, the Department of Industry's list, and it's around about $66 billion worth of projects that are sitting there waiting to be developed. That's the opportunity cost of regulation that takes too long to get through the approval system. It takes too long, and Australia is losing out as a result.
So, what role specifically has EPBC played in delaying the mining of these particular resources, which are clearly in need right now in our community?
Well, we've been working on the EPBC reforms for quite some time. The duplication of effort between the states and the Commonwealth have been quite extreme, and the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, the EPBC Act, has been a piece of legislation that has contributed to that. This duplication, we would hope we would see reduced over time. At the moment, the government has made changes to the EPBC Act. It will, time will tell whether they will be improvements. I hope they are. But until the stage where we get the duplication removed and one set of assessment and approval processes occurring between the states and the Commonwealth, we won't see the real gains and real projects on the ground. And that's across industry. It's not just mining, but it's housing, it's renewables, it's construction as a whole, it's the oil and gas sector. There are numerous projects that are sitting there waiting to be to get off the ground. So in the statutory period, the time frame that it takes now is about 3.6 years in that statutory time frame, and we don't think that that's appropriate.
3.6 years to get an approval under EPBC.
To get the list of approvals, yeah.
I might qualify that as well, following on from Tanya's remarks. That does relate to mining projects specifically, and that is the average approval time frame. Clearly, short, simple projects will be completed faster, but clearly there are many projects that are taking much longer to work their way through the system.
How does that compare to other jurisdictions which we compete with, particularly in relation to oil and gas?
I think that question on oil and gas would have to be asked of the oil and gas industry. We can specifically ask questions in relation to mining, but you know, jurisdictions around the world are very competitive now on the mining industry. They're putting forward assessment and approval processes as an area of competition compared to Australia. We've got new jurisdictions like Saudi Arabia coming forward saying we can get this done in very short periods of time compared to countries like Australia. I've been at numerous meetings and conferences where I've heard that said, as I have of other jurisdictions. Canada is coming through very fast, United States is coming through very fast, and we need to keep up. While they're strategic partners, let's not lose our comparative advantage in Australia, because it all starts with mining, or farming. Mining or agriculture fuels this economy, and we can get better, and we should be better and staying at the lead of the pack, not falling behind.
So how many projects are currently caught up in EPBC?
I might just suggest that that's a difficult sort of figure to come up, and we're certainly happy to take that one away on notice. But access to that sort of data is actually quite difficult from an external perspective. However, it's something that I'm sure the department would be able to provide you with a current status of, and I know they're appearing a little later on today. Then the question is around stuck. Well, I guess it depends on timeframes we're talking about. For example, I would consider timeframes more than 5 years to be problematic for a major project.
5 years, yeah, I would think so. So look, so your sector and the business sector generally said it was a good thing that the Parliament was able to make some changes to EPBC in November last year, which is fair enough. So 6 months on, we have no bilateral deals done. We have no regulations made. So are you still confident this is going to work out?
We would like to be positive about the EPBC reforms being a positive contributor to projects around Australia. I think the real win for our industry and every industry is to ensure that the accreditation between the states and the Commonwealth occurs as quickly as possible. And that we don't have that, and that's where the real gains can be made. At the moment, the department is working on standards, Commonwealth standards to accredit the states. And those standards need to be as flexible as possible to ensure that we get an outcomes-based focus on for approvals.
But isn't there a risk to investment certainty when you have so much of the principal elements of these laws delegated through regulation?
100%, Senator, and in many ways it'll be the make or break of whether reforms achieve their business efficiency outcomes. And we raised a range of those issues when we appeared last before the Senate inquiry into the reforms. And in terms of how a business is looking at it, well, I would expect, and certainly what we're hearing from our members, there are a lot of companies in this time of uncertainty moving towards getting their projects referred ahead of the reforms, so actually assessed under the existing Act versus the reforms that are forthcoming. So, look, we'll have to see how that plays out, whether that does play out in fact like that, but it'd be interesting to see what how that looks over the next 6 months or so.
Okay, so I want to move on to others, but basically, so there's been no bilateral deals done with the states, have there?
No, Senator, not at this stage.
Okay. And then in terms of the regulations, none of the regulations have actually been made. We only have draft regulations in some cases.
That's correct, but I think it's really important that it's done properly, and that any work in relation to this is done so that we can see the case study done in conjunction with industry and broad industry, because you need to understand what is going to happen on the ground to projects. So case studies, workshops are important when putting this legislation into practice.
I understand that, but it's 6 months on now, and we have problems in our economy and our society which would benefit from having swift actions. So finally then from me, just in terms of the transparency issues here with EPBC, is there any reason that we couldn't have, like a dashboard or something that would show how many projects are before EPBC approval, or something that at least engenders a bit more transparency and vigour?
Yeah, look, fully support that. I mean, and that said, to be fair, the department have made some inroads on trying to support that transparency through changes to their own website and portal. It's still a bit difficult to navigate and very, very difficult to compare and contrast. But they have made some steps in that direction. Certainly, fully support fulfilling that vision completely, though.
Okay, I'll go to, I think, Senator Ananda Raja first.
Thanks, Chair. The other aspect of productivity, which probably doesn't get enough discussion, I think, in the mining sector, is that of talent acquisition and skills acquisition, right? Now, we've seen a decline in geoscience graduates coming out of Australian universities. I've heard that some Australian universities are, in fact, departing the field. And this seems crazy when mining is such a dominant industry in this country. I think part of the problem, if I was to reflect on it, is that we have such a highly urbanised population. So kids are growing up in places which are far removed from the action. So I just wanted to kind of draw you out on your reflections on this. The second is what industry is doing to reverse this decline, and what else you think government should be looking at to actually attract more kids into this industry.
Thank you very much, Senator. Couldn't agree more. I think talent acquisition, skills acquisition is important for our industry, but a number of regional industries. The mining industry has been demonised over time, and I think that we are working very hard to make sure that, one, that we tell the good news stories about what the industry that is the backbone of the economy, along with the agriculture industry, that we talk about all of the great opportunities, because there's not a single occupation that you would have that does not exist in the mining industry. So that's important. That the conditions and the high paid jobs are talked about more. And then importantly, our social licence to operate is very clear, so that we continue to work on that all of the time. We don't always get it right, but we fix our mistakes and then we talk about what can be done. We've worked for a long time with the university sector to try and make sure that undergraduates and postgraduates are very aware of what is available in the mining industry, and that courses have dropped over time, which is really disappointing. Our view is that you need to also start at primary school level. So our state chambers are in charge of primary school and high school level opportunities, and the Minerals Council provides a lot of collateral material going into careers days, providing it to careers counsellors and to our state chambers. We also make sure that we are trying to do as much as possible, as I said, with the university sector. We've recently put together what is an experiential program, where we have been we have a few companies that provide a 2-week opportunity every year. We've been doing this for the last couple of years to get undergraduate students on into a program. They learn about the industry, they go and experience the industry on different projects. They are paid for the 2 weeks. Last year, or the last couple of years, we've received over 500 applications, and we're putting about 70 kids on the ground. And I think the success of that is we're now starting to see students move from take up majors in the mining industry. They are swapping over to engineering programs and geoscience programs. So we need to get those good news stories out, and we are. I think that there are also things we can do across industry with groups like Engineering Australia that have a lot of engineers that are just sitting idle, sitting on their books, but not in industries like mining and construction and other industries. And we need to make sure that they are prepared, that they're culturally capable of working within the mining industry, because, it's a hard industry, it's remote, and we've got to create that environment that is going to say, this is the sort of industry you want to be in. So skilled migration, again, where we have a deficit of people, we've been relying on highly skilled professionals to come into Australia. So there's some of the things we're doing. There's a whole raft of activities, but there's some of the major activities that are actually seeing success on the ground.
Just on notice, if you could supply the committee with the program, the undergraduate program, that would be great, so we can advertise it. And also on notice, just maybe a list, a flavour of who these highly skilled migrants that you're trying to attract in, the kinds of occupations would be most helpful. My second question, and if we're running short of time, happy to put this on notice, and it speaks really to cost and energy use in the mining sector. Now, mining is obviously a diesel-dependent economy sector, and I'm interested in knowing, in the context of this fuel crisis, this oil shock, what thinking is now going on in the sector around reducing its reliance on imported fuel, and it speaks really to mining electrification, to the uptake of and development of low-carbon fuels, and what else you think the government should be considering to kind of really supercharge this?
Thank you, Senator. We haven't waited till the fuel crisis to be thinking about what we do to reduce our overall use of diesel. We're diesel prone, and so is the nation, so we are extremely reliant on diesel. We have been working for a long period of time through research and development to look at alternatives for diesel. We are not at that stage at this point. The providers of equipment, trucks, etc., cannot get electric trucks across Australia, indeed anywhere in the world, anytime soon. We're not even going to see that in the early 2030s. No matter what people say, that is not something we can do. We've been working on electrification on mine sites. We have been fuel switching for quite some time to a lower emissions energy sources like solar and wind. Because we always look for the most efficient outcome for mine sites, we've been reducing the use of diesel absolutely where we can, actually on all energy, because it's a high input cost for us. But the gains that can be made are being made. We've been supporters and we've been participating in the low carbon liquid fuels working group, and we would like to see that occurring in Australia, but it needs to be voluntary and not pushing industries to something that they actually can't cope with. We have a safeguard mechanism to reduce emissions, and that's the major area of activity for the mining industry in terms of reducing emissions, so that that we can optimise our fuel use, but also reduce our emissions. So that regulatory reform is where we spend our time, and is the most applicable to the industry at this particular stage. But we're working all the time on reducing emissions. I will say, in the context of the fuel supply crisis that we have, the mining industry is working as a whole, as we did in the pandemic, in terms of planning. We're working alongside government. We're participating every week with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water on trying to look at activities to get fuel into Australia, to provide detail on our usage, to try and come up with a plan. And we're undertaking that right at the moment. What does an overall plan look like in the stages that have been represented by government, the 4 stages that have moved from planning to what do we do if we can't get fuel into Australia? So we're doing that planning now alongside the government, and we're trying to be as responsive as we possibly can to try and make sure that we're supporting communities, as you've seen recently with BHP and Rio Tinto making opportunities available. But across the industry, that's our total focus, trying to get fuel to keep our industry going so that people remain in jobs, that we have regional Australia running, and that revenue is there to help with Australia as a whole.
Just on notice, Chair, if we could just get from the MCA maybe a bit of an update on what the big players, BHP, Rio, Newmont, so on, Glencore, are doing in terms of reducing their long-term, I'm talking about, reliance on imported fuel. That would be most helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. Hi. I want to just take you back to the EPBC for a minute. I know I've engaged with your organisation on this since way back in 2013 when Labor first tried to harmonise the system and speed things up. Now, it was signed off in November. What's your engagement through that process been? I mean, we were grateful for your support back in November, where you told the Environment and Communications Committee that you strongly supported the bill's intent to deliver a system that protects Australia's unique environment while enabling responsible and efficient project development. And one of those core elements is that harmonisation between the state and the feds to speed things up and make it easier for business to understand, what's going forward and to get through that process quite swiftly. Now, obviously, there's a lot of changes in there that have to come to bear. How have you found that first couple of months of trying to get through that process? Are you engaging with the department, with the task force?
Yes, we are, Senator. There is weekly meetings of a technical working group, and we've been engaged on all the way through in terms of trying to ensure that we move from the legislation to implementation so that the system works as a whole. And that's really important to make sure that whatever is put into practice will actually work and we get a good outcome for the environment, but we also speed up the approvals process and provide confidence to the community. I think it's moving so rapidly that sometimes we lose sight of the fact that what might be put into practice is not going to achieve what we need to overall for the system. So we have been, I mentioned right at the start that workshops and case studies are really important to get that movement from legislation over to the practical outcome. So I think the engagement has been very good. I will say personally too, the Minister has had regular discussions with CEO level people across a range of industries. We haven't had that for a number of weeks, but he has been very good at providing that opportunity. I think it has fallen down with the department in terms of providing information in, and it becomes a little bit of a black hole. Where does it go? So it's not really two-way. It hasn't been two-way in last year's process in what they might do with the information, and it has come out a lot different in some respects than we probably hoped. But that's important to keep reinforcing and ensuring that we are engaging with the department so that they understand what is going to happen in practice. What happened last year was a disconnect between the people that were writing the legislation and the group that was sitting with the assessment and approvals responsibility of getting things done in a policy sense. I think that the department has since recognised that and have sought to change what they are doing so that we, in this next stage, we don't get that disconnect. But like any process, it's going backwards and forwards so that understanding of what happens in different industries is understood, and hopefully we get legislation and regulation that matches up, and importantly, as I said, that the states have the responsibility for the assessment and approvals because we only want those to occur once. We don't need the duplication of effort because that doesn't get us good outcomes for the environment or for industry.
If I could add to that, Senator, and the engagement is extremely good, as Tanya pointed out, but there are concerns over the process, the timeframes. Things are moving very rapidly. Stakeholders are receiving bundles of material like 24 hours before a briefing meeting and asked to respond to that by the end of the week.
Really?
Week on, week off. So things are moving quickly. Everyone's well-intentioned, but I think the timeframes are very short, which is why we just need more speed, less haste. Let's ensure that we properly test the regulations. The success of the legislation is going to fundamentally depend on the regs, the subordinate regulations and everything else. That's important, right? The engagement is excellent. However, I think everyone's working to a very rapid time frame. There's a lot of pressures there. Let's work it through slowly together. Let's pilot test it together with a range of stakeholders and industries, and let's ensure it's as successful as possible when those regulations come into force towards the end of the year.
But we'll have them here this afternoon, so we'll try and unpack some of that.
That would be great.
Now, critical minerals, obviously, we know they're essential to batteries and a lot of the new technologies that we're seeing across the world. Do you see a role, and we're talking about productivity and we're talking about the future of your industry, of doing more processing onshore rather than just the export that we see quite a significant percentage of at the moment? Where do you see the opportunities?
I think where it makes sense, where we have a competitive advantage to do that, because not every single sector is going to be suited to that.
Indeed.
We are, as you know, geographically dispersed. We've got hubs around Australia where we can plug into those hubs and ensure that we have the right infrastructure available, that we've got roads, rail, ports linked, because you can't get projects on the ground unless you've got the infrastructure to support them. And we think there's an opportunity across the north of Australia, around about $3 trillion, $1.3 trillion in Western Australia, $750 billion in Northern Territory, and about $1 trillion in Queensland. If we link up that infrastructure, then we will see critical minerals on the ground, defence on the ground, construction on the ground, and manufacturing and agriculture. All of those industries will benefit. In terms of processing, you would do that where it makes sense. So we're a great lithium country, doing some processing on lithium. China is the most concentrated, has the most concentration of rare earths in the world. A lot of the processing is done in China. We have an opportunity with projects like the Linus projects over in Western Australia, and we've started to do some processing there. But we have another couple of projects, the Arafura project, Nolan's Bore project in Northern Territory, the Aluka project, the Endiaba project over in Western Australia. They are great projects to get off the ground, and we need those in Australia for alternative supply chains. But it should be recognised we can't do this by ourselves. We need our strategic partners, and we need to recognise we are very good. We have a comparative advantage in mining, and then we will do some processing in Australia, and then we'll rely on partners like Japan and Korea, the EU, the United States and Canada as examples. In that supply chain, they might do more manufacturing. So it's closing that supply chain to ensure that we are utilising that and getting the best for our industry, our country and our partners as a whole. And I think that is being done. I would like to call out Madeleine King, Minister Madeleine King, and also Minister Don Farrell, who have led on those issues. But it doesn't take just a couple of ministers. I think it takes the whole Parliament, and there has been very much support for the mining industry towards critical minerals, but there's not a single there's not a single politician that I speak to that doesn't say that critical minerals is important and that we need to do more mining and some processing within Australia. So I'd like that support to continue. In fact, I'd like it across the mining industry as a whole, because I think that iron ore, coal and other minerals like gold and base metals are equally important to Australia.
Okay. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. And
I have more questions, but I'll put them on notice.
Okay.
No, sorry, we have another witness to get to.
No worries.
So.
Yeah, thank you. Great to see you. I'm just wondering if you've seen a recent ad using a nurse concerned about her power bill going up and then blaming the diesel fuel rebate for the ad for her power bill going up.
Where I have seen the ad, very disappointed in the ad. I think it's very misleading, and it talks about a tax grab on the industry by the mining industry as a whole. It goes to the heart of what the fuel tax credits are all about, and the fuel tax credit is designed to, originally the excise was designed as a user pay charge for public roads. Mining, agriculture, seafood industry, livestock, none of those industries use we use roads, but where we're off-road, we receive a fuel tax credit, and that is appropriate because we build our own roads and we maintain our own roads, and therefore we shouldn't be paying that road user charge. So this particular ad is extremely misleading. It's very disappointing that it is coming from somebody in the sector that has an agenda to even the playing field. And why I know that is because I sat at a conference with the chair and one of the leading shareholders in that company, who said, my goal is to level the playing field, noting that promises have been made to electrify the vehicles within that company, and that is not achievable in our view in the time frame that has been suggested. So the only way to achieve that is to level the playing field and have things taken away from the rest of the industry. All we do is weaken the best industry, the highest paying industry, the leading taxpayer in the country, one that provides not just jobs to the industry, but also for every mining job, it's 6 jobs within the supply chain that's created.
So, Ms Constable, just for anyone playing along at home, we're talking about Twiggy Forrest's public campaign using a nurse's power bill and somehow attributing the diesel fuel rebate to the reason power bills have gone up. I would suggest it's more likely 100% renewable energy grid pursuit policies by the Labor government. So can I just confirm from your evidence here today that the Minerals Council continues to support the fuel tax credit scheme as it operates? I would like to know what conversations you've had with the government about the maintaining this tax credit scheme going forward into the next budget.
We're a diesel-prone industry. We're a diesel-prone nation without the substitutes available for quite some time, but we continue to work on that over time. We absolutely support the retention of the fuel tax credit in its current form with no changes to it, because it would be detrimental to regional Australia, and that has an impact across the whole of Australia on every Australian. I think, again, we've seen senior ministers come out in support of the retention of that. I'm not getting any indication that there will be changes to the fuel tax credit. But again, and we've had, just to confirm, we've had numerous conversations. In fact, probably the government is sick of seeing me on this particular issue, as I'm sure many senior ministers will attest to, on the importance of the fuel tax credit. So it's not just important to our industry, it's important to regional Australia.
Well, it's the farmers, it's truckies, it's fishers and it's miners that rely on this scheme. So Mr Forrest claims the fuel tax credit scheme is a subsidy. Is that how you would term the scheme?
Well, it's certainly not a subsidy, and Treasury and the Productivity Commission have previously recognised that it is not a subsidy. It is an administration activity. The fuel, the excise is paid into the tax office and it's rebated, as I said, because the regional industries don't use the roads that have been created.
So just in your earlier comment, I mean, having seen this, I just find it outrageous. But isn't it the case that this is simply Twiggy Forrest wanting to give Fortescue a leg up against his competitors by somehow trying to build a political campaign around the fuel tax credit scheme being responsible for everyday Australians' power bills going through the roof?
Yes, it is very disappointing that a company within the mining industry would run such a campaign that would be destroying the industry, but impacting regional Australia, based on his own evidence at the AFR Mining Summit, and that was 2 years ago. That where he did say that his intention was to level the playing field on this issue. If Dr Forrest thinks that that is so important, he has always the opportunity to forfeit a fuel tax credit and make a donation directly to the tax office.
Well, I might ask the ATO that on notice if he's done that. Just going to the National Fuel Security Plan, stage 3 and 4, we only have 30 days of jet fuel available onshore. I know you have a huge workforce, that's FIFO. We're not getting, in questions to the other industry sectors like the trucking industry, aviation or shipping, who I'm in contact with, there doesn't seem a lot of clarity about when we get to stage 4, if we do, what industries are going to be prioritised as critical industries. Can I understand from the Minerals Council, you're engaged in these conversations regularly with government, as you outlined in answers to an earlier senator's questions. Will the mining operators be prioritised should we get to stage 4? And what feedback are you getting from your FIFO servicing operators?
The last question.
So we're very concerned about getting diesel into the country, and we're very concerned about jet fuel for the reasons that you have mentioned. At this stage, we're moving people, and there has been limited impact on a lot of the industry. There has been some, I'll recognise, in some quarters where the movement of people, particularly as they get smaller and smaller, are impacted. So I don't want to diminish that in any way. It's really important that we have a fuel crisis plan and that we look at how we can try and prioritise what would it look like if we had to prioritise the projects that are producing at high levels versus other parts of the industry. So every company is looking at their own operations, looking at their business continuity plans. What would those different stages look like in business continuity? As a whole, the industry is going down the track of starting to produce our own fuel crisis plan across industry, so that once again we can plug into what is occurring with the task force on this issue.
But to that point, Ms Constable, and sorry, Chair,
Okay.
Are you
question.
confident your industry will be deemed a critical industry when we get to, if we get to, stage 4? Are you confident?
We are not confident. We are not deemed a critical industry under the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act, but I would say that our industry and regional Australia needs to be prioritised, because we've got to keep this country going. And if we can't keep the country going, every Australian is impacted.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, look, we've got Mr Pearce, I think, online. I think may have been a bit delayed in joining, but is Mr Pearce there or not?
Hello, Senator. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Look, can you just introduce yourself, who you are, and then we'll ask you a few questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Warren Pearce, I'm the Chief Executive of the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies. I represent around 550 companies across Australia. Our members tend to be junior miners, mid-tier miners, exploration companies and project developers. So a large portion of my membership's in the critical mineral space and indeed base metals and precious metals.
Okay, thanks. Well, look, I'll just ask you a few questions. I'll ask my colleagues to indicate if they have a couple of questions for you. Effectively, in terms of the EPBC position, do you think that the latest reforms are going to make a material difference in terms of getting approvals done quickly?
If the assessment bilaterals are put in place with each state and territory government, yes, I believe they will. And I believe that will make a substantial improvement in timeframes to receive federal environmental approvals. Right now, we are waiting on national standards to be presented to us. We expect them in the next month. That will give us a clearer picture of what, indeed, the increased environmental protections we'll be signing up to, and how that will operate in terms of our industry, and indeed how governments will assess them. And we have yesterday, the day before, an MOU was signed with the West Australian government to have a bilateral assessment in place by the end of the year. That's the first MOU I understand in place. There are a couple of bilaterals already in place across Australia, in New South Wales and Northern Territory, under the existing EPBC legislation. Our goal is to see, as soon as possible, all states and territories sign new assessment bilaterals with the Commonwealth with the new EPBC legislation as soon as possible into the new year.
Okay, and then how many of your members have projects currently caught up in EPBC?
I can't tell you an exact number, but anyone in the project development window largely finds himself in some way triggering federal environmental legislation, and largely finds himself in that space. So a lot of the critical minerals projects, particularly those in rare earths or related minerals, tend to find they trigger the nuclear trigger in terms of natural occurring radiation, and so are pulled in perhaps unnecessarily. In a lot of cases, it is naturally occurring radiation. It's not dangerous. It's well understood how that is managed. So one important change in the EPBC regulations will be to ensure that that limit is lifted, that threshold is lifted, so critical minerals projects don't necessarily trigger federal legislation unless they come into contact with other parts of the national standards.
Okay, now, if the bilateral deals aren't done, then where does that leave us in terms of our competitive? Who are we mainly competing with to get swift access to these sort of resources?
Well, we're competing with upstream industries in continents like Africa and South America. We obviously have peers in the terms of places like Canada and the United States that have very sophisticated regulatory frameworks. But ultimately, when it comes to exploration, what we are competing for in the critical minerals game is money to come into exploration to go out and look for critical minerals. And right now, if that investment proposition doesn't look risk-free or doesn't look particularly appealing to investors, they look at places that have less developed regulatory frameworks and easier pathways to get on ground, undertake exploration activities. Ultimately, if discoveries are made in Africa or South America, indeed in the critical mineral space, there's a lot of companies looking in those continents, then ultimately those discoveries are the ones that will be developed rather than the ones that aren't the one, as opposed to the ones that aren't being made here. So from our point of view, we need to make Australia as attractive for investment as possible, and we need to do that from the start of the exploration industry to getting people on ground, getting them through the process with cultural heritage and native title, working with landowners, getting the exploration projects done, making the discoveries that ultimately feed the pipeline that are sometimes developed by mine members and sometimes turned over to larger companies to invest that capital and build those projects here in Australia. And ultimately that's where the real benefits arrive for Australians in the royalties, taxation and jobs that come with large mining projects.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you could just provide on notice any information you have on our competitors and how fast it is to get approvals done, then that'd be great. And I'll just go to Senator Grogan now.
Thank you.
Please do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Pearce, for your time. Let's look forward to seeing the reforms of the EPBC roll out as intended and as swiftly as we can while getting it right. I do have a range of questions, but we do not have the time. So I'm just going to ask you one, we'll probably put the rest on notice. I am particularly interested in how mining productivity gains translate into regional jobs and that sort of notion of building the resilience of a regional community, supporting the people and the industry at the same time and lifting their sort of living standards. Do you see, what ways do you see to actually pull that off and improve opportunities for regional communities?
Look, what I'm keen to talk to the committee about is when I look at what's happening in productivity around our nation, I look at land coexistence and land use. So Australia's big established industries, mining, exploration, agricultural, pastoral, are all large land users. If we look to the future, our proposed big industries will be renewable energy, solar and wind farms. They are large land users. We are finding they are very much now in the same space, which means established industries are coming into contact and conflict with emerging industries. From our point of view, that's a significant productivity problem. What we worry about in mineral exploration and mining is that these projects in renewable energy, solar and wind, will take up large tracts of land, much larger than taken up by mineral tenements, and essentially sterilise the resources that may sit in the ground underneath them. Now, we don't oppose the development of renewable energy projects. We support that. We know that'll help our industry decarbonise as well. But what we want to see is a situation where all industries have the opportunity to work through a process as they advance their own projects to find out if there is for a miner, an exploration company, a mineral resource that can be developed, for a renewable company, whether there are suitable wind conditions or solar conditions to a renewable project. But up until the point someone makes a final investment decision and starts to build that project, there is no reason I can see why all those proponents can't work together with landowners and communities to advance those interests. Ultimately, the highest value land use will be multiple land use. What I fear is taking place is a desire to see renewable energy projects turned on and a race to do that as quickly as possible. In that time, not a lot of thought is being given to the consequence for established industries and the industries that have continued to provide the overwhelming prosperity for our nation. So from my point of view, it's about making sure we get all industries working together with land users, landowners and communities. If we do that, we'll be creating more economic opportunities to choose from and obviously finding ways where these industries can advance together. That's where the big advantages are going to be for regional communities, is finding ways to turn on more projects in our industry and other industries rather than getting them in each other's way And right now what you're seeing is a substantial amount of conflict being caused with communities who feel they're not being consulted with, don't understand the projects that are moving forward and what the implications might be for their industries, for their communities. And I fear, much like our industry experience in the past, where our practices weren't as good as they should have been in terms of community and landowner consultation, what you'll get is a lot of pushback from regional communities that start to shut out renewable projects, start to shut out mining projects. So we're very fearful that if we don't take a coordinated approach across the nation, then indeed that productivity loss around land use could be quite substantial.
That just opens up a whole bunch of other questions. And I'll be really quick, Chair, I promise. I hear you. It sounds like you're not enjoying the competition, but surely your members, I mean, that's like jokingly, I'm not having a crack.
Okay, just checking.
The licences of, exploration licences, how far ahead? I mean, there's a lot of those untapped, unused, sitting there because, obviously your organisations rightly go forth and think about where rich deposits might be, where opportunities might be. And then my understanding is you then purchase licensing for that, so you have a kind of coverage. Is there areas of the country that there is this sort of fierce competition for one body or another to get there first?
Well, there is. And I don't know how to explain this, but regrettably, what we're finding is areas that are highly prospective for minerals tend to also be highly prospective for solar and wind. So you're seeing a lot of these things happening in the same places.
Is there a coexistence piece there, though?
We have to move on.
There is not.
Sorry.
There is not.
I'll answer this quickly, Chair. Look, we produced a report called Congested and Contested, which I've sent to the committee. I encourage you to read it. One of the big issues is there's not a clear mapping of where all these projects are. If you want to know where a mining or mineral exploration tenement is, it is mapped across the country. You can see it online at state websites. You cannot do that for renewable projects. We need to be able to see that so that everyone involved in advancing projects can understand who else is out there and so they can engage with each other. There's a range of other recommendations as well, but I think this is one of these places where the states hold the land use planning authorities, and so the Commonwealth has a limited role. As a consequence, we have now 6 different systems in 6 different states, all of which are not addressing the issues effectively, and we need the Commonwealth to step in and try and lead a coordinated approach to this issue, because for our established industries this is very important, but also for our future industries it's very important. We've got to find a way of getting this right.
I've got one question, Chair, and I'll be really quick.
You.
Okay, let me just finish. I'll be putting more questions on those. I'd really like to unpack this further.
I'll be happy to speak to the committee offline or any member of the committee, Chair.
Thank you, that would be really helpful.
Mr Pearce, what about mapping, overlaying on those solar, renewable wind projects and the critical mineral projects in the main, an agricultural land index? Would your industry be comfortable to have that sort of a mapping matrix?
Yes. Like, we should never oppose mapping. We should all understand who's out there and what we're doing. Our industries, so for example, mining, exploration, agriculture, has had a somewhat uneasy alliance around land use issues. In some places that's more conflicted than others, and certainly in particularly high value or
I'm Victorian, so it's pretty contested at the moment.
You're in the same space. And so if you're in WA,
we all get along really well.
I would argue about
we need to
equality
move
of
on.
your
I'm sorry, we've run out of time.
Anyway.
So we need to move on. Sorry, have you completed your answer?
Thank you, Chair. That's leadership,
Chair. Thank you very much. Okay, look, we thank you very much for being there, and we would seek your responses back by 7 May. I now welcome representatives from the Blue Economy CRC and Commonwealth Fisheries Association. I understand that information on privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your full name and capacity in which you appear.
Hi, my name is Emily Rowe. I'm the Executive Officer of the Commonwealth Fisheries Association.
Okay, now we're not taking any opening statements, I'm afraid, so we're going to go straight to questions. Yep. You can table it if you would like. So you're from the Fisheries Association, are you?
Yes, I represent the Commonwealth Fisheries Association.
Okay, so what are the major issues with EPBC in your area?
One of the major issues with EPBC is that we of course understand that EPBC is important. However, we have already got significant regulation that we follow under Australian Fisheries Management Authority, or AFMA, and there's several lines of duplication within EPBC. So at this point in time, in the submission that I that provided to you, it explains in there how there's a case from Austral Fisheries, a case study that explains multiple overlapping frameworks, including through Fisheries Management Authority, plus EPBC and other certifications.
Okay, and so do you think these reforms will help?
So the current reforms probably don't address the duplication. We'd be supportive of AFMA as our current regulator being able to manage some of these so we reduce some of that duplication.
Okay. I also want to give the other witness an opportunity to introduce themselves. Ms. Williamson.
Yeah, Angela Williamson, CEO, Blue Economy Cooperative Research Centre.
Okay, fine. So then back to you, Ms. Rowe. So you think there is scope for more rationalisation?
Yes, definitely. So we're not asking for deregulation. We're asking for reduction of duplication.
Yeah.
The Samuel review explains how the Australian Fisheries Management Authority has been recommended as the regulator and can act on behalf of fisheries management.
Okay, can you provide on notice any of those examples?
Yes, we can.
And are there other opportunities in your book about how we can maintain the environment, protect it, but also improve productivity?
Yes, we can. So at the moment, fisheries are undergoing an overlay of regulation from multiple regulators. We have different sorry. May I take that on notice?
If you would like. I might just briefly ask the CRC a couple of questions. So what do you think about the EPBC changes? Will that help, or are there other things that we could be doing?
I think the EPBC changes only go so far for the seafood industry across Australia. Straight away, we're a fragmented industry managed across a number of different jurisdictions, so straight away you don't have harmonisation. And the EPBC has a bunch of elements to it that the industry has to take on under the EPBC, but alongside they have to do that under their fisheries management measures as well. So there is duplication, whether it's endangered, threatened, protected species, whether it's the fact that Commonwealth waters are a matter of national environmental significance, whether it's the addition of marine protected areas and other spatial closures around conservation elements. So there are all these elements that didn't come through the most recent reform. And I think the key thing when I have a look at, let's say, other mature industries that are operating in Australia's Commonwealth marine areas in particular, you have a model like NOPSEMA, which is where that information, that role, that responsibility that sat within that environment portfolio has been novated to a new agency who is able to do that in a much more harmonised way. And if you look at Commonwealth Waters for Fisheries, you do have AFMA. And so there is an opportunity there to accredit, as the Samuels Review recommendation made, to accredit your existing fisheries management agencies so that they can take on that responsibility. So instead of having a duplicative team, often great-minded, well-thought staff, but technically maybe not literate in seafood and fisheries and the complexity of gears and types of activities and continuous improvement. So I would say that the adjustments that have been made provide, with the addition of NEPA, more compliance, better funded. There are some elements there, but I think the deficiencies is a lot of those duplications don't change. There is still scope, as touched on earlier by mining counterpart, about maybe national standards will play a role, and so there is potential.
And would that help with conservation as well as productivity?
I think that'll depend on how engaged industry is and how open there is for a discussion around the fact that the fisheries management agencies get assessed under part of the EPBC Act called strategic assessments because they have an export component or they're operating in Commonwealth waters. So there's just another layer there that no other industry has. And so EPBC really sometimes is a fisheries management tool, and I think that's your inefficiency straight away. So maybe there's an opportunity to look at national standards for fisheries and national standards for Commonwealth aquaculture. Like, aquaculture is a very mature industry in state waters. There's no regulatory environment in Commonwealth at this point. So the ability to create something like that might have a role, but ultimately the duplication is paid for by the farmers and the fishers, and it's not picked up across the rest of the supply chain, is the way that EPBC works.
Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions for the Commonwealth Fisheries Association. In the weeks at the start of the Iran conflict, the fishing industry came out very strongly with farmers around the impact of fuel shortages on the industry. Do commercial fishers now have access to the fuel they need, where they need it, and at a price they can afford?
Look, it still varies. At the moment, in previous weeks, there have been issues with supply. Currently, this week, I don't know of any current issues with supply. However, the price of fuel is an ongoing concern for industry. I mean, fuel is a variable cost for us. However, as all of these costs increase over time, that reduces our profit margin, and that is obviously important to our long-term viability. So currently there are probably some particular industries with smaller profit margins who will be considering whether it's viable to go fishing based on the price of fuel. I do understand there's been some reduction in price of fuel in the last couple of weeks. However, we're still looking at 80% higher fuel price than previous to the conflict.
Have your fishers been able to pass the increased cost of harvest of our fishing resource onto supermarkets and other retailers?
I understand at the moment that majority of people are trying to maintain the current beach price or maintain the retail price as well, just because there's always a concern that if fish becomes unaffordable to consumers, then they will take fish out of their diet and won't continue to purchase our product. And obviously market's very important to us. We need to maintain our market. We need to maintain consumer confidence, and some of that is around price and access to product.
And just finally, do you have certainty that commercial fishing will be classified as a critical service under Level 4 of the fuel rationing arrangements of the government's National Fuel Security Plan?
Not as yet. You'd like to hope that being part of food security and part of our national food supply system that we would have a guarantee, but as yet I'm not aware of one.
Thank you, and I know there's other questions, so I'll hold it.
Senator Nataraja.
Thanks, Chair. Conventional productivity statistics probably don't capture the full breadth of the value that aquaculture and fisheries provide to especially regional communities. What can you suggest the committee consider in the kinds of metrics we should be looking at, such as coastal tourism, food security, cultural value, ecosystem, protection or services in measuring that full productivity contribution of the sector. And this would obviously be advice that would feed into recommendations towards ABS or additional research in how we best capture the value of this sector.
Is that question directed to me or to Angela?
Both.
I might
Angela might be best placed to start. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the Futures of Seafood study, which was the basis of our submission from Blue Economy Cooperative Research Centre, because we do work across a variety of blue economy industries to help them grow. But one of the things was very clear to us that the ABARES data that's used, which is beach price, it doesn't follow the full seafood flow. You don't capture the supply chain. So we've put forward a new methodology that we've developed with BDO, and I'm happy to share that methodology with the chair and with the committee, and that basically takes into account from landing and all of the value add as it goes along, and then it further follows who's consuming. And this is a really important addition to the mix, because it means that should Cabinet be making a decision around the table that has consequences on an impact of supply of seafood, because you're making a decision that impacts this industry, that there's an ability to do a seafood impact statement so you can follow the flow, because sometimes numbers of fishes or a tonnage might sound small, but realistically it might be underpinning a large supply chain, or it might be the main food source going to a different jurisdiction. So decisions made even in states, let's say WA, decision to ban demersal trawl and to make some adjustments in that fishery, quite significant adjustments, has flow-ons to consumption in Queensland and other jurisdictions as well, not just local. And so what we talk about in our submission is that then influences, does that 64% of imported seafood which Australians consume, does that pie grow and there's more import, or is there an ability to look at how to unlock dormant assets in our existing fisheries that might be in mesopelagics or other species, or does it allow for an opportunity to have a look at additional aquaculture opportunities and how to scale? So I think the data is sometimes misleading because it only tells part of the story, and I think then it underestimates the real genuine value of this industry to regions and to Australia. And as I said, when people are making decisions, I hope that that kind of reassessment and repositioning and metrics allows people to make genuine decisions.
On that point of your research, yes, please supply the methodology. It sounds really interesting, but it was evident yesterday with our discussions from Treasury, the RBA and PC that how easy it is to gather this data is a deciding factor on whether it's going to be the methodology would be disseminated and implemented. So can you just give us a sense of, with this research you've done, whether you think this would be practical in terms of rollout?
Absolutely. I feel like we're right at this stage now at the conclusion of the Futures of Seafood study. We're making recommendations around the legacy of the new data sets, the tools, the systems, the models and methods, and that needs to become legacy and built into the system moving forward. And industry and governments need to have a think about how fast they can do that. And I'll be honest, my naivety in saying, could I have this data in 2 weeks? Let's say it took 6 months, and in some cases 12 months with some of those jurisdictions. It was not quick, but now we've got that information. And
that sounds like red tape we need to look at.
Yeah, exactly.
Send us some of those barriers on
20
notice.
years worth of data. So I can provide additional information on notice. I'm mindful of timing.
Okay, but you think that it's not so labour intensive that it can't be implemented?
I think a recommendation off the back of this and a system that can support it, and we've already invested in the basis of that system, it should be able to be achieved, absolutely. You just need the political will and the departments to act.
Okay, sure. Emily, if you could just keep it succinct.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say, like, from a regional perspective, like, productivity is closely linked to the people, the infrastructure, the certainty to invest. So in regional areas, workforce continues to be a key issue. You know, attracting and retaining skilled people in regional areas can be tricky. Infrastructure, like things like ports, transport, cold chain logistics, directly impact efficiency and costs of operation in regional areas. And there's also need for us to have consistent access to training and skills development pathways through these communities. So it's just about providing certainty to access, having policy settings that allow us to operate regional businesses with confidence to invest.
Okay, thank you. We might put the rest on notice. Thanks so much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Just very quickly, as I will put some other questions on notice, but I know we're pretty tight on time. With 64% of the seafood in Australia is imported, that sounds like a pretty large number given the size of our fisheries. And then my understanding is there's then an 8% levy on domestic fisheries. Is that correct? Can you unpack that for us and maybe give us some of the history around that?
Yeah, so Australian seafood consumption, the imported piece, majority it comes from Thailand, China, Vietnam and New Zealand. I call it like the pizza prawns, the demersal whitefish, table fish. There are a variety of kind of consumption preferences. There's a real opportunity off the back of country of origin labelling, which is being launched very, very shortly, and it has bipartisan support, and it is such an important piece to inform consumers on the origin of their food. I think is going to be a really important part of moving forward and shifting that pie. You know, we've talked about, and in the submission and through Futures of Seafood, we've played with the idea of even if you grew the pie so you're not fully stopping imports, because there's an acknowledgement of a variety of factors there around affordability and everything, but at the same time still growing our contribution, that 50-50 could be your long-term goal. And that was also a play off the back of you know, the 30 by 30 and all of the other kind of global pushes. And we're like, what's one for food? What is that food target? How do we highlight that there is opportunities? And I've used the word dormant asset. How do we better access and optimise and use our ocean estate for food and for food sovereignty, I think is the core here. There are great fishers out there who are able to do what they can within that arrangement. Every jurisdiction does different cost recovery or royalties depending on aquaculture, and it's a real mixture. It's a real mixed lollybag, and I think that there's an opportunity to resolve that. And I think if you look at the cost,
opening up new marine parks, like that just locks up the resource.
I have such a limited amount of time, Senator.
So I think that there's a lot of spatial squeeze aspects, as Emily touched on. There's a lot of costs, whether it's insurance, whether it's the fuel, which is increased, whether it's the transport, all of those aspects. And a large part of that isn't always vertically integrated within these companies. So
you mentioned that there are various fees and charges from the states.
Depending on how you manage.
But then that you're also now talking about supply chain stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm really particularly interested in that 8% levy and why it's there and what it's supposed to cover, and that's a federal levy.
So it's dependent on the particular fishery, and there's a variety of factors that'll define what that cost recovery element is, but then you might have additional levies on top of that. But cost recovery basically, and I'm happy to provide some breakdowns across the different jurisdictions, but it basically covers directly those management costs, because unlike some of the other sectors you would have heard from or going to hear from, fisheries often they're operating in the commons, so there are different obligations, and those obligations come with costs from that perspective.
Are you able to unpack that for us?
Absolutely, happy to take that on notice.
That would be very handy.
Yeah.
Are you aware of other jurisdictions that... Do other jurisdictions do the same sort of fees, charges, levies as ourselves, particularly our competitors?
Yeah, they do, with various elements to it. I think what the difference at the moment in Australia is that there are fees and levies, but what's dropped out of a lot of the bureaucracy or the administration and public services is also support with the growth and advocacy for growth of the industry, so that seafood amplification piece. So I think it's now all stick and all levy, and we're missing this celebrate, support, grow element. So I think it's not balanced, would be my observation of the work we've done to date.
Okay. I am very interested in this. Oh, yes,
May I add
please
to
do.
that?
Yeah.
No worries. I just wanted to add about the imported seafood. Often the imported seafood isn't always held to the same requirements as we are. Right. So the same environmental standard, the same food safety systems, and it creates a bit of an uneven playing field.
Good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. Sorry, really appreciate your time. Very, very interested in your issues, but we might just put some questions on notice to try and tease some of that stuff out. Thank you.
Really good. We wish we had more time.
That's right. Thank you very much from the committee. We apologise that everything is a bit sandwiched, but we will have lots of things for you on notice, and no doubt you'll have some good content for us coming back with answers. So we're grateful for your time. The committee will now suspend until 10:45. Committee will resume and now welcome representatives from the National Farmers Federation, CropLife Australia and AgForce Queensland. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your full names and capacity in which you appear.
Michael Guerin, Chief Executive Officer, National Farmers Federation.
Warwick Ragg, General Manager, Natural Resource Management, National Farmers Federation.
Guy Nicholl, Senior Policy Officer, Trade and Economics, NFF.
Justin Crosby, Director, Government and Strategic Relations at CropLife Australia.
Rosie Burke, a Manager of Government Relations at CropLife Australia.
Josephine Peterson, EPBC Lead at AgForce Queensland.
Okay, so we'll just take, we're not taking any opening statements today, so we you can table them if you want, but basically we're going to get to questions. So I guess my first questions are to AgForce in Queensland. So what do you think have been the impact of the old and the new EPBC rules?
Thank you very much, Senator, for this question. As per our submission to the inquiry, we can see already from the current interpretation that the ongoing cost of compliance to the current EPBC reforms are over $3 billion. This is in excess of 15% of the current agricultural output from the state and has severe consequences for future productivity, investment clarity, sustainability outcomes, and the viability of agriculture moving forward. And I think that there is the opportunity for us to inspect that in more detail as part of how the EPBC legislation interacts with the social, environmental, and I guess the landscape view of agriculture. I think the biggest thing that we can see with the EPBC Act is that it is focused on a project, I guess a project and or development basis for single projects, whilst agriculture is a cyclical activity. And so the way that it manages impacts and that it, I guess, perceives impacts is not in line with the routine continual use of agriculture. And what we're seeing then is that the EPBC Act only looks at the potential negative impacts and does not look at the positive attributions of land stewardship. It does not recognise healthy landscapes, and it does not recognise the other attributes that agriculture in Queensland provides to that. So for your context, within a Queensland system, we have 80% of the state approximately already under regulated remnant vegetation, and 20% of the state is under Category X and or pre-cleared vegetation, where it is a key aspect to be able to maintain that agricultural productivity and that resilience within that. And we can see that there is a net loss of agricultural land within Queensland, and we have these expectations that we need to continue to improve emissions efficiency, we need to continue to improve productivity, but our footprint is reducing, and the potential implications of the EPBC reforms and the administrative and financial burdens are just an additional pressure in regards to what producers are already facing from the fuel and fertiliser crisis.
So do you say $3 billion is your expectation?
In excess of $3 billion with the current self-assessment and potential referral requirements of routine agricultural activities. And this is an ongoing cost to the sector. It is within the appendices of our submission, and apologies that was provided late.
That's okay. So effectively you're saying this is a huge cost. It doesn't necessarily fit into this framework. And so I imagine, are you holding out any hope that this bilateral deal with Queensland could actually solve your problems, or are you hopeful of a more structural, bigger solution coming down the track in future?
We are yet to understand the full scope of the bilateral agreement between Queensland and the federal government. We have also been informed by DQ that this bilateral will not be in place until 2017 or 2027, sorry. With regards to will it be sufficient to address what we're talking to, I think that at this stage, the EPBC Act does not recognise food security. It does not recognise the emissions reduction statements and positions of the government. It does not recognise a lot of other legislation that producers need to adhere to. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done, and I think to the point that we require legislative amendments and or legislative instruments that specifically have an agricultural pathway and or agricultural exemptions for being able to prioritise that food security and food productivity into the future. It's that sustainable intensification in terms of agriculture is being expected to produce more in a smaller footprint.
Very helpful. Look, I just have a couple for the NFF. So, to the NFF, so, I mean, what are the best opportunities we have to drive productivity in farming, but also improve conservation?
Thank you for the question. I'll take the first part, Mike Guerin speaking. I'd first like to endorse all that was said by AgForce Queensland. Those issues are real. Productivity is being affected significantly if the EPBC Act and the following regs go through as currently contemplated. Agriculture is a continuing activity, looks after landscapes. There are frameworks in place in Queensland now, and the duplication that's so eloquently described by AgForce both this morning in their submissions is a really, really important part of the conversation. As it relates to the broader question around the environment and productivity, we bring forward 4 thoughts for the committee. It's both included in our earlier submission and in a conversation for today, and I do table the opening statement which talks to that in some detail. Firstly, water, with a focus on the Murray-Darling Basin and the consequences of the buyback programs is a really, really important conversation. The review currently underway is a really important time to bring some of those conversations forward, but water more broadly is critical to agriculture, has a great overlap with productivity, and the Murray-Darling Basin review is a really important part of that, given 40% of Australia's food is grown in the Murray-Darling Basin. Back to the food security comment made by AgForce just before. Secondly, nature repair, including the missed opportunities of not prioritising feral animal control on the ground. But more broadly, for the committee, I'd make the following observation, that is, internationally, we are building standards which go to nature repair, go to natural capital more broadly, including the TNFD framework out of the WTO. They are amazingly powerful frameworks that Australia could link into and augment with the uniqueness of the Australian landscape in a way that would look at productivity, environment, and the EPBC Act changes in a very different way and align with those international standards, with the obvious consequences for things like trade negotiations and productivity more broadly. Thirdly, the Australian carbon credit unit methodologies, where we are lagging on fit-for-purpose methodologies such as the integrated farm and land management and feed additives piece. This is an incredibly frustrating area where the ACCU scheme has been talked about for years and remains not fit for purpose at a time when carbon trading, alternate revenue sources, mixing landscape improvement with productivity improvements in food production and lowering emissions and thinking about our environmental concerns in Australia is missing and has a significant upside opportunity for productivity. And fourthly, and I do refer to the AgForce Queensland submission, but the EPBC Act reforms a significant challenge in the context of transitioning to the new laws, and our colleagues at AgForce have provided some good insights this morning. We stand behind that work 100%. Thank you.
I just want to ask you 2 questions about what you just said. So firstly, in terms of the ACCUs, I mean, are you advocating for a system which is more, frankly, compatible with other sort of financial products?
Senator Warwick-Gragg, I think the way I'd characterise it is we've been, and both colours of government have supported the development of a thing called the integrated farm and land management methodology, which is supposed to be this sort of smorgasbord of you choose your own methodology from within an overarching methodology. That has as yet not been delivered 6 years after it's been agreed to. We need methodologies that work in the agricultural landscape rather than methodologies that just promote the establishment of environmental plannings in the agricultural landscape. There's a range of opportunities available to agriculture coming online, things like reducing methane emissions through feed additives or improved pastures, the opportunity to manage nitrogen volatilisation better. Sorry?
Is that not captured under the current ACCUs?
No.
Okay.
So there's just been a recent announcement that the beef herd methodology will be remade and it will add feed additives, but we have to do it.
That's right.
We've got to get there.
Announcing it.
Yes.
Okay. Then I just want to ask you one more, and then I've got to rotate. So, frankly, we have too many questions and not enough time. But I do want to ask you about what you said about restoring habitat and the like. I think that was your point 3. So you're talking here mainly around invasive species and those sort of things, or other things?
Yeah, predominantly. Thanks, Senator. So what we do really well is that we identify and declare war, if you like, on things like cats, feral cats. We come up with a management plan, and then we fail to invest. We fail to invest by not appropriately developing a nature repair methodology that will allow that capital to flow to managing those in the landscape. And we fail to invest in the actual eradication program. So we've got the strategies. There's just not enough money floating around, and there's public and private benefit from this. If you think about feral cats, if you look at the way Tern analyse threats to biodiversity now, it is invasive species that are the biggest single cause beyond our habitat. So we need to intervene. There are 25 million pigs running around. We don't know how many cats, but more than enough. And we need to take a serious approach to reducing those numbers for the benefit of agricultural productivity and for the benefit of biodiversity in the landscape.
I agree. Okay, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, and I don't have long, but thank you very much for your evidence. I just wanted to go to the loans that the government has actually announced around economic resilience program to help farmers, well, I would have thought, industry with fuel shortages. Can I just understand if primary producers are able to access the $1 billion concessional loans that the Prime Minister announced at the National Press Club when he said our government will extend credit to help them and the farmers and producers who rely on supply chains to weather the storm. Do you have a comment around farmers' access to support during this fuel crisis?
Senator, I'll take the question on notice in the detail.
Thank you.
But
no worries, that's fine. I have limited time.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. We also have seen Twiggy Forrest launch an advertising campaign with a nurse very concerned about her power bill going through the roof and blaming the fuel tax credit scheme for that increase. I would have thought it was 100% renewable policies and net zero. What is the NFF's view of fuel tax credit scheme and the role it plays in primary producers being able to keep harvesters and tractors going that aren't using public roads?
Senator, we've been resolute in the support for the current system for a long time, and we remain that way. For vehicles who don't use the roads, to not pay road taxes makes absolute sense and has been an underpinning for all industries that have off-road vehicles that remain off-road, agriculture being one of them. Our position remains unchanged.
Excellent. We have Woolworths with us later today. I'm interested in farmers and suppliers, primary producers' ability to pass on the cost of increased fuel, freight and fertiliser costs on the production of food. And I'd like you to just quickly talk us through the impact that is being felt right now through this crisis and You know, we've seen dairy saying prices are going to go up 20%, horticulture saying businesses are going out of business, grains deciding whether or not they will put seed in, whether they'll be able to harvest, given the extent of the crisis. Can you talk us through the impact and what are the big supermarkets offering primary producers through this crisis?
Yes, Senator, we're still, and most producers in Australia are still in the moment of shock. At the moment, given, put aside supply issues, which I'll come back to in a moment, the cost of fuel and fertiliser, two significant inputs into agriculture, are at a level where it's very hard to see how we can make money by growing food. So producers are faced with the decision short term, assuming they can get supply, of deciding whether to plant and lose money or whether not to plant and lose less money. But if they don't plant to lose less money, which for a family farm may be an important decision to make given obligations to the banks, etc., then you start to put food security at risk not far down the track. In the shorter term, with a shorter rotation, like vegetable growing, and in the more medium term for the broadacre, for example, on animal industries. So on cost, with the current cost of fuel and current cost of fertiliser, it is very hard to see how a skinny margin business that relies on those inputs so heavily can make any money. And in fact, it's very easy to see how they can lose money. So that is the short-term decision that producers have in front of them. It's a terrible decision to have to make. And in cases like the dairy industry, where you can't turn dairy cows on and off depending on the price of fuel, it's a very, very confronting position for them to be in. Supply appears settling in the short term, but the supply concerns remain real. So if you plant a crop now in the winter planting season, which is underway right now, and you don't have certainty of even supply for fertiliser, for the in-crop fertiliser, which you rely on for productivity, then that makes it worse.
What about the supermarkets? What's about the ability to pass these costs, input costs, on?
This is a really, really important conversation for us right now. If producers cannot make money producing food, then they have to have a release valve to enable them to do that. Otherwise, we will lose food security in the short term.
Are you saying they can't? Every other business, when costs go up, can just charge their customer more. Why can't a farmer do that?
Senator, that is an excellent question. And those are some of the conversations we're having right now. Producers who cannot pass on those cost increases will stop producing food because they have no other alternate. So those conversations, whether it be down the supply chain, whether it be passing on the costs to consumers or others in the supply chain, whether it be other sort of relief in terms of underwriting shipments, etc., all are elements of a critical conversation right now, short term.
Well, conversations are one thing. Have you contacted the Treasurer around the Code of Conduct that he implemented for supermarkets?
Yes, we have, Senator.
And what's he said?
We're in conversation.
That's not very comforting, Mr. Gruen.
Producers across Australia are feeling very uncomfortable right now.
Well, what's the NFF? You're having a conversation. That's quite frankly not good enough. If I was one of your members, I'd be pretty upset that that was your response. What are you doing to get the government to use their own code of conduct against the supermarkets to help your members?
Everything we possibly can. And some of those conversations are in confidence because we may get better results. Some of those conversations are in the public, and we continue to make those decisions day by day in the best interest of agriculture as best we know.
But Woolworths is treating your suppliers Woolworths and Coles are treating your suppliers well or not well?
It's mixed.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I think I'm going to Senator Grogan next.
Thank you, Chair. I might go to crop life now.
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry, there was quite a laugh there. I wasn't quite grasping what was going on. I think you were having a sidebar with Senator Mackenzie. Your submission notes that you've got 80% of broadacre cropping productivity gains since 1977 have come from technology. Can you give us a sense of the major pieces there and what you think's coming next?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. When we look at productivity in agriculture, and that's actually, we're citing some work that the Australian Bureau of Agricultural Resource Economics and Science have put together. But when we actually disaggregate agriculture, what we see is that we do have a two-speed economy with regards to productivity growth. And the areas where we're seeing great leaps forward in productivity growth have been in broadacre cropping. They are the industries that have been real rapid takers of the innovations of the plant science industry. So we particularly see techniques like no-till farming that have enabled us to harvest moisture, to be really efficient with what is a variable climate in Australia, and that's enabled us to grow our yield. But that all hangs on the fact that we are able to use no-till farming, which is relying upon chemical fallow. So it means that our farmers are able to control weeds by using both knockdowns and selective herbicides. And as I said, that's enabled us to grow that yield over the 20 years. And we have a look, the period from 2004 to 2024, we saw productivity growth in broadacre cropping at a rate of 2.2%, which is far and above the market rate, and in fact far above agriculture.
And so in terms of from where we stand now and the kind of innovations or developments, because it's not always the grand silver bullet that makes a difference. What are the challenges, particularly in a sort of regulatory or sort of things that government can influence sense, that you see that could either slow down or stop, or could actually open up the market, make it easier, make it swifter? That's a really good observation, Senator, because it ultimately is an investment game. Our members invest. They have deep supply chains of R&D. So it costs over, I think it's $450 million Australian to get a single pesticide product registered, and actually in the major markets, more to come into Australia, and they do that over 12 years. So they've actually got long, patient investment that needs returns. What we see in terms of that is that there's a real need to have a regulatory framework that's open to investment. And that doesn't mean that we need to take down our regulatory standards, but we need to use science and risk proportionate regulation to ensure that members have certainty when they come to Australia. And unfortunately, the point that you made there is when we look at the current status of on-time registration of new products by the Australian Pesticide and Veterinary Medicines Authority, it's lagging behind. And so for that series or that type of new product, we're seeing their on-time rate was at 37% in the last quarter. So when our members are looking, where should we invest to bring these products? Should we take them to South America or should we take them to Australia? They're looking at market size and they're also looking at that regulatory efficiency. So one of the main things that we do, and we've been talking to government around this, is there's an opportunity for the APMA to improve its management efficiency, to improve its on-time performance and create greater certainty to those to that investment. And the corollary of that is we've been talking to government about the opportunity to invest in the Australian Pesticide and Veterinary Medicines Authority, because it is the only pesticide regulator in the OECD which is fully funded by cost recovery. But yet it delivers large swathes of public good in terms of compliance. So we think that there's an opportunity for government, as it asks for more from a regulator, to actually fund more, and that will enable science-based regulation that is, again, on time, that it's efficient, that it's science-based, it's risk proportionate, that delivers farmers the tools that will actually grow that productivity. The beauty of once you grow productivity in agriculture is it not only creates export earnings, but it actually creates that supply of fresh fruit and vegetables that keeps the price affordable for families as well. So, there's a double-edged sword here. It actually helps our national exports, but also helps deal with that pain that people have in their pocket every time they go to the checkout. Okay. And any other sort of science-based, technology-based scenarios or initiatives that you're seeing?
Yeah, so I think the other two things in terms of improving the APA is probably the number one thing, but we also, in terms of our regulation of genetic technologies, we're seeing genetic technologies be a really important tool for farmers, particularly as we face climate change. As we're trying to manage pests, weeds and disease by having different plants, but also as we're trying to move into new products that consumers want and will need. So there's an opportunity to use both genetically modified crops, which we already have in Australia, but also new breeding technology. So using genomic editing, which is based on the Nobel-winning, prize-winning technology CRISPR, to actually speed up our plant breeding and to develop crops that could have been conventionally bred, but to do it in a fraction of the time. So in terms of where's our regulatory framework for that, we're 3,000 days behind in a reform process that started back in 2017. So the opportunity for government to get in and to reform that process rather rapidly, to provide the certainty that will provide our members with the opportunity to invest in Australia and actually support that plant breeding process. But there's also other benefits that will bring to Australia as well, because that regulation is one of the underpinning things that will help the bioeconomy approach in terms of biomanufacturing, but also in terms of medical biotechnology advances. So there's an opportunity for regulatory reform that, as I said, is well overdue to actually create that signal and put Australia in a position of leadership. The last thing that we would say is a great opportunity for Australia is, we need to change the conversation about Australia as a place to invest in. We think that intellectual property law is a great way that we could actually do that. Australia is a small marketplace. So for pesticides, we're somewhere between 1.5% and 3% of the global market, but we have really high costs of regulation. So this opportunity to create a patent credit would actually change the conversation around boardrooms around the world when people go, we've got a new product, should we bring it to Australia or should we take it to South America? They can actually go, Australia's actually hungry for this innovation. They've put up, they've got good, strong, risk-based, science-based regulation, and they understand that in terms of the market size that they're small, and they're trying to change that conversation. So we think across those things, speed up the APVMA, bring forward that reform process, and we're having good conversations with Assistant Minister White around bringing forward that reform and finally seeing it to fruition after that 3,000 days plus. But then change the conversation through using intellectual property laws that make Australia a place where the plant science industry globally want to invest.
Great. Thank you. Really appreciate that. That's very helpful. Thank you,
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Natarajan.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of quick questions. Over the last 2 decades in your submission, you've noted that productivity in the farming sector has declined. To what extent do you think that's due to climate variability or changes to global commodity prices? I mean, I know farmers are, of course, on the front line of climate impacts, and those have been intensifying over this period of time. So if you have a look at some of the work that we've cited in the graph that we've placed in that, like in our submission, what we can see is where Australian agriculture has accepted or has rapidly taken up new innovation, such as pesticides that help no-till farming, genetically modified crops. What we're actually seeing is that we're seeing productivity grow quite strongly. And as I said before, that period of 2004 to 2024, our broadacre cropping industries had productivity growth of 2.2%. So that is by far and away above not only agriculture, but it's actually well above the market economy growth rate. And so in terms of what we see, or hopefully to illustrate that, and the question is where we see technology being invested in, where we see technology being commercialised in Australia, and where we see it being adopted in the paddock, we're seeing productivity growth. For other industries, some of that growth and investment hasn't been available, which is why, to the point around Senator Grogan's question, having regulatory processes that make Australia an attractive destination for that investment is really important to the particularly agricultural productivity growth. So what you're saying, if I could just summarise, is that you think that some of the innovations that have been adopted by farmers, like GM crops and so on, and no-till farming, have gone to some extent to mitigate the impacts of climate variability. Yeah. Is that what you're
and there's some work
essentially saying?
There's some work that's been done by CSIRO by an academic called Zvi Hochman that actually notes that whilst there is an impact with regards to climate change, the technology growth and technology application, particularly in the broadacre cropping sector, has actually seen our productivity growth despite those headwinds.
Senator, if I could add, in the context of the climate change question, one of the features of agriculture is its capacity to adapt. So we have continued and will continue to adapt to climate change variability. So what we're seeing is perennial crops moving further south, recognising that there's a variability in the rainfall reliability across the country. So it's going to be on average, more rain in the north, less in the south. And back to a point that Mr Gearan made earlier about water, what we really need to see there is recognition that the variability in water availability needs to be equally applied through the system and avoid as much as possible just accumulating water that frankly can't be used for the environmental outcomes it's intended for, because the system is not designed to allow the water to get to where it needs to get. So there's some fine lines there that we continue to walk. Agriculture will continue to engage in this and continue to look for technological and practical solutions.
Okay, and just really quickly, because we're at time, is just a question of the ACCC supermarkets inquiry. The government has committed to acting on all those recommendations. Does the NFF consider this a meaningful step towards rebalancing market power in the supply chain? If you could elaborate, that would be helpful.
The comment I would make is that this is a dynamic conversation that needs to continue, and an external review is helpful to that ongoing change. Supply chains are constantly changing. They're not static. The inquiry is timely and the industry welcomes the inquiries and the external overview to these important areas.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Just before you go, I just want to come back to NFF about the ACCUs issue, because it's not entirely clear exactly to me what you want to happen in terms of the ACCU reform. I understand that you're saying there's certain things that aren't captured for the purposes of creating an ACCU, but is there a broader opportunity to do something with ACCUs to make it more compatible with other tradable instruments, for example?
So maybe I could answer it this way, Senator. It's not the ACCU that's the issue, it's the pathway to getting ACCUs. So if you think about agriculture, the burning platforms are enteric methane and nitrogen. The opportunity is for us to be able to reduce those and attract ACCUs for doing so. As we sit here today, we don't have current and valid methodologies that allow us to do that. They're now agreed to be developed. We've got to get on and develop them. But the other point I was making was that because agriculture is so multifaceted, we need a really robust IFLM that allows us to do energy, allows us to do manure management, allows us to do plantations if that works in the landscape. And as these other ones come on stream, plug them in. And the important point there is the efficiency of audit, because it costs a bomb to be involved in these things. So the more we can get audit efficiency and flexibility in what happens on a particular farm, the more that we're likely to see the uptake from the farm sector that's really hard to attract now.
So, is soil carbon currently in or out?
Yeah, soil carbon's in, and soil carbon's part of one of the only parts of the draft farm and land management methodology. I think it's an ongoing opportunity, and the problem with soil carbon at the moment is it's quite expensive to measure. There's technologies coming online that will allow us to do that more efficiently, but these are all pathways. That's why the Ag and Land Sector Plan recognises that we're not setting targets for agriculture. It's a hard-to-abate sector, and we need more investment in innovation, which we're seeing, and we need to continue to support that and get some outcomes on the ground.
Can I just have a really quick follow-up?
Yep.
Do you see a role for AI in that auditing process? Pigeons.
Sorry, I'm smiling because AI has two meanings: artificial insemination and artificial intelligence. Of course. So yes to the first. The second one probably, and I'm going to get into a rabbit hole here that I might not get out of, but the opportunity to use technology like drone technology, etc., for on-farm efficiency, for remote measuring, back to the carbon point, for remote measuring, say near-infrared technology for soil carbon measurement seems to be coming on stream. I think that's opportune, and let me go really out on a limb here. The opportunity to do that in a more labour efficient way, because labour is such a difficult thing to manage within the ag sector, is also something that we'd be keen to pursue.
To that, Senator, in terms of regulatory efficiency in our sector, that's something that we're encouraging the regulator to take up. and to adapt, because we can use high science, greater consistency, greater transparency through the use of rig tech options.
Because I think with the ACCU's auditing that there is some drone technology usage at the moment, but I might just put some more questions on notice so that I don't upset the Chair. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's all good. We just, unfortunately, we're a little bit compressed today, so we're all doing our best. So thank you to those three witnesses for being there. You go with our thanks, and we'd like to have your answers back by Thursday, 7 May, please. We need to move on to the next representatives, who are from the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Association of Australia and Waste Contractors and Recyclers Association of New South Wales. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Can you now please state your names and the capacity in which you appear?
Gail Sloan, CEO of the Waste Management Resource Recovery Association of Australia.
Okay.
And Brett Lemon, the Executive Director of the Waste Contractors and Recyclers Association of New South Wales and ACT.
Okay. We're going to take any opening statements you have on to be tabled. So, what are the big opportunities for productivity gains, but also conservation gains in your world?
I'll let you lead.
All right. Well, the big challenge is we're just not set up, and that carbon conversation before was really interesting, because when we think about the amount of waste that's produced in Australia, 74 million tonnes, and how much we circulate back, it's less than 5%. So that basically says 95% of material consumed in Australia, or the grade waste, is used once, not used again. So our argument is very strongly that material productivity is going to be key for productivity generally, that we need to set up the system in a way that allows greater circulation of materials, and one of those levers that we could and should be pulling in Australia that we don't do very well is carbon policy to incentivise the use of materials over and over. As we know, for example, if we recycle 1 tonne of metals, we save 3 tonnes of carbon dioxide. 1 tonne of paper is 2 tonnes of carbon dioxide, and on we could go. We just have not actually set up the sort of regulatory system at either a national level to incentivise the reuse of materials, and that's all the way from policy through to tax policy, nor have we looked at how we build on consistency across the states to reduce a lot of those green and red tape barriers. The last point was actually picked up in the recent Productivity Commission review about the inconsistencies across states.
So what are you recommending we do then?
I think we need to think long and hard and change the conversation around the use of materials. We shouldn't be calling our industry the waste industry. In light of the previous, we should be the resource industry. We should got to set up the system in order to circulate those materials. We haven't had any real legislation at a national level, and if you think that we are one economic market, if you look what happens in Europe, we actually have legislation at a national level. They're bringing in their Circular Economy Act at the EU level this week. We don't have a consistent approach to driving design to make sure that, for example, we don't put PFAS on the market to worry about it later, and we don't have generator responsibility or producer responsibility to make sure that the materials that are placed on market can be reused, recovered, recycled.
So let me just ask you about that. So where are the PFAS exposures currently happening in Australia?
It's a broad list there. I mean, you've got everything from cooking utensils right through to outdoor apparel, from waterproofing agents, non-stick agents. There are still, makeup, still chemicals coming online that contain PFAS. Batteries contain PFAS. It's a very broad area that they're all coming in. So whilst
so there's obviously a lot of regulatory arbitrage here. So depending on how I get exposed to PFAS, it may be disclosed or may not be disclosed, right?
Correct.
So the way that ICAMS now works, and we have brought in ICAPS, you could declare at the border it doesn't contain PFAS and that's sufficient, right? So then it will just go on the shelf. There's no product quality or standards. That's one of our great complaints, is that virgin products are not subject to the same rigour that recycled products are. So you would just literally have to say no PFAS and it would be accepted. We can't recover those products. Well, we can, but to certain levels, but it's very challenging for us. And then we have different regulations in the states around how much PFAS can be contained in products. A great example of that is compost. Just listening to the farmers before, we don't have any alignment across the states about what the appropriate level of PFAS in compost is, yet we take it, don't make it. So
I guess I'm wondering, it sounds like you're hoping that there'd be some sort of a national rule book or another national law to knock out a lot of the inconsistency. Is that right?
Well, one of the things that we're pushing for is the review of the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act to actually move towards a Circular Economy Act. That was a recommendation of the 2024 CMAG committee that Plibersec did, and that looked very closely at how we create circularity, everything from sustainable design through to reuse and repair, and actually change the targets from our current less than 5% circularity to doubling it by 2035. So we do need national consistency because a lot of these companies that are supplying onto market already work on those overseas, right? You can't have those chemicals. It's got to be recoverable. You've got to manage it through its life chain. And we don't have that consistency in Australia at all. It's confusing. And we become potentially the dumping ground for inferior products you can't get onto other markets.
So with your members, is your concern, they're concerned that they're effectively having to deal with an inefficient and expensive system? Or is it, is that your main regulatory concern?
Yeah, inefficient, confusing, and often, we regularly we don't want to pay for that, whereas we don't recognise the cost that already exists in a lot of these problematic materials that cannot be recovered, or the carbon benefits of actually recovering. We also need markets for the materials we take back. So because we actually don't understand or don't sort of value using recycled materials and therefore reducing the carbon benefits, we find it very hard to recover the products that we're collecting. So we haven't ever we don't close the loop well on a lot of materials in Australia, yet we allow a lot of it to continue to be placed on market.
So from an environmental perspective, what's the impact on the environment of Australia being, as you say in your words, a dumping ground for various products with various chemicals and the like in them?
Well, we create the challenge of having hazardous materials that are being landfilled or stockpiled, right? That if, for example, we had sustainable design obligations, and a classic one that's coming out is solar panels, that have a lot of critical minerals that could be put back into the productive economy if we had design regulations in place that could keep circulating rather than becoming stockpiles of materials that could potentially, either in landfill or above ground landfill, create other issues for land and water table, right? So we actually need to circulate these materials and build.
What are the main chemicals that you think are being dumped in Australia?
Dumped is a hard word. It's being brought onto market and as opposed to being avoided. There's a number of them. Like we're seeing a very slow process with ICAMs. It takes a very long time when you compare it to, say, the waste directives model that's in the EU that actually has banned a significant number of chemicals under Stockholm for many years, and also supports that with the CLP and REACH program, which actually has labelling on it. We don't have any labelling of products that says, for example, that this could contain PFAS to assist consumers not buying it.
Yeah, I agree. It seems strange to me that we don't have any disclosures on these things on a consistent basis.
Agreed.
What about with the with the PFAS disclosures that happen in some cases? Do you have examples of that arbitrage, like where you might be disclosed here, but you won't be disclosed there?
You'd have different approaches to the labelling depending on the product because there's no requirements. And an example of that is packaging at present, for example, compostable packaging. Some people might put on no additional PFAS as opposed and just accept there's a level of PFAS because there are no rules. So if you, and this is one of our challenges, we as an association at WAMO advocate that we should be looking a lot more to what the European Union and others are doing because a lot of the multinationals are domiciled and accepting their approach to the legislation with the CLP and REACH program in particular to say that you've got to label, you've got to have the standards and you've got to register if you're actually bringing that onto market. So we don't have a comprehensive...
Isn't the challenge in an Australian context as a federation that if you had a disclosure regime for certain hazardous chemicals, for example, on consumer products or even on wholesale style products, that every regime has its own system, if that makes sense, that every...
But importation is
cosmetics
managed...
are regulated by one system, whereas your, I don't know, your plastics for drink bottles are regulated by another system. Isn't that the problem?
Not quite, because as I understand it, importation is governed by federal government, so we can put those standards on.
Standards, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So importation is one thing, and then we've also got, you know, is it Section 109? So if the feds have actually moved into the space, they can cover the space. So there's a number of areas that they can do that consistent regulation, and one of those, for example, under the RAW Act, the RAW Act is being reviewed is stewardship, right? So there are powers for the for the feds, other one being taxation, and the rules that are governed around, say, mandatory stewardship and used oil. So we do it, we just don't do it very often.
Okay. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of sort of turning to this sort of productivity, economic value of waste or recycled products or resources, because I think you're right, because there is a characterisation problem, isn't there?
Yeah.
In terms of how we engage in the space, utilising language that goes in the right direction. But can you quantify that sort of economic value of what goes into landfill? You know, what actually doesn't get reclaimed and resourced?
Yeah,
you can go.
No, I keep doing all the talking, which is quite normal.
Fine.
Poor Brett,
Yeah,
I'm always
fine.
the one who keeps doing the talking.
To sort of quantify it, I mean, you're looking at, we use around about 1.2 billion tonnes of material annually. And if we were to just get to a 10% improvement, that's going to add around $20 to $30 billion to the economy and productivity.
So would you see that as kind of, landfill, or we have a lot of low-value export, I understand?
Yes, it's sort of a combo of everything. You've got stuff going to landfill that could have been recovered. Then there's also some downcycling products that are being, rather than recycled, downcycled into a lower value product, where if they were designed correctly at the front of house, we would have the ability to recycle them into the same value.
Like what kind of product?
Glass is an example of one. I mean, there's plenty. Have you got others you want to throw in there?
Yeah, we put
plastics.
About 22 million tonnes of material every year into landfill. That's a huge amount of material that's already been worked on.
I get the landfill piece. The lower value product...
Yep, some plastics are downcycled into soft plastics as an example.
Okay.
Some of those are downcycled or blended with other materials to then create other products, like shopping baskets, for example, at Coles and Woolies is one example of a product that's generally come from a downcycled process.
And are you saying that that's maybe not the best use?
A good example would be organics in textiles that's going in. So we're putting around 3-4 million tonnes of organics into landfill every year. That could have been, it's a very big number, and we have a national target of 50% reduction, may even be higher than that, so the total might be. That is food that we, based on previous conversation, that food that could have been not wasted through the supply chain, because we do see a lot of loss during the move from production to consumption and Woolies and, you know, all what we talked about before. So there's a phenomenal amount of waste there that's already had a lot of value added on it. And then there's, once it gets, if it's unavoidable waste, as opposed to consumers didn't need to buy it in the first place to waste it, because we should focus on avoidance too, that material could go into compost, for example. So there are products that we could make, and so we are trying to drive that out. A big challenge is textiles. We put about 8 to 900,000 tonnes, I think, every year of clothing and clothing-related material that is not great for the environment, is carbon producing, but also, if it's been designed well, shouldn't just be rags. It should be able to be reused and repaired and add a phenomenal amount of economic value. So there are large material streams such as that go into landfill that could be recovered.
Mm. And so what sort of specific measures would we use to do that? Policy levers, incentives? I mean, I think there's a lot of education required as well.
Yeah, there is. It starts all the way from what you buy, right? SDG Goal 12 is sustainable production and consumption. Like, we actually have to help people produce materials that shouldn't be wasted through the supply chain, but also buy things that can be reused, repaired, shared. We also have a lot of education and a lot of help required on, currently we're seeing with the fuel crisis, not only a fuel crisis but a supply chain crisis. And rather than importing plastic materials, we can make that in Australia. We just don't necessarily have all the levers in place, from the regulatory settings that enable us to make those products quickly, the market demand in a consistent way, because obviously virgin materials is more consistent than recycled materials in the sense of we do collect by aggregation and polymers. So we have huge opportunities to build onshore resilience and reduce from landfill if we start and set up those systems now to actually recover those, design correctly, purchase correctly and buy back.
Yeah, so I think one of the big government levers there is procurement policy. It's one of the biggest levers that governments at every level can pull to drive that, because that will drive demand, which will then drive innovation and investment into the sector. So that absolutely is one of the biggest levers that can be pulled.
Okay. Any other specifics that you think would make a fundamental difference?
Yeah,
we're trying to sort of take down from the
big into the small.
into the what are the tangible things that could make a difference, and trying to understand why we should do them and why we're not doing them.
So the OECD has a big emphasis on extended producer responsibility, and the reason they do that is because we know there's a cost through the life cycle. If you make the producer responsible at the beginning, the total cost is understood as part of the sales, it's not moving it on. The beauty of also doing the extended producer responsibility at scale is that it actually leads to both that innovation and that buyback and that closing of the loop, right? So if I'm making solar panels or I'm supplying solar panels, and we see a bit of it with container deposit schemes and beverage, we are actually saying we'll design it in such a way as we can reuse it later. So it actually closes the loop. So we have nowhere near enough on that. We don't have any national recycled content standards. So if we actually acknowledge that this recycled material is just something that's been used once, like we don't throw a mattress out every night we use it. We use it over and over. We just need to change that conversation, and we need to pull through and pull back by having genuinely enforceable recycled content standards in government procurement, but also in packaging design. Yeah, so there's a number of really tangible things to do that market demand and pull back and create those local jobs and reduce the carbon emissions.
Mm-hmm. And I think just to add to that, with the EPR schemes, it's really important that they become mandatory. There's quite a few volunteer schemes, but to really get them to be successful and get the drive that we need, mandatory is one that needs to happen.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. Just to follow on the extended producer responsibility discussion, I've had some testimony from an adjacent inquiry on microplastics, which has covered a lot of this stuff actually in a great deal of detail. And the one of the key learnings was that there were three steps that Europe has identified: collection, processing, and then the procurement. And even in Europe, this system is not working properly. And the main issue they identified was that procurement was not quite working. And the way I see it in Australia, I think it sounds good to have procurement content amounts that, but the Commonwealth is not the main procurer, it's the states. And so I guess my question is, a lot of this recycled product is often more expensive than virgin product, and states will preference often on cost. So how do you see us overcoming that kind of handbrake?
There's a few things in that. I think I just want to distinguish between recycled content in packaging, which is now being accelerated in Europe, which is part of, like we have 7 million tonnes of packaging that gets put on the shelf, and we're, at 13% recoverability of plastic packaging, for example, at the moment. Having recycled content in packaging does work well, and part of what's happening in Europe with the packaging and packaging waste regulation that's beginning now is, for example, banning PFAS in October this year. So that's a system set up that does work well. I absolutely understand the comment on the procurement. We need to have procurement at state and federal levels. Part of the reason it might appear more expensive is because of the economies of scale. We know that in Victoria, when they set up under Ecologic the Recycled First policy, where they mandated recycled procurement in the actual procurement of the C&D industry, the construction sector, we did see those costs come down because we can start to reach economies of scale, but we can't when it's one-off bespoke and we've got facilities sitting there just doing one order a month. So, it actually needs to be far more consistent in the orders and the way the supply chain works. The other final point I'd make is that we actually need to do life cycle assessment, not just simply what the cost on the shelf is. We actually need to also understand the carbon and the job calculator that comes with it, because the result of just having virgin materials all the time, we're recognising our sovereign resilience is very low when it comes to times like now. So it's that broader understanding of the system. We have a lot of plastic construction materials, recycled materials at the moment that are stockpiled, that have been funded under, for example, the Recycling Modernisation Fund, that are not being brought back at the moment. So we're working actually with New South Wales and Victoria in particular to try and connect those with construction, because it is different. Engineers tend to be very conservative. We've had to work through a lot of change with engineers to realise that it does work. We've had to change specifications. It is a lot of work, but it's absolutely a lot of worthwhile work to create those onshore jobs and build that resilience.
So right now we have a shortage of PVC pipes and, food packaging material, resin and so on and so forth. Could we use recycled plastic to make PVC piping?
Yes.
And would it be cost competitive? It be cost competitive?
We are currently doing that. We're not doing it as scale as much. PVC is a challenging material and not as widespread.
Say recycled plastic.
Yeah, we can, absolutely.
Know the difference between all of these, but, I would have thought a pipe's a pipe as long as it's got integrity.
Yes, we can, and we are, and we have a lot of funded facilities that are doing that. There's a fabulous report that's put out every year or every second year by the Commonwealth, Plastic Fates and Flows, that actually demonstrates how much remanufacturing capacity we have. Our ongoing challenge, and we heard it last week with the Beverages Council, was that they can't get supply. That's not correct. We have facilities all down the East Coast that make recycled PET that goes into Coca-Cola and others. It is slightly more expensive than overseas, but we have high energy, labour and property costs, so that's to be expected. But we do sell our materials at Australian prices here compared with overseas as well.
So I've been to one of those facilities. I've been to the PACT facility, the Asahi and Pepsi facility in Victoria, and you're right, the recycled plastic is more expensive, but these two major companies have committed to this plan, and it's fascinating. It's a temple of automation, basically. It's very interesting. So we could make PVC, we could make construction piping here in Australia?
Yes, we are.
So what is needed then to kind of scale this up?
Encourage and require the use of Australian recycled content is one of the things that we're absolutely pushing for, given the benefits it has. So we need those recycled content targets that are enforceable.
But I mean, if we've got a whole bunch of homes we have to build in this country, right? So how would we make this cost competitive for builders to use?
I think the economies of scale, I think the economies of scale will definitely tip in that favour. If you start to shift the policy levers to require recycled content across the board for those construction projects, you'll see the demand will increase, the investment will increase, and the economies of scale will bring the cost of those products to market down.
I feel like that's the theory, but the reality, I'm just concerned. I mean, you have no opposition for me. I would love that, right? That's the ideal. But we don't want, we don't want to make construction more expensive. It's already expensive. So we want to make it affordable.
We know that if we design properly, at first instance, for refit, refurbish rather than demolition, and we have to take it at a life cycle cost. We can't keep expecting that we can just pass the cost to the next person, put anything we want on the market and someone else to pick the cost up and then complain that it costs too much for us to sort the plastics, refine the plastics and turn it into a quality product. So we have to take a life cycle look at this because it is going to be more expensive to have Australian products in Australian energy costs and Australian leasing costs than it is to have imported Asian plastics. That's the reality. But we need to create Australian jobs and use these materials that we're disposing of. We have to set up that system.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we need to stop the flow of plastics. Senator Bragg talked about PFAS. PFAS is only one chemical of 16,000 in plastics. I've learned a lot from this microplastics inquiry, and it's truly frightening. My last question really relates to, there are so many different material streams you touched upon, but e-waste. E-waste is do you think that's a mature system in Australia? There are so many critical minerals in e-waste, much like solar panels. Do you feel that there's still a way to go there, or do you feel that that is a mature industry?
It's still very much a way to go there. And again, that highlights very clearly the lack of extended producer responsibility in Australia. It's become a collection scheme with very little end markets or opportunities. We have challenges around for example, bromides and heat retardants, fire retardants that are in those, which makes it very hard for the plastics to be recovered. So the absence of sustainable design rules, generator obligation, means that we're constantly asking our very passionate and clever industry to try and solve what are poor design problems with no end markets. So the answer would be no. The opportunity would be with the work that's being looked at by Minister Watt and Minister Sharp in New South Wales with the extended producer responsibility and product stewardship scheme for solar panels to set that up correctly, to include design obligations and take back for those panels, because we need to keep those critical minerals circulating, but we have a long way to go.
Okay, I might leave it there. I feel like this is the whole area that deserves its own attention. But the procurement side is something that I'm very interested in, how we can make these products, these recycled products, affordable so that they have a market and can compete against the virgin products. I think that's the kind of sweet spot we need to get at. But thank you very much.
That's right. I'd strongly recommend having a look at EcoLogic and what Victoria did in that project, because it does showcase how it can be done and work well.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We thank you very much for your time and evidence today, and we look forward to your responses to questions on notice if you've taken any by 7 May.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have one of the two of our next witnesses, so we might... we have them all. Okay, that's good. So I now welcome representatives from... Pardon?
No.
I now welcome representatives from the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation and Climate Works Centre. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your full names and capacity in which you appear.
Who first? Me first?
Yes, please.
Ken Henry, and I'm appearing as Chair of the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation.
Erwin Jackson, and I'm Head of Programs at Climate Works Centre at Monash University.
My name is Liam Walsh, System Lead for Food, Land and Oceans at Climate Works Centre.
Hello, Lyndon Snyders. I'm the Executive Director of the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation, and all alone in the room, apart from Senator Grogan.
Okay. That's good. So, look, we are going to take only opening statements as tabled today because we just want to get to questions. So, effectively, I'm going to start with the Climate and Biodiversity Foundation. So, what do you think, other than the EPBC, would be the big opportunity for Australia in terms of improving productivity but also maintaining conservation of our environment.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to appear, and I'm very sorry that we were so late in tabling our opening statement, but it does answer the question that you've asked. But what I would emphasise is this. Firstly, that there are two obvious policy instruments capable of providing price signals that deliver large land sector productivity benefits. The first is any and every initiative that delivers a higher price for Australian carbon credit units generally, but in particular, those initiatives that deliver a relatively low price for those ACCUs that restore natural capital. So that's the first thing. Further developments of the Australian carbon markets that preference interventions that restore natural capital. The second is the underwriting of marketable, and I stress the word marketable, biodiversity credits and similar instruments. And there is an opportunity that comes out of the reform of the EPBC Act that's quite tangible here, which is to have the restoration contributions holder underwrite the development of markets in biodiversity credits. So I would emphasise those two. Of course, there are other things that have come out of the EPBC reforms, and perhaps the most important, and it's also detailed in the table opening statement, is the development of regional plans or bioregional plans that allow government and the community generally to consider simultaneously environmental protection, environmental restoration, and developments that lift productivity in all sectors of the Australian economy.
Okay, so in terms of the ACCUs, we've heard today from the Farmers Federation that made the point that there are certain types of restoration and the like that isn't currently included in the ACCU system. So are you advocating a reform of the ACCU system which includes what's actually subject or what can be included as in an ACCU, as well as some of the broader issues around whether or not ACCUs can be treated for or could be more compatible with the sort of financial system, if you like?
Yeah. It's a good question, Chair. Yes, in short, it does appear to us that Australia meeting net zero by 2050 is not going to happen unless there is a substantial increase in the utilisation of land-based ACCUs. Just can't see how it can happen. And the reason I say that is that all of the modelling that's been done by officials to date underlines that in order for Australia to meet net zero by 2050, it is very likely that the Australian landscape is going to have to sequester, that is, draw out of the atmosphere about 2.5 times as much carbon each year as it presently does. That's a mammoth task, but it's also a massive opportunity, because if you think about how that could possibly be done, it can best be done by re-vegetating, restoring the natural condition of the Australian landscape to some extent, obviously only to some extent. And we've done a large amount of modelling, and I know our colleagues at ClimateWorks are capable also of doing this modelling with their Luto 2 model. We've done a large amount of modelling which gives us confidence that there's certainly enough of the Australian landscape to be revegetated with environmental plantings that provides enhanced incomes for farmers on average across Australia, more resilient incomes because this is a diversification of farm income, and yet nevertheless retains the ability of the Australian agricultural sector to continue to produce more agricultural product year after year after year. So we're very confident that that can be done, but it does require a very substantial upgrading of ACCU supply. And of course, that supply is not going to be forthcoming unless there's a price that makes it commercially attractive for landholders to use their land for environmental plantings to create carbon credits rather than to continue to have goats grazing on it. So that means that the demand for ACCUs also has to increase. And the likely source of increased demand for ACCUs is, of course, going to be the safeguard mechanism. And as you know, Chair, there's an imminent review of the safeguard mechanism coming up. But that review really has to generate a very substantial increase in the demand for ACCUs. And then the supply will be forthcoming, and we can get nature repair as a consequence and enhanced farm incomes.
And to riff on that a bit further, Chair, it's a beautiful moment when we can walk side by side with the NFF. Doesn't always happen, but I think we're on a pretty big unity ticket here. I think, what we've seen is an understandable but disproportionate focus in terms of the ACCU market on the demand side, insofar as understandably policymakers have wanted for a long time to keep the costs of acquiring ACCUs as low as possible to minimise the economic impact on polluters. And there's a bunch of understandable reasons for that. But what's been failed to be factored in has been the idea that ACCUs have to be supplied. We need a supply of ACCUs to meet whatever targets a future government or existing government wants. And to date, the price is simply too low. The price is so low, and that is inhibiting a whole bunch of opportunities, both for policymakers but also for the farm sector, for the reasons that Ken's outlined. We need the prices higher so that farmers really have the incentive to manage their properties, both to do the more traditional activities in terms of food and fibre production, what have you, but also to do the things that they want to do, which is to manage their land well. And we need higher ACCU prices to achieve that.
So, in terms of actually getting the demand, I would have thought that the demand for ACCUs will be driven by organisations and a market which is interested in having exposure to low carbon or positive carbon, if you like, products. So isn't the supply side the most important component here?
It's quite important. Ken's better placed than I, and probably also the Climate Works folks in terms of their backgrounds. But yeah, you would think so, right? The part of the problem too is the demand for compliance ACCUs, and that's the majority of the market, is coming only from one section of the economy, which is the industrial facilities that are covered by the safeguard mechanism, which represent, I think, something around 28% of the emissions that come from our domestic economy. As we reach for higher and higher targets, relying on just that section of the economy to create the demand, which therefore incentivises the supply, as you're saying, is going to become really tricky. This is why the safeguard review is so important. We want to see tangible benefits for landholders who carry a very big weight in terms of emissions reduction historically. We don't want to overcook, obviously, the people who are making the emissions, but we've probably got to have something better than what we've got right now, which is a singular reliance on 200-odd companies that are emitting more than 100,000 tonnes per year.
Okay, I want to ask you, before I hand over the call, just about the bioregional plans. So what mechanism should the Parliament consider enacting to give that sort of certainty about there are places you can go and there are places that you can't go?
Yeah. Are you happy for me to take that, Ken?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so look, in some respects, Senator Chair, the mechanisms are there. What we now need is the cooperation of all layers of government. So, as you'll recall, through the passage of the EPBC reforms in December last year, new strengthened provisions to support regional planning have been built into the EPBC Act, and so there's two types of regional plans that are proposed. One is a thing called a guidance plan, which is, not a statutory plan, but one that enables state and Commonwealth and local government to work with landholders and developers to, rather than look at each project approval or assessment and approval process site by site, to take it back to a larger landscape region and enable the ability to firstly identify the really important areas of high conservation value that should be protected, also to identify the areas where, you know, really light environmental assessments should be undertaken because the values of the land have been already recognised, and also this sort of happy medium place where you really want to start to prioritise restoration whilst having economic development underway. So that's the bioregional plan. The statutory plan is much more of a binding agreement between the states and the Commonwealth. They'll probably take longer just by the nature of sort of negotiations between different levels of government, which often take quite a long time. But so the tools are actually there. What we really need is the agreements to be in place between the two levels of government, between the Commonwealth and the states in particular, to set up a wave of regional planning processes. We need to make sure the funding's available. We need to make sure that the key stakeholders, particularly landholders and business, but also the local communities, are involved. So the instruments are actually sitting there. But what we need is the often impossible or at least difficult thing, which is the genuine cooperation by two levels of government in the pursuit of a national interest. So I don't know if we need more reform legislatively, but we need the commitment now, which is why the negotiations between the states and the Commonwealth regarding bilateral assessments and things like that are so important.
Okay, thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we didn't receive submissions from you guys, but I'm kind of au fait with where you're at. We did get your opening statement, but I haven't had a chance to give it a good read. So I'm just going to throw you like a pretty big, open kind of vibe question, really. In what way do you see the net zero transition being productivity enhancing?
Mr.
What are the
Productivity,
opportunities?
do you want to have a crack? Would you let me?
You can all take turns.
Yeah, you go first. Yep.
Well, look, I will defer to Ken in a sec because there's no one more credible to talk about productivity than Dr. Henry. So there's a few ways to think about productivity, and I'll let Ken talk about that. It's kind of covered in our opening statement. How it enhances productivity is essentially it will provide a range of new commodity values for landholders. You know, like most of the country, most of our continent is managed under forms of extensive agriculture, particularly, you know, grazing. We obviously have substantial cropping areas as well, but most of the countryside is presently managed for grazing of various livestock, whether it be, you know, sheep, cattle, goats, camels, all these various things that are wandering around the landscape. The costs of managing that land, which is also carbon rich and biodiversity rich and also productive, the costs of managing the land under present settings is extraordinarily prohibitive. It's very difficult for most landholders to imagine being able to try to sort of operate through the cycles of drought and flood and changing climate and managing ferals and, you know, doing all the things they have to do, putting in place the farm infrastructure, all those things, by simply relying on commodity prices. You know, it's just too difficult. One of the great opportunities that come from pursuing ambitious climate policies is not only do we make our contribution in trying to avert the worst of what's coming down the line with a warming climate, but we also have a way of incentivising climate-friendly and biodiversity-friendly activities. You know, and the best biodiversity and climate-friendly activities we could be doing now is getting more trees and getting more vegetation back into the ground. You know, from a purely agricultural science perspective, having more shade, having more trees in the landscape, holding the water in the landscape, all have tangible benefits, massive benefits. But when they're also storing carbon and building out the carbon stocks and building a sink of size and scale, it provides enormous opportunities. And if they can be lined up also with biodiversity objectives, that's incredible. So, what has net zero and what are climate policies in general done since, the early 2010s? They've created a commodity around a thing called carbon storage. And with the evolution of the nature repair market, which has been underway over the last, at a voluntary level for the last decade, but particularly through changes by the Australian Parliament for the last 2 or 3 years, we are also getting to a point where there will be a commodity value, a valuable commodity value attributed to protecting and restoring nature. These are enormously important at a productivity level because they're diversifying opportunities for farmers. They're delivering us a whole bunch of benefits in terms of emissions reduction and biodiversity protection, and they're enabling farmers not to have to run their country so hard.
Okay.
I might add, Senator, if we have time, and just stepping back as an economist and making the observation that whilst productivity seems like a rather complicated concept, it can be made very, very, very simple. When we're talking about productivity as economists, all we're talking about is making the best use of the time of the Australian labour force. That's all we're talking about. Because productivity, the way economists measure it, is simply output per unit of labour input. Now, and the reason why that is a sensible construct is because output per unit of labour input is obviously what underpins the ability of the workforce to enjoy any particular level of real wages. More output per unit of labour input simply means that there's the capacity for increases in real wages and therefore the living standards of Australian workers. So it makes perfectly good economic sense to think of it in those terms. When you think about the connection between productivity and the natural environment, there are 3 things that stand out. I mean, there are many things we could talk about, but 3 things stand out. Firstly, business investment, which comes up in every discussion and it should come up in every discussion of productivity. We know that business investment decisions can be negatively impacted by poorly designed environmental interventions. Every business in Australia can tell you that. They can also be improved by well-designed environmental policies, and that's a large part of what we've been talking about so far today. The second, which every business in Australia can also talk to you about, is that workers' time tied up not in producing output, but rather tied up in regulatory compliance. That's obviously also a drain on productivity. And that includes, obviously, environmental regulation that's uncertain or that's duplicative. And there is no better tool available to the Australian Parliament right now than regional plans in trying to address uncertain environmental regulation and duplicative environmental regulation. But the third, and the one that is often neglected, is that in thinking about output that can be produced per unit of labour input, nothing is more fundamental than the state of nature. And that's because the state of natural capital, the condition of natural capital, provides a foundation for everything else that humans do on this planet, including what they produce. I mean, the more degraded the natural environment, the more labour that must be used to sustain any particular output. But more worrying than that, more concerning than that, is that at some level of environmental degradation, no amount of labour input is capable of compensating. Put it another way, and this is, I guess, how it's typically been framed environmentally, but this is also an economic statement. Environmental constraints are immutable. If we breach too many of them, all production ceases, right? So it's kind of fundamental to underpinning the productive capacity of the nation. And we have not to date, as economists or as economic policy people, as governments in economic policy areas, we have not been good enough so far in developing programs and policies that ensure that natural capital becomes a driver of productivity rather than an accelerating drag on it.
Thank you. I might go to Climate Works now, but from an energy perspective, the clean energy transition, and what's the productivity impact there?
Thanks, Senator. I'll give a couple of examples. One is around, if you think about the places in which we work and live, so our buildings, if they're efficient, if they're resilient to the changing climate, and if we consider the health consequences of how we build those buildings, we'll have more productive workers, we'll have more efficient homes, and we'll have more comfortable homes, which improves productivity, and that's just a simple example. Another would be around thinking about transport policy. At the moment, congestion, for example, is a significant drag on the economy and on productivity, and how we design our transport policy can materially impact productivity within how we get to work. Are we spending massive amounts of time on the road waiting to get to work? And that's a problem not just for internal combustion engines, because if we design transport policy right, we'll be doing exactly the same thing in EVs. So what we're sort of looking at, how we think about it, is that you need to think about productivity, climate, health, and all of these things in the one bucket. Because if we don't do that, we're not going to maximise the benefits that will come from climate action, because climate action not only reduces emissions, it can deliver very substantial health, economic and community benefits at the same time. And going a bit to what Ken said, we're not really doing that at the moment. If I think of a report that was commissioned by the Australian Prudential Regulator last year looking at the impact of climate change on the economy, it basically pointed out that productivity of the economy declines quite substantially because we're spending all of our productive time rebuilding as opposed to building new productive infrastructure, which has substantial impact on the economy. It drives up inflation. It causes the bank to raise interest rates. And at the moment, we're not having that conversation how we manage these two things together, and we need to. And I think that also goes to the point that sort of Ken and Linda were raising about how we think about our landscapes. Like, regional planning is absolutely essential, but what happens in one region is impacted by what happens in another region. So the modelling that we've done shows that, yes, you can get to net zero. Yes, you can meet Australia's nature goals. Yes, you can have a productive food system. But how you do that really, really matters. You could have a whole bunch of monoculture plantations in central New South Wales versus a diverse range of environmental plantings spread all over the country. And that will be a policy choice. And unless we think about how all those things interact at a national level and how those regional plans will play out and interact with the national system, there's a real risk that we'll get them wrong. Okay,
I will have more questions on notice, but I'll hand back to the Chair. Thank you.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Henry, just want to draw you out a little bit on the measurement of productivity in complex systems. Yesterday, we heard from RBA, Treasury and PC, and I tried to draw that around healthcare and why and how the limitations of measurement of productivity in the care economy, just really undersell the gains that have happened in healthcare, for example. But with respect to the environment, when there are so many complex factors feeding in, water, pollination, soil fertility, carbon sequestration, and so on, so many more, right? Biodiversity, full stop. How is this richness captured in any framework? And if there isn't a framework, what needs to be done to create that framework in terms of research?
Oh, in terms of research? Well, I thought where you were heading was what needs to be created in terms of markets. The research in the absence of market provision data is going to be quite hampered. And I think that's been a big problem to date, right? We don't have markets for the evaluation of these services. Whereas, of course, and this is a big problem in the care economy, right? Because it's not that we don't have markets, it's just that the markets are operating under constraints that deny the revelation of the full human value of the services that are being provided, right? That's the problem there. In the case of the environmental issues that you've listed, the bigger problem is that we have no markets at all. That there just are no price signals. There's no. There's not even any. Or there have been some attempts to quantify, to try to figure out what's happening to the state of natural capital in various places. And, I'm on the board of another organisation, Accounting for Nature, that's, along with the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists, been working on this quantification issue for 15 years now. And we've made huge progress. But that's dealing with the sorts of measurement techniques that you would need to have at your disposal in order to measure what's just happening to the state of nature. But that's only the first step. Once you know that, then you've got something that you can actually submit to markets, provided those markets exist. And at the moment, those markets do not exist. Now, as I was saying, I think right now we have the opportunity to start developing those markets. One, through the Australian carbon credit units or the carbon offsets. That provides an enormous opportunity. And as my colleague Erwin from Climate Works has said, you've got to be very careful there that you're not providing an incentive that you're not incentivising the development of a market in vegetation that does not improve environmental conditions. So it's very important that we have something that prioritises, provides more market incentive for biodiverse plantings than for monocultural exotic species, for example. That's so there's but there is a big opportunity there. And then the second is that, which I also referred to earlier, in the EPBC reforms, there is a role to be played, and it's a new office of the restoration contributions holder, who will have the ability over time to be able to underwrite the development of markets in biodiversity credits, providing higher value, more incentive for biodiverse plantings for the restoration of nature, rather than, again, for those monocultural plantings. So I think there are opportunities there, but we have to make these investments before we can have the rather important conversation that you've referred to, right, and actually get to the nuts and bolts of what it is that's improving conditions for humans generally on this planet. We have very poor metrics for answering that question right now.
But I feel like our conventional ways of measuring productivity are, I get it, it's blunt and it's kind of easy, but it also denies all that other multimodal stuff. This is correct.
This is correct. And, the standard measure of national productivity is simply real gross domestic product divided by the total number of hours worked in Australia. That's all it is. That is all it is. Now, we're pretty good at measuring hours of work. That's not hard to measure, right? We're pretty good at measuring real gross domestic product. But real gross domestic product is full of holes. It was never designed to provide an indicator of human welfare, for example. Never designed that way. And the economists who were involved in the development of the system of national accounts through the work of the United Nations in the post-World War II era, they all cautioned against gross domestic product being used as a measure of human welfare. All of them cautioned against it. And yet, today, here we are, 70 years later, 80 years later, and it is still the most commonly used metric of human welfare and the most commonly used metric for evaluating the living standards of one against another state, another nation. And it's just a nonsense, right? We have not spent enough time, we've not invested enough in the development of broader metrics. Now, recently, well, not that recently, like it's well over a decade ago, maybe it's 2 decades ago, the United Nations Working Group on the System of National Accounts established a program of work on environmental accounting.
Right.
It was actually led by Australia, believe it or not. It was led by Australia. The Deputy Australian Statistician at the time, he chaired that program of work. I was talking to him, others were talking, the Wentworth Group of Concerned Scientists were talking to him at the time. When the United Nations accepted that the outcome of that program of work, we celebrated. We thought game over 15 years ago, something like that. I don't know. And we still have not produced in Australia, even though we're the leaders of this work, we're still not produced in Australia a national environmental account. Now, here's the good news. The good news is that one of the outcomes of the EPBC reforms late last year is that Environment Information Australia has now been charged, formally been charged with developing Australia's first set of national environmental accounts. Should be out next year or the year after.
Amazing.
That is very substantial progress. We should celebrate that.
That is progress indeed. One other question, if I may, just on ACCUs. I met a company recently, I won't name it, but it, it does cool burning to prevent hot burning. And it has, a big land holding. And then I subsequently find out that it's owned by a fossil fuel major. So I guess what I started to wonder about is, are these majors just buying up land in order to offset, or are they actually taking steps to reduce their on-site emissions? I mean, we have some data now from the last report saying that there has been some reduction in on-site emissions, but, are they just buying up land to offset? And what kind of safeguard, well, no, I shouldn't use that word again, but what kind of controls, what do we need to know here in terms of transparency? What does the Australian people need to know in terms of transparency?
Yeah, the Australian people need more transparency. There's no doubt about that. So the Australian people need to be informed. Firstly, what's happening to gross emissions? Secondly, what is the reliance on offsets? And therefore, and the third component is just the difference between the two, what's happening to net emissions of each of those majors. Australian public should know that. It should be transparently reported. That's first point. Second point, though, and it goes back to the discussion we were having earlier, if we want to encourage those major emitters to achieve more abatement at source, bigger reduction in gross emissions, less reliance on ACCUs, we need a higher price of ACCUs. They respect relative prices. It's as simple as that. And if we continue to allow them to purchase low-cost ACCUs in order to offset their gross emissions, that's what they're going to do. And, it would be rather odd of us to say, oh, well, we provide you with these low-cost ACCUs, but we don't want you to use them. If we don't want people to use them, we should ensure that we've got policies that deliver higher quality ACCUs, higher cost ACCUs, higher priced. And the beautiful thing about that is the money from those ACCUs goes to the landholders. It provides them with the commercial incentive to restore nature on their properties.
Can I just add one other thing, Senator?
Yes, please.
Just in terms of the environmental markets, and the Chair asked the question at the outset around, what else has to be done around things like regional planning and what have you, and, what's the role of the Australian Parliament. Thinking about environmental markets, as Ken's outlined, we've got a carbon market, which is largely compliance-led, that's being driven largely by the safeguard mechanism. We've got a biodiversity market that's being established, but is probably not a real market at this point. But we also have an existing and quite well-developed thing called the water market, which has been in place for a number of years, a consequence of national competition policy led by our friend over there and his farm, but then was manifest in the Murray-Darling Basin plan. We have a very interesting opportunity in front of us, thinking about these issues around diversification, the realisation of environmental markets, the storage of carbon and the protection of and restoration of nature at the scale required through the review that's presently underway into the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. You know, the Basin Plan has a very sophisticated water market. The Commonwealth Government is a very substantial holder of water. Most, not all, but most of the carbon projects in Australia are actually taking place inside the Basin Plan, and most of our most threatened ecosystems are also inside the Basin Plan. Now, if one wanted to think about the best way to bring together some of these opportunities to benefit landholders, benefit the climate, use the existing markets and operationalise the emerging markets, you could do worse than think about how the Basin Plan can expand its remit from simply trying to manage a fight between irrigators and the environment, and think about it much more holistically. It's a very big and diverse system. It's the centrepiece of Australian agriculture. It's sick as a dog and it badly needs some help. And, you know, I wouldn't suggest the MDB be considered to be a regional plan. It's a very big regional plan, but there's 23 subcatchments sitting in the basin where I suspect into the future the majority of our carbon projects, the majority of our biodiversity projects, and if done properly, a operating water market could really change this country for the better. There is a lot of expertise out there. They need the money. And if we can line up these markets to work the way they should, we could do something truly amazing.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I just have two questions before you all depart. The first one is just to do with the ACCUs again. So what exactly would be the role for the private economy, like financial markets, and what would be the role for government in making this a more viable system?
Sorry. Where would it go?
Well, there's a whole bunch of design issues that are coming up within the safeguard mechanism, which will determine that. And I think the core feature of it will be are we actually delivering real abatement on site, or are we delivering just the offsets? And Ken's right, it will require the price of ACCUs to go up. Right. So if we are going to do that, to achieve both of those things, then we are going to need to see the price go up. I think in terms of my observation would be that, you know, at the end of the day, the private sector that I've worked with institutional investors for a long time, you know, they don't invest in companies that don't have customers. So you need really to have that, both the demand but also the supply. So I think one of the things we need to be thinking strategically about now is if we are going to achieve our nature objectives, if we are going to achieve our food production objectives, if we are going to achieve our climate objectives, then we also need to start planning proactively to avoid some of the problems we've had with the renewable energy rollout, particularly around skills, training, having the seed banks there, and ensuring that we actually have good quality jobs in those industries in regional Australia. So we've got to look at, as I said in my first remarks, we've got to think about this as a holistic. And I think that's hard because with policymakers, companies, we all get distracted by what's happening in the world around it. But we do need to start joining the dots together and bringing how we think about nature and climate together as opposed to having them in separate silos.
I would just add one, so I agree with all of that, obviously, but I would add one thing, Chair. And I remember having this conversation with Australian Prime Ministers more than 20 years ago, so you know what I'm talking about. I think it's very helpful to do what you can to provide business with an indication of not just the current price, but future price trajectory of tradable instruments. Now, back then we were talking about emissions trading permits, but you can think about ACCUs in the same way. So if we can establish markets that facilitate trading in ACCUs with a time signature on those ACCUs, we can develop a forward price curve for ACCUs, which will do a hell of a lot to provide greater uncertainty for investment decision makers. It's very important. So I would encourage the Parliament to think about what it can do in that area to facilitate trading in ACCUs and forward trading in ACCUs.
Well, we will definitely do that. Just lastly, in the 2 minutes remaining, I just want to ask another question about offsets. So I think earlier this week I was walking around a site on the south coast of New South Wales, which is subject to the 5 times rule. I think they have to plant 5 times as many trees as they were proposing to remove to build some houses. I just wondered briefly, what is your view on that sort of rule? Is that the right way for us to keep going?
I'm not familiar with the specific rule, Senator, but I think this goes to one of the points we made earlier around our landscapes are being impacted by everything as we move to net zero, whether it be carbon sequestration, renewables, biofuels, critical minerals mining, the impacts of climate change itself and how we adapt to it by housing developments. And we currently have a very fragmented system of thinking about how we plan for and manage our landscapes. We have some good experience in the energy system where we've managed over the years to build what's called the Integrated System Plan for Energy, which brings stakeholders together, builds consensus, builds a sort of a national forward look of the direction of travel. And I think where we're heading in our thinking is we need something similar for our landscapes, where we can actually, because there's trade-offs involved, where we can't ignore that, like how we think about agriculture in the future will have to change because the climate is changing. Our farmers are incredibly adaptable and they've shown they can do that through time, but we can't, the change is coming, so we need to be proactive in managing it. And that's what we're not currently doing at a state, federal or local level, and there's a huge opportunity to do that. And I think from our engagement with stakeholders, a lot of goodwill and an understanding of that we actually need to think about this in a more holistic way.
Yeah, and look, I think one of the things that's a real challenge is, again, the Federation is not our friend in that offset arrangements are being determined by local governments, by state governments and by the federal government. They're all seeking to protect or deal with something, and often something different, without being a broken record. This is one of the benefits of regional plans. If we can basically look at a regional plan as the place where not just community and developers interact, but also where governments create one rule, one set of rules, where the Commonwealth Government fulfils its responsibilities, the states fulfil it, and local government has a seat at the table, then, boy oh boy, the productivity benefits of having one set of rules and certainty would be quite remarkable. You know, the Federation is not our friend when we talk about productivity, and the Federation to date has not been our friend when we talk about better environmental protection.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and evidence today. We ask that you provide any questions or notice back by the 7th of May, and we now break until 1:15. Committee is suspended. Thank you. Okay, see with the broadcasting, you're good to go, okay? Well, committee will resume. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions they are asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be made. A copy is available. I understand that information on privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Please state your names and capacity in which you appear.
James White, Acting Head of Division Electricity, Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water.
Declan O'Connor-Cox, Branch Head of the EPBC Regulatory Support Branch in Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
Blaine Wentworth, Acting Branch Head in the Environment Law Reform Task Force in the Department.
Jennifer Kay, Acting Head of Division, Environment Law Reform Task Force in DQ.
Kathleen Petroni, Acting Branch Head in Environment Law Reform Task Force.
Dom English, Head of Division for the Analysis, Insights and Strategy Division at Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
And appearing online, Darren Miller, the CEO of ARENA.
Also appearing online, Paula Savakis, Head of Division, Environmental Regulation into Q.
Okay. I'm going to start with some questions for the department. When will all the new standards under the EPBC be released publicly for consultation?
Thanks, Senator. So we're working on releasing the standards very shortly. So as you'd be aware, we've done an initial public consultation on the national environmental standards for the matters of national environmental significance and the environmental offset standard. We're expecting that updated versions of those standards will be released in the coming weeks, along with standards for data and information and community engagement.
So when do you think they'll actually be made?
So the Minister's been publicly stating that he'd like them to be made by 1 July this year, so that it can give states and territories certainty for bilateral agreements as we're entering into negotiations.
Because it's already 6 months after the legislation has passed, so how much longer do you think it will take?
So, Senator, that's the timeframe we're working for, to have them made before the end of this financial year.
How are you going with your bilaterals? How many have you completed so far?
So I'll start and I'll hand to my colleague, Ms Farkas, who's online. So we're having active discussions with states and territories on the bilateral agreements across the board. The Minister met with his Environment Minister counterparts on the 27th of March, and they recommitted to negotiations and noted the importance of the bilateral agreements as part of achieving the benefits of the reforms. So we've been working really closely with states and territories on a multilateral and a bilateral basis to start progressing discussions.
How many have you done so far?
I might ask my colleague just to talk about the current state of the bilateral agreements.
So, Senator, I think what you're referring to is how many have we renewed based on the regulatory changes that came into effect with the EPBC Act. I just want to clarify that. So we have commenced discussions with jurisdictions to start that process, but there's a few rate limiting factors in order for us to be able to progress them to a large extent, and that is, as you've just described, the standards. So what's important under the bilateral arrangements is that it's effectively an accreditation for the jurisdiction to undertake the actions on behalf of the Commonwealth. In order for us to be able to do that, then we need the standards in order to be able to confirm that the state's regulatory practice is in accordance with, gives us the outcomes that the EPBC Act provides for. So there's a few steps along the way in order for us to finalise or to progress the finalisation of renewed bilateral arrangements with jurisdictions.
Yeah, so none so far. So what about, what's the cost of complying with the new EPBC versus the old EPBC?
So, Senator, we're expecting the impact analysis that we published ahead of the legislation gives a range of economy-wide savings of between $0.5 and $7 billion. And that's largely due to the improvements through the streamlined pathway. So one of the things that we find proponents tell us often, and that I'm sure you've heard today as well, is that it's the back and forth in the system in terms of how they comply that is slowing things down. So one of the things that we are doing through the reforms is introducing a streamlined pathway, which means that if proponents provide us all the information that we require upfront, that they get a fast track through the system. And as part of that, we are going through the process. Like, the standards are a really important part of that, making sure it's really clear for proponents what they need to do right at the very beginning of the process. But there's a number of other things in the reforms that are helping to provide greater clarity.
So you think it will save up to $7 billion?
That's the estimate that we've published.
Okay, and but you didn't know what the regulations were then, so how have you done that analysis?
So that was the analysis that we did on the legislation that was introduced into Parliament. So this was from September last year.
There's not much in the legislation. Most of it's in the regs.
Sorry, Senator, I didn't...
Well, it couldn't have been a very thorough analysis because the regulations have a lot of principal detail in them.
So, Senator, the regulations follow the settings that are in the legislation. So what we're going through at the moment is updating all the regulations to match the updated settings and give more detail as to the overarching settings and frameworks that we set out in the legislation. But
effectively, I mean, the legislation gives the minister, I would say, godlike powers to make all sorts of different judgments, effectively making the law. And so your compliance assessment and tabulation probably couldn't be seen to be a final analysis of the compliance costs because you don't know what the law is yet.
I think we've published our analysis as we were required to according to the Office of Impact Analysis.
Are you going to do the same analysis on the regs?
So, Senator, I think the intention is that we'll do the same analysis on the standards as is the process.
Right. So you will look at the compliance cost of each of the regulations.
I think I'm just going to ask my colleague to talk a bit more to the process, if that's okay.
Yeah. So what we have.
I'm not asking the process question. I'm asking, are you going to cost the compliance burden on industry as a result of the government making new regulations under the EPBC Act?
So what we've, Senator, what we've said in the impact analysis that was published with the legislation was that we'll look at the impacts of the standards when they're made and to better understand in those with the specifics of the standards, as you say, that will have an influence on the impact. So we'll be looking at updating that impact analysis.
When you get the regs made or before they're made?
We would usually do that, finalise that analysis alongside making the standards when we have clarity about what will be in them.
And you don't know yet?
Don't know what, Senator?
You don't know what's going to be in the regs. The minister hasn't made the regs, so you don't know what's going to be in them.
So I think, Senator, as I said, the regulations follow from the settings that are in the legislation. So the legislation sets out a number of frameworks and that need to be enlivened through regulations.
I'm talking about the regulations. You know that. I'm talking about the draft regulations. Some of them are draft, some of them don't exist yet. And my question is, will you be conducting the further compliance cost analysis when the regulations are made, before or after?
I suppose, I know you said you're not asking about process, but from a process perspective, we would need to start that analysis alongside the finalisation of the regulations in order to have it ready when the regulations are made. Is that...
Okay. And do you know what's going to be in the final regulations yet?
So, Senator, I think I might talk you through how we're preparing the regulations. So, as I said, there's a number of things in the changes to the legislative settings which need to be finalised in regulations. What we're going through the process of doing is making and drafting all of those regulations now and consulting on some of the policy settings that go into those. Yeah. So some of them will be made in advance of the national EPA being stood up on the 1st of July this year, so that all of the settings that the EPA needs to do its business will be made in regulations, as well as a number of the things, including the standards that we need to enliven accreditation. The legislation was, all of the settings need to be given effect on or before 1 December this year, which is 12 months after royal assent of the EPBC Act. And so the remaining regulations, which are some of the more complex policy settings and some of the things that proponents need more time to adjust their behaviour to meet, they'll be made ahead of that date.
Are you going to monitor the ongoing costs, like in an audit sense, of compliance, or is it just a once-off compliance costs?
When you say cost of compliance, do you mean cost of compliance to the EPBC Act?
And the ongoing costs. And the ongoing costs, yeah.
So I think, Senator, that might be one I need to take on notice. There's a number of parts to the EPBC Act and a number of points at which proponents will need to comply, both pre and post approval. So it's something we can give you a more detailed explanation of on notice.
Okay. Well, let's try some simple questions now. How many houses are currently stuck before your EPBC quagmire?
I'm going to hand to my colleague online to start there.
Thank you. So we currently have 92 projects on the as at the 21st of April that are in the system, either waiting approval decision, waiting referral decision, under assessment with the department or under assessment with the proponent, and that equals about 95,133 homes.
95,000 houses. And how many of those have come in after November last year when the legislation passed?
So I can give you the numbers since August 2025. So we've had 25 new referrals for projects since August 2025.
How many houses?
I actually don't have the houses. I've only got the project numbers for that 25. I can take that on notice.
Okay, but you've got almost 100,000 houses up in your system there, is that right?
95,133, that's correct. Currently in the EPBC system as of the 21st of April.
Okay, and you've cleared out 17,000, is that right?
As of the 21st of April, we've delivered 20,000 homes across 28 projects.
You've approved?
Correct.
Okay. So was it 115,000 before?
Before when? Sorry, Senator.
What's the time period in which you've cleared 20,000?
Okay, so the 20,000 homes have been since 24th of August 2025. That's when we established the housing strike team to help fast track and push through, give an effort to making sure that we're getting the housing projects through the system. So we set up the strike team on the 4th of August 2025 with an ambition to clear 26,000 homes by the 30th of June. And as at the 21st of April, 20,000 homes across 28 projects have been given the green light as a result of the strike team's efforts.
And you've got 95,000 left.
That's right.
So can you provide on notice some more information about, how long some of those applications have been in for, maybe a state-by-state breakdown, just a bit more information, because it's very hard to get information on these things. So I appreciate you coming prepared with some good data today. It's much appreciated. For example, do you know whether any of these have been waiting for many years, or?
I can't give you the extremes. What I can say, Senator, is that 34 of the 84 housing projects that have been completed since May 2022, so this is a longer time frame than what we've just discussed. Those ones managed environmental impacts to a level that was below significant, and they were allowed to proceed in as little as 4 to 6 weeks as not controlled actions. So, so this is a really good example of where projects are designed not to have significant impacts and avoid EPBC requirements. Then they can get through the system really quickly. The housing team recently assessed and approved a housing project in 62 business days. So we are moving through them as quickly as we can. And we are seeing some really good results. Also, I might, if you will, Senator, some of the benefits of the EPBC reform for housing assessments will include the new streamlined assessment pathway when that becomes available. And that will provide us the opportunity to give us a statutory timeframe of 50 business days. So there are more reforms and opportunities for housing developments to go through the system quickly that are coming through the system now.
So what's the average timetable taken to get a house approval through the EPBC?
I'm sorry, Senator, I will have to take that on notice, but I might just make a point that I have
a lot of questions to get through, so if you don't know, I just want to say that less than 5% of housing needs to be assessed under the EPBC Act. That.
So it's quite a small number of houses.
You've got 100,000 houses there that Canberra is having to approve in some form when, really the national government wasn't supposed to have planning controls, and you're sitting on 100,000 there. So it's still a lot of houses, given we're in a housing crisis. So you take that on notice. What about in terms of resource exploration and the like? How many energy developments do you currently have ensnarled in EPBC?
So energy writ large, Senator, or
anything to do with energy?
Or renewables?
Renewable, that is energy. It could be renewables, could be fossil fuels, whatever.
Yep. So for renewable, national renewable energy priorities, I can touch on that.
I just want to know how many you've got, fossil fuels, renewables, whatever, all of them.
Sure. So just let me find the right number for you. I don't know whether, Declan, you've got the number. I've got approvals, but not necessarily what we've got in the system.
No, I don't have the number of renewable projects currently under EPBC assessment. We do have the number of approvals, but not for the renewables projects, which includes the both generation, storage and transmission. But we don't have those for renewables, the number under assessment. We do have some information on coal, gas and oil projects under EPBC assessment.
How many have you got of those?
So my figures are as of 1 April 2026, so that's 62 coal, gas or oil projects are under EPBC referral or assessment, and 41...
62, yeah, and how many are oil?
I'll see if I've got that broken down. So there are no oil extraction projects currently under referral or assessment. There are 2 total oil projects under EPBC referral and assessment as at 1 April.
2, okay. And what about, what's the average time taken to get gas or oil approval?
We'll have to take that on notice, I think, Senator, the average.
Okay. How many times have you met with the Housing Minister to discuss the EPBC housing issues?
With the Housing Minister, Senator?
Yeah.
I mean, we can take that on notice. We do meet with our colleagues in the housing officials pretty regularly.
Well, you met with the Housing Minister?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
You don't know whether you can't remember whether you have or whether you haven't?
I haven't personally, but that doesn't mean that members of the department haven't on EPBC housing issues.
Has anyone else, there's about 10 people there, has anyone else met with the Minister for Housing to talk about the housing EPBC issues?
Senator, I do recall meeting with the Housing Minister to talk about the work of the housing strike team and how that was going, and I believe that there was at least one prior meeting, but as my colleague said, we can provide exact figures on notice.
Okay, if you can provide that on notice, I'd be grateful. I have more, but I'll rotate the call now. I'll go to Senator Ananda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. Question for Mr. Miller. I'm interested in what your industrial decarbonisation program means for economic resilience, for energy efficiency and any subsequent savings for business. And if you could particularly focus on the big sectors, manufacturing, mining, agriculture and transport, that would be terrific.
Senator, thanks. So look, we've got the industrial transformation stream of the that's supporting the heavy industry sector decarbonise. I think a lot of the theme there is about electrification. I think, we can think about this transition in 2 steps. One is getting industry to shift off coal and gas principally for heating and obviously for mobility as well when we talk about mine sites. But if you take the first step to get off coal and gas onto electricity, you get an energy efficiency boost right away, regardless of the source of that electricity. And then I think, as we know over time, the grid will decarbonise, as is happening, and we can see a clear pathway to very high shares of renewable energy in the grid. And so you get the emissions reduction uplift as a second stream of uplift once you've taken that early step to electrification. A lot of industry is interested in replacing gas and coal, which provides heat with electricity. Some of the challenge we have around that is obviously getting electricity into those facilities and actually expanding the grid capacity of the connection into those facilities. So we're finding that a lot of facilities are interested in electrification, but then we'll have to spend significant amounts of money, and that comes with time and approvals and the like, to get the grid connection expanded to allow that volume of new electricity to come in. We've seen people try and solve that with behind-the-meter solutions, so trying to put their own renewable energy on their own plots of land where they operate. But what you'll generally find is you run out of capacity, run out of space behind the meter. And so we really do need to strengthen those grid connections and get those transmission systems built. And I think we can be pretty confident that, especially in today's age when diesel prices are high and gas prices can remain volatile, that getting onto an electrical solution is only going to help settle down the economics of these facilities for the long term.
Yeah.
Just got to cross that hurdle of getting these brownfield sites electrified and getting that grid capacity upgraded.
So I'm interested in what you said earlier, that you are being approached by industries to electrify. Can you give us a sense of which industries are approaching you? Because this there is a narrative circulating that we as government are imposing this on industries, but you're telling me actually that you're being approached by industries who are interested in electrification.
Yeah, I mean, there's, many companies have their own decarbonisation objectives, regardless of whether they're in the safeguard scheme or not. So certainly those that are above the threshold in the top 215 emitters have a forcing mechanism there through the policy response that the government has provided. They are interested and have approached us. We're working with some of the very big industries in alumina refining and other refineries and the like. But then in the food processing, small manufacturing facilities, they're also very interested. They are particularly affected by volatility in fossil fuel markets and the sustained high gas prices that we've seen, although they have settled down since the last few years. But certainly there's keen interest in new technologies and particularly something like thermal energy storage, which is heating up very cheap materials, refractory bricks and graphite and the like that can contain heat and provide that heat as a service, if you like, back into those industries. Even yesterday at our board meeting, we were looking at 2 or 3 thermal energy solutions for food manufacturing in Australia, throughout Wales and Victoria. So we're seeing a very big uptick in that kind of interest.
So you mentioned refineries, food processing companies. Any others?
Beer production, wine production, as I said, food, probably less so sort of manufacturing at this stage. Haven't seen too much there. But food and beverage is a big theme that we've anecdotally that I can observe through the portfolio.
Yeah.
And then those very larger refineries, particularly alumina refineries, where we've had a core focus of arenas for many years now, and that industry is really moving into this electrification space.
How are they doing that?
Well, look, it's difficult because it's always hard to retrofit an existing facility. Like, that is one thing that we keep hearing, that if we're building something new, an electrified, clean option is the thing that people will do naturally because the economics will be better. When you're looking at an existing facility, you really have to fit in with existing production profiles, maintenance schedules for equipment. I mean, take, for example, the Yarwun facility up in Gladstone, which we're helping Rio decarbonise with thermal solutions and hydrogen solutions for their calciners. Each calciner is probably on a 4-year maintenance rotation. So unless you get your solution in that 4-year window, it's very difficult to disrupt the production of an existing facility. But forward-leaning companies like Rio are doing pretty well at investigating all of the options to decarbonise, these alumina refineries.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to the future made in Australia, that is partly premised on Australia capturing new industries in this clean energy supply chain. What's your assessment of the productivity opportunity inherent to that? And I might then ask Diza about the role of R&D in further accelerating that opportunity.
Yeah, look, there's a massive economic opportunity for Australia here, and it's really ours for the taking. It's going to play out over a couple of decades at least. We're very interested, for example, in the green iron pathway. We have a particular project in our pipeline there with the likes of BHP and BlueScope and Rio that's looking at green iron manufacturing. And really, Australia's got the core ingredients to make that really successful: incredible sunshine, wind, land, skilled labour and connections to Asian markets. The challenge for us is going to be whether we can build these new deployments cheaply enough to compete on the global stage. And I think that's we see the energy transition happening in two different domains. One is the domestic domain. How do we decarbonise our homes, our businesses? You're not really competing with China when you think about decarbonising your electricity grid in Australia. But as soon as you start to look at tradable commodities like steel, aluminium, hydrogen and the like, we really need to be much more cost competitive in the way we build large-scale deployments, like a green iron smelter, for example, is one of the core technologies there. And so the Future Made in Australia program, which we're helping administer, is really to prove up these technologies and, frankly, to prove we can build at scale cheaply enough to compete on the global stage. I think that's the next frontier of this superpower ambition that Australia has, is to do big things cost effectively enough to compete with other players who will be trying to do the same thing globally.
Absolutely, thank you. And I might just draw in Department of Industry. Just on the topic of R&D, obviously business investment has been declining in Australia since, I think, 2009, and this was thoroughly investigated through the SURD review. And now we have the Ambitious Australia report, which I really love, I've got to say. I think it's a terrific report. It's got some great ideas. What do you think is the linkage, or could you describe the linkage between R&D, some of the key themes in Ambitious Australia, and productivity?
Thank you, Senator. Is the key challenge for lifting productivity in a way that builds both the complexity of the economy and our long-term productive capacity over time is the generation of new ideas and the diffusion of those opportunities, technologies and ideas across Australian industry and production opportunities. So the strategic examination of R&D highlights that when you get that right, the spillover effects for the investment in R&D can be larger for the whole economy than it is for the firm. That's obviously the orthodox definition of a spillover, but there's some quantification that the SURD report, I think, puts around that, which we quoted in our submission, where every dollar invested in R&D returns $4.60 to the business and $7.14 to the wider economy over 10 years. The critical thing for Australia is to continue to make policy and build business opportunities and investment opportunities over time that shorten the time frame for the diffusion and adoption of technology, lift the skill set that generates those new opportunities, and builds sort of solid market opportunities to take advantage of those. So the SURD report, the Ambitious Australia report, talks about bringing the logic together across a number of those mechanisms. So we've seen large business investment in R&D move over time in response to the changing economic structure, and we need to continue to connect our R&D efforts to the investors and the businesses that will become part of international supply chains and to build those innovative opportunities. That's where FMIA and its various investment streams, I think, plays a part in helping to address some of the barriers to achieving those outcomes over time by addressing key cost challenges and transition challenges in the economy to taking up new technologies. But the report also talks quite a lot about how the innovation cycle is increasingly focused on the small business end of town, and the statistics in the R&D tax incentive data, for example, shows that the level of investment in R&D undertaken by small businesses, those less than 5 employees, is now the largest growth element of the claims to the R&D tax incentive system. We think that bears out in some of the broader economic data that we analyse about business behaviour, and that's quite good in terms of dynamism for the economy, allowing new ideas to be tried without having barriers around sort of bureaucratic processes within various institutions getting in the way, but also having capital move quickly and people move quickly from those opportunities to new places. So the SURD report, the Ambitious Australia report, did talk quite a lot about how we can evolve our venture capital system over time and our scale-up and start-up community to maximise those benefits, and that those done right have some of the highest yields for productivity according to the data analysis that we've done around the international experience, showing that adopting ICT is important and highly impactful, but adopting new technologies through R&D processes has greater impacts again if we can accelerate that through the economy.
Thank you. I think The Economist recently has actually identified Australia as a bit of a startup hub. So I think that definitely aligns with what you've just mentioned. But I'll leave it there, Chair, just because time is short. Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I might go to Ms Wiltshire first. In your submission, you make the case that climate change is a growing constraint on productivity. Have you assessed the productivity costs of specific climate events at all? And then what adaptation investments do you think would have the highest kind of productivity return?
Thank you, Senator. Alison Wiltshire, Acting Head of Division, Clean Energy Investment and Facilitation Division. I think that question is for our climate colleagues, and I'm not sure there's anyone on the call today that can assist. One of my colleagues in the room may be able to, but I think that's for our climate group colleagues.
Well, I'm really looking for climate as what's going on, but the transition piece, because my understanding is you're in that clean energy investment and facilitation division. Maybe I've misunderstood the role, but as one of those things that are out there to help with the mitigation piece. So maybe you could just take me to the sort of energy transition, if that, because I believe that's in your bag, clean energy.
Yes, sorry. Senator, can you just go through the question again?
I'm essentially just interested in what sort of, if you've done any assessment of productivity of, okay, let me just reframe this. Productivity on clean investment, clean energy investment, just so I tie it directly to your title there. Yep. And what sort of adaptation, how you think it's going. Is this having a productivity impact? Is it not? What's going on?
Thank you, Senator. I can start, and then some of my colleagues may be able to assist. I think in general, when we think about the energy transition, we really think, that the transition supports productivity by delivering secure, reliable and affordable energy, and reducing avoidable system costs through things like efficiency, electrification, and also providing policy certainty that crowds in private investment in renewable generation, storage and transmission. So that's sort of our general way we think about productivity in terms of the energy transition. But my colleagues, Mr White or Mr McKissack, may be able to add.
Okay. So you don't have any sort of commentary on productivity in that energy space?
I don't have any additional comments, Senator, no.
Cool. Any of the colleagues?
I'll make a comment before handing to Mr McKissack, but reiterate what Ms Wiltshire said. The energy is an essential input to across the economy. So the focus of the work that we do, and Ms Wiltshire's division is focused on that clean energy investment and facilitation. So they're running programs, Rewiring the Nation, the Capacity Investment Scheme, the Renewable Priority List. Our division is looking at the efficiency of the markets in terms of how we get the electricity delivered to the end users and to households and consumers at least cost. So our focus is very much on ensuring that the electricity supplies, as well as being clean, are reliable and affordable, because you want electricity in the hands of consumers at least cost. That maximises our capacity to produce goods and services with the lowest input cost for that input, but also the reliability aspect of it and secure supply aspect as well, because it's one thing to have electricity supplied to people at low cost, but it certainly works against it if the electricity suddenly isn't supplied for any reason. So the reliability piece is very, very important. And in terms of what we're seeing, the system is transitioning towards a reliable supply with downward pressure on costs relative to the counterfactual. In terms of actual productivity-related measures and the types of things Treasury did and Treasury modelling they did for the electricity and energy sector plan, it's possible that Mr McKissack may be able to make some comment or otherwise comment more generally on the productivity piece.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thanks, Senator. It's Adam McKissack, Chief Energy Economist in Energy Group. So we did touch upon the productivity issue in the electricity and energy sector plan that we released, the government released last year. I think colleagues have already sort of talked a bit about the supply side and sort of providing generation at least cost. We also talked about the demand side of energy. I think there are a couple of ways in which you can promote productivity in the economy through the energy sector on the demand side. Part of it is through energy switching. So, for example, electrification. Electric vehicles are much more efficient in an energy sense than internal combustion vehicles. So that switching through electrification does give you productivity benefits because you're using a form of energy that is more efficient to generate. So that can be quite an important factor impacting on productivity across the economy. There's also sort of just looking at pure energy efficiency gains. So that's sort of looking at a lot of the programs we run through the department that support energy efficiency in buildings and so on, better insulation, better use of better appliances that use electricity more efficiently. And then I think the last area I'd mention is really sort of when you use energy. So actually we have a system that does have to be built around peak loads. So the more efficiently you can consume energy and reduce those peak loads, that also can add to productivity. So that's sort of shifting your energy use within the day and within times of the year through some more flexible demand options is another important area.
Okay. And in terms, we find ourselves in, uncertain times. Do you see the energy transition and the potential more sort of independence that we gain from that having a productivity impact?
Yes, I think it does, and I think we have seen that it can actually impact on reliability and our as a nation, our ability to produce energy generated within Australia obviously has benefits to reliability. I think the sector plan last year did talk about, for example, a low carbon liquid fuel agenda. That sort of fuel can be produced domestically, so that obviously reduces your reliance on imported fuel. So it's something that's very topical at present. But I think also, we've even seen we had a season in Australia where we did have a lot of hot conditions. We had bushfires. The electricity system actually held up pretty well, and that was assisted by renewables in the system and people being able to generate power off the rooftops, etc. So I think there are actually a lot of spin-off benefits in terms of reliability from the energy transition, which then feed into productivity across the economy.
And I suppose that takes me back to my initial question, which, do you think that climate change is placing a sort of growing constraint on productivity?
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer, right?
No worries. So, you know what? I'm going to give up and I'm going to write some stuff down and I'm going to send it to you and see if we can't get a little bit more progress that way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have I got time for one more?
Yep.
And I'll try and be as quick as possible. Mr. English, the issue of artificial intelligence and its potential for productivity gain, you have said in your submission that, technology is a strong performer, that there are opportunities there. What do you see as the AI component or the opportunities there?
So I might take on notice a more fulsome answer from colleagues who are better placed to tell the story than I am. But in the broad economic sense, the opportunity of AI is the more rapid spreading of a range of efficiencies that can be applied in businesses in day-to-day practices that AI will enable the adoption of those techniques and technologies and practices in a way that requires much lower investment and effort from businesses. So I think you'll see AI substantially assist in the diffusion of new techniques and new technologies and opportunities over time. It will obviously have the benefit of making a bunch of process tasks simpler but and quicker, and open up, particularly for a services economy, the opportunity for a high level of support and services being provided through a bunch of areas, financial sector, is sort of obvious ones.
Because I think the notion that AI will take over everything versus AI may be able to support in certain areas is there's a multitude of conversations about how it's going to play out, and nobody knows, but I'm sure everyone's got an opinion, and how that might look to actually increase productivity in a positive way. And I will just say there was some issues raised earlier in the day about AI and the EPBC in terms of how AI might be able to help with some of the structuring, tasks, that sort of thing. So if you had any commentary on that, we'd be keen for it.
So, yeah.
But just very finally, just to just not meaning to wind up the chair, with the EPBC reform, do you feel like it's on track? Like it's a big task, 12 months?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think we're progressing well. We are working towards all the milestones we need to work towards. We've had really constructive engagement from industry stakeholders, ENGOs, states and territories. We've commenced some of the reforms already, so that we have been able to turn on things as we are going on. We're not waiting for everything to be ready so that we can see the benefits. So we're trying really hard. I know it's a big job, but we are trying really hard to turn on to help achieve the benefits of the reform as fast as possible.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Senator Grogan. Just a couple of final ones from me.
Chair, can I just put one question on notice for Arena? If I could just get a list of all the investments we've made in transport, electrification or low carbon fuels, that would be wonderful.
That Arena's made in that.
Yeah.
That's for you, Arena,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, look,
thanks.
Look, no worries. Look, just a quick one for the department and a quick one for Arena. Look, just with the department, with the idea of the fast track process, where did that idea come from?
Do you mean the streamlined pathway, Senator?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was something that came out, I think, through industry consultation, through the Samuel review, that we needed that there were ways we could speed the process up for people. Particularly, as I said, a lot of the time is in the back and forth, so it's about making really clear the requirements up front so that people can then fast track themselves.
Okay, so it came from Samuel, did it? It came from Samuel.
That's fine. I'm just looking at my colleague, Senator, to confirm. I think I'll take on notice to confirm. There was a lot in Samuel about how to speed the process up.
Sure. And then it was in the bill that passed Parliament in November.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and then where did the idea of this fossil fuel projects would be carved out come from?
Senator, that came through the Senate negotiations.
That wasn't in Samuel, was it?
I'd have to take that on notice, sorry, Senator. That's not off the top of my head.
Well, sorry, does anyone know where it came from? How many people are there in the room there? About 10 people. Where did it come from?
So, as I said, Senator, that was in it wasn't in the original legislation, and it was in the Senate negotiations to pass the bills.
Yeah. So it came from the Greens, didn't it?
It was in negotiations.
What advice did you provide about that removal of fossil fuel projects from fast track?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Well, no, you can't take it on notice if you know the answer. What advice did you provide?
So there was a lot of discussions about during the negotiation process, and so I'd have to take on notice exactly what advice we provided at the time.
This is a very material judgment. I just remind you of your obligations as the witness to the Senate that this is a very material thing that happened in the Senate negotiation. So did the department not provide any advice on the fossil fuel exclusion?
Senator, as I said, I'll take it on notice and get back to you.
No, sorry, I'm asking you.
Senator Bragg,
did the
witnesses
department
are well within their rights to take it on notice. There may be a few of them here. Doesn't mean to say that they're aware of exactly what happened in those negotiations.
We're going to suspend the hearing. committee has just held a private meeting to consider the request of the official to take a question on notice. So just to remind all the officials that they are required to provide information if they are aware of it. They're not of course, required to make up things, and they're allowed to take questions on notice if they don't know the answer. So on this occasion, the committee's view is that the departmental officials would have known whether or not there was advice given or not. And so the departmental officials have a choice between either filing a public interest immunity claim or coming back tomorrow with a more senior official who can answer the question.
So, Senator, I would need to consult with the Minister on any public interest immunity claim. If I can maybe just add a little bit to the answer. So, the department provided advice to the Minister during the Senate negotiations process. The exact advice I would need to take on notice.
Okay, well, thank you for answering the question.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we thank you for your time and evidence today. We look forward to your various questions and answers on notice. And we will now release the department. I think, is Arena still there or have they gone?
Gone.
They might have given up. No, he's still there.
No, still there.
Just one question.
Blink if you can hear us.
Just one question for you, Mr. Miller, before you go. Maybe too general a question, but what are you doing, or what control management process do you have in place there to ensure that we're not giving good money after bad in terms of different investments the taxpayer is making in industries which might have a short-term future but not a very sustainable future over the long term?
Yeah, look, Senator, I mean, this is core business for Arena. We've been doing this for 13 years now. We have a very robust investment process where my team of 40, 50 investment professionals are working with the market to figure out, what's doable in energy transition. We've got a strategy team that helps us refine our areas of the economy that we think are worth Arena's time and efforts and investment. We've got an independent advisory panel of experts, about 24 engineering type people who we run all of our applications through. They provide advice on merit across 5 key criteria. Then the next check and balance is the Arena board process, or myself. I have certain delegation, and ultimately, there's various stage gates and steps in that process. This week, I've come out of a full day strategy setting process with my board and my senior management team. We continually look at the economy, look at what's working, what's not, refine our views. Yeah. And frankly, we make certain approval decisions that need those companies to raise finance or get their approvals done elsewhere. And very occasionally we find that the costs escalate and we need to walk away from something we might have committed to. So we're continually looking at our portfolio and making those decisions about what areas to persist with and which areas we need to move on and away from.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for being there. We'll now release you as well, Arena, and we'll now move to our next witness.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Which is the Australian Logistics Council. So, yeah. It's going to be good Hansard, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I now welcome Dr. Hermione Parsons from the Australian Logistics Council. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your name and capacity in which you appear.
Sure. Hermione Parsons. I'm the CEO and the Managing Director of the Australian Logistics Council.
Okay, I'm just going to see. So I think we'll go straight to you, Senator McKenzie, for questions.
Thank you, Chair, and fantastic to see you, Dr. Parsons, and really appreciate your submission, which has some clear and succinct recommendations to increase productivity across our freight supply chains in the main, and something we've been looking for quite detailed and clear actionable items. So thank you. I just wanted to, as the peak representative body, port operators, road and rail, etc., did the government consult you about the National Fuel Security Plan?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And if and when stage 4 occurs, is there confidence that our logistics supply chains will be prioritised when it comes to access of fuel supplies if we head to rationing?
We're of the view that the way Australia has tended to look at this issue is based on sector by sector. Okay. So defence, health, agriculture, and we think that's wrong. We think we need to approach it in a very different way. Okay. And it goes to this fundamental issue of whether the country is mature in its understanding of supply chain, freight logistics, freight transport as the fundamental economic enabler for productivity, for sovereign capability.
Well, I don't think they are, having been in this portfolio for 5 years. I wasn't until I got it. So just in terms of critical sectors, how would you see that in some sort of rationing environment play out?
Well, very often the first tier 1 would be defence and health. Tier 2, food, agriculture. Tier 3, transport, logistics is very normal. What we have proposed, and happy to share the paper with you, is a fuel prioritisation that would look first of all at system continuity. So tier 1 system continuity, because freight logistics, freight transport underpins all health, underpins all defence, underpins food and agriculture.
Yeah,
so we come at it differently.
Another committee I was on, we were at regional aviation, and we were worried about jet fuel, and people were saying, oh, well, that's just for people to get to and from their holidays. I'm saying, no, for some communities it's about organ delivery.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry, keep going. I didn't mean
So
to
we need
interrupt.
the system continuity, and the system continuity is the first, with making sure the the road transport, the rail transport, the terminals continue to operate. That's tier 1. Tier 2 would be network functionality, the harbours, the towage, the maritime response, access to ports and airports, because it's for all industries, defence, health, agriculture, food. And then the third would then go into the particular industries in an economic continuity way. So this is the way we would see it. So the third tier would be food, fuel, medical, supply chains. But you have to have the fundamental networks working to be able to support each of these industries, whether it's food, agriculture, health, defence.
Okay. And that's turned it up on its head for me. Have you fed that in through the roundtables? I'm assuming or the
fed that
task forces.
The national into Minister Bowen, Minister King.
Great.
We've also put the paper through to. We're involved in each of the major state task forces.
Right.
So to the premiers of Queensland and the ministers in Queensland. We haven't shared it with Victoria yet or New South Wales, but we will.
Okay,
and happy to share it with you, of course.
Excellent, thank you. Now, the ALC provided advice to government in advance of its productivity roundtable meetings last year. What reforms that you proposed have been committed to by the government?
I would say that aspects of many are being dealt with, but I would say in the current environment, post-COVID, now fuel crisis, that the urgency for the need to act is not as we would hope to see.
Right.
So the productivity issues in terms of, say, regulatory reform and pricing is a really important opportunity to improve productivity, and we would be wanting to see far more activity there. We work with local government, state governments, Commonwealth, and it's usually the interdependencies between these levels of government that cause productivity difficulties. For example, electric vehicles, people love talking about them, but if we don't have the recharging equipment, and we also don't have local governments and state governments supporting it and allowing for electric vehicles to work, then we cannot really use that as a good mode. And we've got a good paper and example about that in Sydney and another one in Melbourne that we can provide to you as well.
Excellent. Just on that, there's a bit of a misunderstanding, and it does go to productivity, around the weight bearing, shall we say, or the regulation from local and state governments about who can drive where, who can drive what on what. I copped a bit of slack, I think it was in Crikey, about my comments on electric trucks. Bearing in mind, I don't have an issue with electric trucks. If you're driving them around the suburbs, Australia Post has, a fleet full of them because they can plug them in at night. Mm-hmm. But you cannot take a truckload of cattle from Rockhampton to Brisbane or Melbourne to Dubbo because state and local legislation doesn't allow you to drive an electric truck because of their weight over bridges and on certain routes. And so that level of granular detail is what stops a lot of productivity enhancing behaviours from industry.
It does, but if I could say, Senator, too, that I think part of our issue, and I think if I can be blunt.
Please, we love blunt here.
Okay, I'll be blunt. We can be as fancy in our talk in the ALC as you need, but it comes down to the real realities, the practical realism of what we're dealing with. So, for example, in terms of electric vehicles, a lot of people have asked me about electric vehicles solving the fuel problems with diesel. We are a diesel nation. We run on diesel. Every part of every industry runs on diesel. Electrification of trucks, I think it's about 1,000 trucks in Australia that are electric, rigid or articulated vehicles. There's 800,000 diesel. So we're looking at the little tiny trimming on top of the cake rather than the foundation of how do we make sure our freight transport systems work. And as you know, we've got 60,000 businesses in the transport logistics industry all across the country. Insolvency rates of 153% increase in the last 3 years. We're 28,000 short with truck driver vacancy positions. We've got serious issues to deal with, and we need to look at it in terms of licensing, pipeline. We're an ageing workforce. If we don't have the people, we don't have productivity. So if we come to the basics of the layering of supply chains, first of all, we need the governance layer working. Then we need the workforce there. We need the infrastructure there. And all of these layers continue to allow businesses like Woolworths, Coles, Amazon, whatever it is, to do what they need. They need road, rail, they need shipping, ports. And we need all of these layers working properly. But what Australia tends to do is focus on one mode or another mode, or one silver object or another shiny object, rather than looking at the interdependencies. And we're very keen on productivity being realistically addressed, and the productivity we see, fundamentally in the first instance, it's a regulatory issue. We'd use freight rail as a great example, that freight rail is underutilised. And in the current environment, 5 times less diesel per tonne of freight.
Yes.
5 times less emissions per tonne of freight. But each network, part of the network, I could give you approximate statistics about the underutilisation of the East Coast, of the port rail shuttling in Sydney, in Melbourne, in the interstate lines. It's often, it can be less than 10% is utilised. It can be less than 35% on another line is utilised. In the East Coast, it could be 65% only is utilised. But if you increase the productivity and the optimisation, we could even use more along that line. But instead, we have pricing and regulatory burdens that mean that rail is not utilised as it should be.
Yep.
And what's a really important thing here, I think, is we're a truck-dominant society, which, in my view, is extremely naive and immature. We have, in Australia, we're an island nation, backside of the earth, a long way away from the major trade routes, on the end destination of the north-south.
Yep.
We're an island nation. Everything has to come by ship, everything has to go by ship except 1% of the cargo that's by air freight. Yeah? So then we say, well, how do we then move all of the freight around in our country? Well, you'd want some tools. So trucks, one tool, trains, another tool, short sea shipping, really short sea shipping is another. But we don't have short sea shipping because of various rules and regulations.
So the Coastal Shipping Act, for instance.
And we don't have... we don't support rail as we should because of decades of underinvestment and allowing regulation to confuse the issues. And therefore, we're truck-based and everything's based around diesel.
So it's almost a default position.
Yeah. And then diesel is our main energy source for the country, but we keep talking about other sources as if they're more important. But every part of it runs on diesel. And if I could give one example, in our membership, for example, we have end-to-end supply chain companies. So we have one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, ANL, which is CMA-CGM. We have the 3 major ports, Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne. We have the major stevedores, road, rail. Tugs use diesel. Every one of these businesses up to the farm where the input goes, every one of them relies on diesel for machinery as well as the transport task. And yet we pretend that we can talk about productivity in a different way. So for us, renewable diesel is a critical opportunity as an agricultural nation.
Yeah, I'm excited about that too, but I also know it's 2:30, so I will hand on the call to someone else. Thank you so much, Ms Parsons.
Senator Nataraja.
Thanks, Chair. You talked about the gaps. You mentioned underutilisation and underinvestment in rail. I'm interested to draw you out on some of the other big data gaps in the freight logistics system and how you think that these might be limiting productivity. And by all means, please feel free to elaborate on the issues with the regulatory burden or what it is exactly that is holding back rail freight, which seems insane in a country of our size.
Okay, well, I would give one example. Under the current safeguard mechanism, the 50 largest companies need to contribute in different ways according to decarbonisation. So 2 of the country's biggest rail companies have extra costs put on top of them. Yet, if you take those 2 companies, Horizon and Pacific National, both our members, they run trains, and if they were allowed to be able to look at the train transport for freight rail, you'd be looking at enormous productivity gain. So, for example, if you look at a train and you say there's a locomotive with 1 or 2 drivers, 1 locomotive, then you have, say, 300 containers that would be fitting on that train. If you were to do it by truck transport instead, you'd be looking at 150 to 300 trucks, 150 to 300 drivers, and 5 times the diesel per tonne of freight. It's wrong-headed. So we need to change our policy, our regulatory, our pricing issues so that freight rail can be seen for its sovereign capability benefits for this vast nation. A nation of our geography should have rail also moving diesel. We shouldn't be moving diesel on truck transport of fuel, when we could be using rail. But we don't use that mode anywhere near as much as we should. So this is...
What are the other data gaps, Ms Parsons?
We have many, many data gaps. In this space, one of the biggest ones we have is workforce. And we have a situation where we are extremely critical of Australia's education system, TAFE system, licensing system, for its lack of understanding of the education training system's importance to create sovereign capability in end-to-end supply chain. That's import, export and domestic supply chains. But this is not understood as a data issue of because our industry is not understood as it tends to be seen as mode by mode, bit by bit. So we've had a long-term debate and discussion with ABS, with Bittry on how can we improve the data collection of supply chain logistics. So we would be looking at it in a productivity lens. We would look at it in terms of GSP, GDP, jobs, workforce, and we'd be looking at it as other countries do, say, for example, using a logistics performance indicator metric. I've done a lot of work in Asian countries, and the LPI, the Logistics Performance Indicator, imagine a spider web with all of the little lines and the little lines drawn. Well, each point of axis is the road infrastructure, the rail infrastructure, the port infrastructure, the IT and the software and communication systems, workforce, and then we look at regulation and this Logistics Performance Indicator looks at all facets of supply chain logistics. These are complex systems. And if you don't have one spoke right, workforce, you don't have a good supply chain. If you don't have diesel, you don't have a good supply chain. So we need to look at it in a much more mature way as complex systems, and all part of the systems have to work. And that's where we fall short, in my view.
On notice, if you could provide us with maybe a paper describing that methodology, that would be, I think, helpful.
Yes.
And my final question is, the National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy has an active action plan. Which of those actions have been most effectively implemented, and where are the remaining gaps that require Commonwealth leadership?
Well, we have been very involved in the refresh of that strategy. We involved hundreds of experts across the country to support the government's refresh of the strategy. We were very pleased with the change in that strategy, particularly because it had actions, and it also emphasised one of the most important issues for Australia's productivity, the states and the Commonwealth working together. We need harmonisation across our jurisdictions, and that is one of the most important, I think, benefits of this strategy. It took a long time for it to be released, but what I understood from working across each jurisdiction is that each state, jurisdiction and territory has a different role in partnership with the Commonwealth to deliver. I might say, though, to be perfectly honest, this fuel issue has kind of got in the way. And some of the initiatives have begun, like a really basic one. Urban planners, and planners was my second degree, do not understand they have a role in supply chain logistics. So urban planners in local governments, state governments, Commonwealth governments have not understood that freight logistics is a fundamental part of our society. And what they have been taught, I went to Melbourne University and did a master's, the emphasis is on amenity. How do you make a nice local government area that's pretty with lovely trees?
Still got to get the trucks in.
Exactly. And therefore, we have case by case of really difficult situations. For example, Australia Post, a member of ours, has a great example that metropolitan, say, supermarkets, they have to have deliveries. The trucks will arrive. The local government will have pulled up the loading bay, popped a tree in and a nice bench, so it's a lovely, pretty street. Where's the loading bay? What the consequence of this is the truck driver, and our industry is a very ageing industry, so 48 to 52 is the average age, depending on the bit. The driver drives around for, say, 30 minutes maybe, stressed to find a place to park. Then they have to get their trolley, put all the boxes on and walk it. They're in the age of their 50s. This is a difficulty. Then the anxiety, and the anxiety is important because transport logistics is 19th of 19 industries in terms of mental health and not wellness, and the anxiety. And the anxiety of planners not realising the impact of curfews, truck time delivery restrictions, taking loading bays out, and not understanding the consequence on the freight logistics, freight transport system is really, really poor. And we're talking about productivity, yet really what we need to be talking about, let's get the layers right. Let's get the practical realities right. And that involves making sure we have a pipeline of people coming into this fastest ageing industry. We don't have a pipeline. We're not recognised as skilled Every job in our industry is skilled. It's one of the most dangerous industries, but we're not recognised as even truly existing. If you think of our industry, often people will say, and they think, truck driver. We've done a career map, 150 different roles, from baseline salary to about general management. One of those roles is a truck driver. One is a train driver, but we need optimisation specialists. We need people who can really do the productivity stuff. I used to run a research and development at a centre in universities, and we need that graduate certificate level. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
All right.
I could listen to Dr.
Send
Parsons
us
all
those.
day.
If you could just send us on that was really interesting. I didn't appreciate the stress and anxiety imposed on these drivers, so thank you for that. But if you could just perhaps on notice send us those reports speaking to mental health, speaking to the kind of supply chain of occupations that you just mentioned, that would be helpful, and the demographic pressures on the sector, that would be also very helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Parsons. You go with our best wishes, and we look forward to your answers on notice back by 7 May.
Thank you very much.
Now we go to the next
Dr.
witness,
Parsons.
which is the National Transport Commission.
The old NTC.
I welcome Mr. Michael Hopkins from the National Transport Commission. Information has been provided to you on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees. I invite you to make your name known to us and your position.
Thank you. Michael Hopkins, Chief Executive Officer and Commissioner of the National Transport Commission.
Okay, we'll go to questions. I think we'll go straight to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Hello, Mr Hopkins. I've got some questions about what I call the truckie tax, but other people might call the heavy vehicle road user charge. The NTC recently led consultations to increase the heavy vehicle road user charge by 6% commencing on the 1st of July.
Yes.
What additional annual cost to the trucking industry did the NTC calculate would be imposed by an above inflation 6% increase of the trucking tax?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that detail.
Don't have that detail. But you did lead consultations?
Yes, and recommended to ministers in the middle of last year that at that time a 6% increase was appropriate to catch up on some of the falling behind on cost recovery.
Just explain that for the committee, falling behind on the cost recovery.
So the road user charge is calculated on. It's designed to. I'm sorry. Let me just take a pause.
You're right.
It's designed to raise a certain amount of revenue. That amount of revenue is determined by how much states and territories in the Commonwealth spend on road funding, and it's set in that year. And a proportion of that total spend is worked out to be what will be collected via the RUC. What's happened is over the last roughly 10 years or so, sometimes early in that cycle, the RUC got ahead of what was spent by states and territories in the Commonwealth, and there was so it was frozen for several years.
It was paused, yeah.
And then during, really as a result of COVID and the expenditure and the significant increase that states and territories in the Commonwealth spent on roads at that point, meant that we're now somewhat behind. The fact that we calculate how much is raised via the RUC on what is spent in any given year means that the RUC calculation can be quite lumpy and can go up and down.
Ms Hopkins, so the heavy vehicle road user charge you're saying is hypothecated to road funding in state budgets?
I wouldn't use the word hypothecated.
No, because I don't think it is
but it's
at all.
Calculated on the basis of expense.
It's just tipped into consolidated revenue.
And I suspect that the rationale for that is that that's because the expenditure on the roads has already been made.
Well, you need to talk to some truckies to talk about the state of the nation's roads, I think, about that. I
do, Senator.
I'm
aware.
Well, you would appreciate that. I think they'd argue it's not going where it's actually needed. My office has actually done some costings that the 6% increase would actually add $483 million in additional tax for the transport industry over the first 4 years. Would that marry with your costings?
As I said, Senator, I don't have that number I don't have that number in front of me, so I'd have to take that on notice.
So now that we're in a fuel crisis, and obviously you will have been aware of the industry's cash flow problems, not taking loads because they can't fill up the truck, etc. What do you think it's an appropriate action for ministers to think about freezing that whilst this fuel crisis is going on?
My understanding is that decision that has happened.
So this 1st of July 2026, there won't be a 6% increase?
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
And in fact, my understanding was that was part of the Prime Minister's announcement 3 or 4 weeks ago.
3 or 4 weeks ago. Okay, that's good. The industry's raised concerns about the way the heavy vehicle road user charge is being calculated. What work are you doing to actually revise the model? Because it's the compounding impact.
Yes.
That seems to be an issue every single time.
Yeah, so the problem, Senator, is with the current model is that because the amount of money that's collected in any given year is based on the expenditure in the previous year, it's very lumpy. So if states and territories decided to cut back on their road expenditure for budgetary reasons, what would happen is that the take would go down in that year. So that leads to a fair bit of volatility over time. So we're currently consulting through a consultation regulatory impact statement with industry and the community about moving to a forward-looking cost-based model. So rather than basing the 2027 total RUC on the 2026 expenditure,
yes,
what happens is the 2026 expenditure would essentially be amortised over the life of the assets. So it's a little bit more like more like a mortgage, or but what it means is that the people who are using the asset over the 30-year life of that asset
contribute to its maintenance over time.
Whereas at the moment, yes, but over the life of the asset until it's renewed.
Yes. Okay. Just on notice, I might put some questions on a bit more in terms of the detailed. So okay, has there been any thought of when that the RUC increase is only delayed for 6 months, still coming in on the 1st of January, as I understand it?
I think that's my understanding as well, Senator.
Yeah. And given the cash flow problems, when's Transport Ministers meeting again to consider this?
I think it's being considered out of session at the moment, Senator. Prior to there is a meeting in May,
right? But
I think this is being dealt with out of session.
Out of session, okay. And is it the position of the NTC to go ahead with the 1st of January implementation, or to continue the pause?
So this is on the 6% increase. So our advice would not be to proceed. Our advice would be to go through until the 1st of December and carry on the freeze.
Sorry, just say that again.
To carry on a freeze, but it will be subject to what happens internationally.
Carry on the freeze, yeah, because it's not really in state transport ministers' personal interest to freeze this, is it? Because they get less money.
I think, Senator, this is one of those cases where state transport ministers and state treasurers often have a different view.
Yes, unfortunately, to the impact on trucking industry. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I'll come to Senator Nandaraja before I come to you, Senator Kvasic.
Well, thanks, Chair. Mr Hopkins, thank you. I just wanted to ask you the same question that I asked Mrs Parsons before. What do you perceive as the biggest data gaps in the freight logistics system, and how are these limiting productivity?
It's a good question, Senator. I think the struggle is to find good data about what moves where. A lot of that is, and that sounds sort of fairly obvious, but we've had successive tries over really the last couple of decades that I'm aware of through Bitry, more recently through the Commonwealth's Freight Data Hub, to collect some of that data. There is still, I would say, there is still a reticence on industry's behalf to provide data that they often see as commercial in confidence. So how that data might be used. And in the heavy vehicle sector as well, I think there is a concern that some information might be used for enforcement purposes, or enforcement of the heavy vehicle national law. It's not, but I do understand that is a concern in some parts of industry.
Why is this information important? You'll have to... I don't know anything about logistics, so you'll have to explain to me why this information is valuable.
Partly for the heavy vehicle sector, mostly for planning purposes, and from government's perspective for planning for the heavy vehicle network. So understanding what gets moved where at what times is absolutely critical. For the rail sector, it's a bit more complicated because, as Dr. Parsons said, there's always a number of players. You're operating on 17 networks. People talk about this, whenever people talk about the Australian rail network, there's a little voice in the back of my mind that says it's not a rail network, it's 17...
it sounds like it's all joined up.
Yes, it's 17 networks in a trench coat pretending to be one. So understanding, particularly around the interfaces between networks, and in rail, this is a major issue, and having a better idea of particularly freight demand and flows on the rail network, especially as freight moves through cities. So moving freight across the ARTC network and the rural network is relatively straightforward, but scheduling when those trains hit metropolitan networks and to get to ports, that gets very messy very fast. And having a much better idea of what boxes are on trains and what gets moved and how quickly things need to be moved would be really important data.
I feel like optimising this would need a quantum computer.
100%.
It's this is really tough.
So cool.
If I can descend into anecdotage, I had a tour of the Queensland Rail control centre where they control the trains, and one of the things that sort of struck me as quite shocking was the fact that to get a freight train through a metropolitan network like Brisbane is seen as a challenge by the train controllers, and it's not programmed because they need a lot of flexibility about because of the time that trains come in, the times that a freight train that might be 900 metres long takes to get through the network. So the guys, and they are all guys in the control centre, consider it a personal challenge, and the fact that it's considered a personal challenge and not something that is programmed or is scheduled is quite amazing.
That sounds very manual. Is there not AI? Well, let's move to the next one. What kind of innovations is the industry looking at? I mean, artificial intelligence would be one. We've touched a little bit upon low carbon fuels. I mean, it does bother me that we are such a diesel-dependent nation. I think that just makes us a big fat target for all kinds of global volatility. So, I mean, that's a much longer project, right, to kind of move away as much as possible from diesel. But what kind of innovations is the sector looking at?
So I'd say the use of AI for things like scheduling is probably a long way away, Senator, and I don't think anybody in the rail industry would contradict me if I said that in terms of technology adoption, it's a fairly conservative industry.
Yeah, right.
The big change at the moment, though, is during the middle of last year, Transport Ministers agreed to a single digital train control system platform for Australia. So we were at risk of making decisions that would mean different networks couldn't actually talk to each other. But we now have a position where the national standard, so if anybody wants to introduce digital train control onto the network, it will need to comply with a certain standard. What that means, and if...
Are we sure that's not going to introduce red tape and delays and cost? But, I mean, it sounds great on paper, but how is that going to actually be implemented to not cause other bottlenecks?
So it will be implemented. So we're talking about signalling systems that have lifespans of 30 to 50 years. So this is a project that will take some time and will need to be done network by network. But what it does do is it shifts the the train control from line-side signalling. So if you think about what we've got at the moment, it's essentially traffic lights. It brings all of that smarts and GPS technology into the trains itself. What it means is that trains can run much closer together while still maintaining safety. So what you'll get is much more return on the investment in a given train line.
And that sounds really interesting. Okay, my final question is, the heavy vehicle national law amendments coming into force mid this year will include a 5% increase in mass limits and an increase in maximum vehicle length to 20 metres. What is the NTC's estimate of the productivity gain from these two changes alone? And there may be others that I'm unaware of, but feel free to elaborate.
My apologies, Senator. That's not. They're not numbers that I have in front of me, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr Hopkins, for your time today. I'm just curious, just sort of for a little bit of framing, the Heavy Vehicle National Law Review commenced in 2019. Ministers agreed to the reform package in 2022. Bill passed in Queensland Parliament November 2025. Commencement is expected in mid-2026. That's 7 years to reform one law. What are the structural features of the industry that sort of make things like this so slow? Like what can we do to help that, or to improve that?
I don't think it's a structural issue with the industry, Senator. I think it's more, to be blunt, it's a product of federation and the need to negotiate a common agreement across nine governments. And I think the other challenge with the HVNL reforms was that it was scoped to be extremely broad, and that meant that I think the fact that we issued something like 7 70-page discussion papers in the first 12 months should have told us that tack was probably not quite the right one. Since then, if I can just contrast that with, say, the review of rail safety national law that we conducted in 2024, that was completed in 2024. We are currently consulting on the regulatory changes for that. So the big lesson for me out of heavy vehicle national law reform was don't try to eat the elephant all at once, and be very careful about how you scope things.
And this elephant in particular was just extra big, is that pretty much?
That's true. It was a very big elephant, and I would add to that there were some bits, there were some components, and particularly access regimes, where we realised fairly early on the challenge was not necessarily in the law, it was elsewhere. And the administration of permits by the regulator and by states and territories, and obviously infrastructure is a huge contributor to that as well. That was carved out fairly early, so there was a separate bit of work to do that. But yeah.
And I get the bit obviously about federation and the systems and the processes of the states. Was there any additional duplication outside of that we perhaps could have taken out to make this process a lot simpler and faster?
I don't think there was duplication, Senator, but I would say that, as I said at the beginning, trying to do six streams of work at once was probably not the right way to do things in retrospect.
Sure, okay. The other question I had comes off the comment you made about the 17 networks in trench coats, pretending to be a single network. How much productivity are we losing, like as a country, each year because rail freight can't move seamlessly across the 5-state networks? Is there a realistic time frame for genuine interoperability on the national network?
We have done some financial modelling and some economic modelling on the benefits. So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I'm more than happy to provide those on notice. This is. I don't want to walk away from the fact that this is a huge task, and we're trying to tackle this in many ways at once. So one of the first things we're doing is a uniform approach to standards. The rail industry has had a standards body for about a decade. We did a review of the success of that last year, and I think 12% of this is the Rail Industry Safety and Standards Board. and I think 12% of their standards were being used, which suggests that 88% of them were a bit of a waste of time. Because of the co-regulatory model that underpins rail safety national law, it means that operators, and I will correct you, Senator, it's not state networks here. There are more infrastructure managers and more networks than there are states by quite a long way.
Okay. Yeah,
So if it was just state governments, at least we'd be dealing with 8, but in this case, there are 17.
It's the 17 that you talk about. Yeah.
And that's the 17 on the national network of interoperability.
Yeah.
So the reforms that we have underway is, first of all, I mentioned the changes to signalling. We are currently consulting on changes to the rail safety national law to give the regulator a greater ability to rely on some standards, and we're creating a new category that will sit under rail safety national law of mandatory standards. So rail safety national law has served us well in terms of the safety of the network. What it hasn't necessarily done is encourage interoperability in the way that was first hoped. So this will be an area where we need to be a little bit more prescriptive to be able to apply uniform standards. There's the other thing I haven't mentioned yet, which is rolling stock access to those networks. And at the moment, each of those infrastructure managers across the country will run the same tests on a locomotive before it enters the system. It's the equivalent of having to do a roadworthy of your car in every state that the car drives through. That's a significant break on productivity, because we've got a situation where we know we have some rail operators who operate rolling stock in one jurisdiction that would love to run it on the other side of the country, but they don't, because the costs and the uncertainty of whether that rolling stock will be approved is just too onerous. And to get a locomotive approved may cost up to $1 million. So you can imagine why that reluctance exists. And the outcome of that is it means we've got, even today, we've got some rail operators buying the very best of 1990s technology because they know it's already been approved.
Sure. I was going to ask you, in your experience and judgment, what is the single biggest structural barrier in the current regulatory framework in terms of, specific to technical rules, like distinct from technical rules, preventing faster heavy vehicle and rail productivity gains? Would that be these 17 networks, or do you think there is something else that is a significant barrier?
No, I think it is the lack.
Last question, sorry.
It is the lack of interoperability and harmonisation across particularly those 17 networks, but broader across the whole network, the other networks as well. In the heavy vehicle sector, I think, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think the two biggest challenges are both access. The biggest challenge is access, and that's both administration of the permit system and available infrastructure.
Because Tassie's got an electronic kind of approval.
Yes.
It sounds really cool.
And the Tasmanian system is being used as the basis for the national one.
Okay, thank you very much for being there today. We look forward to your responses on notice by 7th of May. The committee is now going to suspend until 3:15.
Yeah.
while Senator Bragg attends to something else. I would now like to welcome representatives of the Australian Livestock and Rural Transport Association, the Australian Trucking Association and National Road Transport Association, and online, the Heavy Vehicle Industry Australia. I understand that you've all been given information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees. Excellent. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today? We'll start at one end, work our way down, and then we'll go online.
I'm Anthony Boyle, the Executive Director of the Australian Livestock and Rural Transport Association.
Ashley McKinnon, General Manager, Policy and Strategy, Australian Livestock and Rural Transporters Association.
Matthew Munro, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Trucking Association.
Sarah Dunning, Strategic Advisor from the National Road Transport Association.
Warren Clark, CEO of the National Road Transport Association, or NatRoad.
Cool. And online?
Aaron Johnston, Chief Advocacy Officer with Heavy Vehicle Industry Australia. Sorry, Todd.
Fantastic.
And Todd.
And Todd? Todd, can you hear us?
I think he's struggling with his speakers.
Wow.
Okay, we have Todd Hocking online. He's going to deal with his technical challenges. But at some point, if you could come back to us and
Queensland
just...
Trucking Association.
Thank you.
And I do recommend the Brisbane Truck Show.
Very helpful, Senator Mackenzie. Thank you. Do you have opening statements that you would like to make? And we'll go in the same order, if that's okay.
You're right to go.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. We represent the operators who connect farms, processors and ports, keeping Australia's $100 billion agricultural supply chain moving. Our submission focused on 3 reforms, not because they're small, but because it represents what our members so urgently need and what we believe that these reforms will have an immediate impact on productivity. Before moving into our own reforms, I just want to say we actually support very much the position on higher productivity vehicles from the ATA. Modern, safe and more efficient vehicles with access to a truly national network, including a regionally focused one, are fundamental to lifting productivity. Our point is even the most productive vehicles cannot deliver if the system's broken. Our first reform is infrastructure. In agricultural freight, Australia has a gap in washdown and agricultural bio-waste management systems. Right now, operators are losing time having to drive out of their way just to find a wash to clean waste from their trucks. We are treating bio-waste as a cost and a burden to our businesses. We now need to actually move this into a resource. Currently, the ALRTA is submitting an application for a Cooperative Research Centre project initiative. This project is working with industry to map bio-waste across the freight corridors and deliver a fully costed circular economy solution and a national infrastructure strategy for government and private sector implementation. I'll give you a couple of examples why we need this. We still sweep fertiliser out of trucks with a broom, and then we load grain on it to go to export. There are 10,000 head of cattle a day going out of feedlots in southeast Queensland into processing facilities in Brisbane, and not one dump point or one wash facility that works on that network. We believe to keep trucks moving, we need 3 things working together: good infrastructure, reliable workforce and fuel. If any of these fail, the system stops. Regional fuel security is part of that equation. Because if fuel is not available where the journey starts, the system cannot move. We need it in the regions, the same place where your food comes from. That is food security, and we're working on a national strategy. Our second reform is regulatory friction. We're still asking operators to prove and provide the same information to multiple agencies and road managers. Operators are also investing millions of dollars into higher productivity vehicles and often only granted a permit for 3 years. You can't expect someone to spend millions on equipment and not have certainty for the operation of the life of that vehicle. And we also don't have a truly national network. Vehicles can operate in one state but not seamlessly into the next. Queensland is home of the NHVR, but it doesn't have an approved PBS network. And we have 6 different livestock loading schemes in Australia. In this digital age, we can't get why can't we get instant approvals for vehicles that already proven and operate every day? This becomes an issue in the regional areas. Some farms are on an approved network and others are not. This creates a last mile access problem and a loss in productivity. Western Australia has just introduced last mile network approach to ensure productivity can reach its final destination. This is the sort of thing we actually want to see as a national concept. And thirdly, workforce resilience. In regional Australia, operators have historically delivered training to the next generation the same way as a builder does to an apprentice, on the job. But we don't have a system to actually recognise that or support that pathway. We actually need to recognise skills that are learnt on the job. We need to support regional people who actually deliver the training and pass on their knowledge and experience to the next ones. And we need a clear pathway for the industry for young people to enter, because at the moment, by the time they can get a truck licence, they've chosen a different pathway. So if we remove the friction, you can lift output, you'll build resilience and deliver measurable economic gains. And our reforms are simple and practical. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr Munro.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I've just got a short oral submission. We've lodged a written submission, as you'd be aware, and we really appreciate the invitation to be here today to talk about that. So while productivity growth in the road freight sector did increase sixfold between 1975 and 2009, it has effectively slowed to zero. And this is despite significant reforms either recently implemented or underway, and I'll just list some of those because they're all pretty big. The Heavy Vehicle National Law, implementing it and then reviewing it, performance-based standards, road user charging, National Automated Access System, National Freight and Supply Chain Strategy, and driver licensing and competencies, just to name a few. We've spent many years on these reforms, but they are yet to deliver. And that is why this inquiry and the separate Productivity Commission inquiry are so important. In our submissions, the ATA has recommended that the government should make national competition payments to the states that achieve the milestones for delivering the National Automated Access System, increase the use of high productivity vehicles, eliminate bottlenecks on the roadwork, and that includes making the network more resilient to natural disasters, adopt the UN light vehicle standards to give vehicle purchasers more choice, reducing compliance cost and enabling the government to focus on maintaining our quite unique heavy vehicle standards. Improve landside port productivity by regulating stevedoring charges, address the industry's driver shortage with better licensing and training, including national competition payments for progress on that front, and add articulated truck and tanker truck driving to the occupation list for skilled migration. As the committee is likely aware, in March this year, the Productivity Commission released an interim report into the impacts of heavy vehicle reform. The report has strongly supported many of the ATA recommendations relating to accelerating the National Automated Access System, rapidly progressing heavy vehicle driver training and licensing reforms, and improving as-of-right access to the road network for safer and more productive vehicles, specifically performance-based standards vehicles. And while also specifically recommending nationally consistent concessional mass limits for electric zero-emission heavy vehicles. There are states doing different things on that front at the moment, and removing curfews for heavy zero-emission vehicles as well, while also acknowledging the issues with the current road funding system that can disincentivise access and investment to the network. And while we're generally supportive of these findings, we must also exercise a word of caution against some of the Productivity Commission's separate recommendations, one of those being to phase out fuel tax credits for heavy vehicles. Now, as we've seen in recent months, the heavy vehicle sector is highly sensitive to changes in fuel input costs. Higher fuel costs mean higher road freight costs for everyone, including Australian businesses and households, and potentially reducing our productivity and competitiveness because those input costs will go up. Further, a fuel tax credit phase-out is wholly incompatible with current government plans to reform road user charging and infrastructure provision, which we think is a better pathway to fairer charging and more productive supply chains. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Mr Clark.
Good morning. Warren Clark, joined with Sarah. Nat Road, we're one of the largest associations in the country. Our membership is across the country. We're all in the same sort of sector here, so I'm not going to go over the same thing these guys have done. What I'll try and do is pick out slightly different.
I want to get to questions.
70%, sorry, the freight, I think we need to set it that the freight task will increase by 77% by the year 2050. We've got a driver shortage now of roughly 28,000. That's expected to increase to 78,000. And sadly, the importance of road freight transport is forgotten, except in times of pandemic and war. And when we talk about war, this is not in our submission because this has come after our submission, but we really want to highlight the importance of fuel sovereignty and enough and adequate supply for the industry. And the reason I say that is because if we've got businesses looking at how they even stay in business from day to day, week to week, how the hell can they improve productivity, get better vehicles, etc., etc. The road freight sector itself, it's under-measured, over-regulated and it's under-invested. What NatRoad would like to see is road freight transport recognised and measured as a discrete sector in national productivity accounts, and for the creation of a national road freight data framework and a national road freight benchmarking framework. These guys are talked about in the National Automated Access System. I won't go into that, but to me it's a no-brainer, it's essential. The other thing that we've talked about as an industry for many years is a crash investigator, similar to what they have in aviation, rail and maritime. Don't know why we can't get it, but it seems to be very difficult. The other thing that we struggle with, Matt touched on this, is road user charge. We want greater transparency on road user charge. We want to ensure that our members, our industry, are not subsidising other road users like, let's say, electric vehicle drivers. So what it does is it shallows the industry's capital, like I talked about with fuel, and they can't make investment in new technology and productivity. And then it brings us to the next major scourge in our industry, and it's sham contracting, and it drives everyone into sham contracting. Probably the only thing I'll touch on training and licensing is the actual national apprenticeship for truck driving. You know, at this age we've got 49, the average age of a truck driver is 49. We've got 6.4% of women in our industry. We've got a real problem with young people coming into our industry. So I'm probably going to leave it there because a lot of the stuff is in our submission and also been discussed by the other guys. Great. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Johnston, do you have anything?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Hocking, you're there.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Todd Hacking from Heavy Vehicle Industry Australia. We're a little bit different to the three guys in the room, and thank you for the opportunity to participate online, in that we represent the heavy vehicle suppliers and the supply chain, and the manufacturers, the distributors, the importers of vehicles. This inquiry comes at a really critical moment, and it's greatly welcome. It presents a tremendous opportunity to advance productivity in one of the nation's most important economic arteries. It's also timely in the context of the Middle East conflict and the subsequent fuel insecurity, and coincides with the release of the Productivity Commission's Impacts of Heavy Vehicle Reform interim report, which observed that despite major advances in vehicle design, safety systems and emissions performance, road freight productivity has stalled for more than a decade. This report confirms it's not a technology problem, but a failure of the regulatory framework, which is stifling the industry. In the context of the budgetary and macroeconomic challenges facing our country, HVIA argues that now is the time to seize the moment. A step change is needed on road freight productivity, especially given the anticipated 77% growth in road freight to 2050, which has just been spoken about. There's been recent glimmers of hope. In fact, level 2 of the National Fuel Security Plan has temporarily relaxed the regulations to encourage greater access for higher productivity vehicles. This temporary relief needs to be turned into systemised, consistent and permanent policy responses to improve productivity. It's a national freight task, and it needs a national holistic policy response. Too often, the current regulatory system prioritises asset preservation over freight productivity, and this proliferates NIMBYism. Unlocking productivity is a win for everyone. It's a win for manufacturers, it's a win for operators and fleets. It lowers costs for consumers, and it helps transport-reliant industries, and of course the community benefits as well by reduced road congestion and cleaner air. HVIA has argued for reforming the Australian design rules, which do not keep pace with technology and innovation, fast-tracking the NAS, which has been spoken about earlier, ensuring that PBS access decisions are published, which gives the operators the confidence to invest in newer, more productive combinations, requiring road managers to consider and weigh productivity when assessing access permits for local roads, and sharing data across the vehicle's life. Currently, all of the data is siloed in government, and we miss a really important opportunity to capture that data to advance reform. A world-leading regulatory system incentivises productivity through the uptake of newer, safer, more efficient heavy vehicles. The current system, unfortunately, penalises innovation and it rewards bureaucratic status quo. The policy solutions are known, and we believe now is the time to act. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, and thank you, gents and Sarah, for being here. Super excited about the work that's already been done across the road transport industry in identifying areas of productivity gain. You all speak about them. We speak about them a lot when we're all together and separately. What is the hold-up? Is it political will? Is it money? You've all been banging this drum for a long time. These are not new ideas. That's why I'm so excited about this select committee, because we're really serious across the political spectrum of actually coming up with some recommendations to help our country long term. So I just very quickly, given your experience, you'll know where the hold-up is. And just be honest, well, you have to be. It's a Senate inquiry. We can throw you in jail if we like. And then I want to go to the road. You actually can. Two people were jailed. Anyway, it was in the 40s.
I'm not sure it's the opening statement.
Let's not go down that track. And then I want to go to the road user charge. I want to unpack that a bit. So just why are we still talking about the same things? What is the actual hold-up?
Can I have a go at that, Bridget?
He's leaning into the mic.
Righto. I think a number of years ago, over history, I don't think transport industry's been taken seriously, right? Even right back to Federation. To date, we still don't. Look, this is a big, big industry. We need someone in this place driving it and driving industry hard. We've got a few senators like yourself and others on both sides that are doing a great job, but we've talked about this many times. We believe, as in Nat Road believes, we need a designated transport minister that is really going to take freight transport and actually drive it.
Yeah, I struggled with this when I was Ag Minister, whether it should be actually food, because it's from the paddock to the plate and would have a more holistic view of what's required. So you're suggesting, rather than a transport minister that has silos of aviation, rail, trucks, that you actually look at a bit like Dr. Parsons was in, around freight supply chain. Mr. Boyle, you're nodding.
Yeah, look, and Warren's right, and Todd probably nailed it in his opening statement. And it's bureaucracy. The time it takes to actually get to someone like you with a message is so hard when you're getting through these departments. We've spoken about this in a previous meeting just recently, Senator Mackenzie. So, to me, we need the actual departments to have a focus. And what Todd said about local governments being forced to have a productivity requirement and focus rather than, at the moment, they don't want big trucks on their networks because they do damage and they can't get money to repair it. Instead of saying, we'll take productivity and it'll drive us, and where's the incentive there? That's what Todd was just saying before about incentivising productivity. There's nothing there to actually allow the system, because we've got a federated system, we've got a state system, a local government system, and the three don't talk. At least in Western Australia, the roads are all controlled by the state government. They've taken away one level.
You've got someone to blame. Yes.
But, on the East Coast, you've got local government, you've got state government, federal, cross-border issues. Like our livestock loading scheme, we've got 6 of them.
Yeah. No, yes. So that brings me actually quite neatly, and Mr Munro might if you don't have any...
I could add to that if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's not bureaucrats...
It's levels of government. I mean, if we look at...
but that's not going to disappear.
It won't. But if we look at the previous, I guess, regulatory impact statements into the reforms that we've got now, the big areas that we're going to deliver all the benefits were in access and fatigue. Now, we've kind of solved fatigue somewhat, and we've got a sort of a national law. However, the outer limits for fatigue are still basically set by the states. You've got one body that can now administer it, but the rules are still set really at the state level. However, access is pretty much a basket case at the moment, because depending on who owns the road, they'll make the final decision about whether you can access it or not.
Right, and to Mr Boyle's point, you heavy gear, and if you're also responsible for maintaining that road, you don't want it damaged.
That's right. So we've got an envelope. If you fit within the envelope, you're pretty well good to go. Anything that's innovative, that really delivers those productivity benefits, is going to fall outside the envelope, and that's where the bureaucracy really kills it.
Todd, do you have anything to add? Yes.
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Senator McKenzie. I think that's the case. It is politically challenging environment. There's lots of tiers of government involved, and I think it is a lack of will to rock the apple cart. The reality is, as Matt was just explaining with PBS, a road manager's got 28 days to make a decision. That decision, there's no precedent required in that decision. So one application can be approved one day, and the exact same vehicle combination can be not approved the next day. It's even worse. They don't have to put reasons up. The decisions aren't published. There's no transparency.
Right.
And this happens every single day. Not only that, once your permit is approved, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Heavy Vehicle National Law, there's a 3-year review of that permit at maximum. And I think some of them are actually reviewed annually. So if you've invested millions of dollars on this brand new, highly efficient, high productivity vehicle, and you get approval, that approval can be removed in either 1, 2 or 3 years, even though you've got access or got approval before. And so why would you spend that money? Because then you're on a limb without being able to recoup your investment. So I think the system is broken from start to finish, and we just need someone in Canberra to bring the states on the journey and to bring local government on a journey, and to really start to unlock productivity and make that the centrepiece of transport regulation in this country.
Yeah, I think that's a neat way between a lot of you of actually unlocking the access piece. And
Senator, can I just add a little piece of that too? That's one concern I have with the NAS. The NAS is a good idea, and we've all said, it needs to happen. But we need that framework right, because the NAS is only going to be as good as the information that goes into it. And if you've got negative information from local road users and managers and things like that, the system's still broken. We've actually got to get the system right to make that a fully functioning and operative outcome for us.
But I think what I also hear is there's no one's responsible. When everyone's responsible, no one's responsible. And to Todd's point of, you can be approved to take a cart of something down X configuration, and the next day for that exactly the same configuration of road network to be not approved. There's no confidence to plan, and no one's responsible. And so I think the transparency piece, would actually also be really important. So if you haven't put a recommendation to us on that on notice, I'd like that unpacked a bit. But just my sort of next series of questions are, a couple of you mentioned the road user charge, and I know it's something we've all spoken a lot about, how that credit is accessed, etc. And I would like to understand, if you had a blank page, would you be putting your members and your clients, Todd, but your members through a system where they have to buy the fuel, then carry that cost until they get their credits, etc. Is there some way, if you had a blank page, how would you construct a road user charge that appropriately asks the heavy vehicle sector to pay their fair share? But right now it's not hypothecated to roads at a state or a federal level. There's no sort of equity in the system when you talk about electric vehicle trucks and passenger vehicles not paying their fair share, not paying anything. So just has somebody thought about this? I'm looking at Matt, but I'm assuming a few of you will have thought if only, because this is the committee to actually have that conversation with.
Might be a few opinions on this. This has been talked about for at least the last 15 years. We've been close to reforms in the past, and they've always sort of gone down in flames, at the last minute, and we've started the process again. What's currently proposed is that we move away from the fuel-based type charging to something that's a bit more fuel agnostic, to some kind of distance-based charging model. But the way that charge would be calculated in the first place would be based on a forward-looking cost model. At the moment, government spend money, they collect all the receipts, put it in a bucket, mix it up, and then divide that by the number of vehicles in the fleet, and that's basically your charge. And some of that goes on the rego, some of it goes on the fuel. A better system moving forward would enable governments to not be competing for that money with, having to pay, nurses and police and things like that, to say, I've got a dedicated revenue stream, which is hypothecated to this industry. I can make a forward decision to build infrastructure that's going to last 20, 50, 100 years, and I can be guaranteed that money will come back, and the cost will be shared over the generations, if you like. So it's not just that the operators are paying for it now, it's the operators who are using it in the future who will also pay for it. Now, some sort of distance-based charge would be the way to do that across the fleet, but it'd have to also be sort of mass-based as well, because there'd be
I was going to say weight has to pay, given the bridge network, etc.
That's right, and that's where this often falls over, because there'll be winners and losers in any transition to move from the current system we've got now to a new system, but it would be more or less future-proof. It's how you collect the information, and we just want one system. Well,
one system for all road users.
One system for all now. So some states have tried to break away and have their own systems. That would be the worst thing in the world for us. You'd be going to different states, being charged different rates for different roads, potentially driving out of that state but being registered in that state and still being charged by that state for roads they don't even own. And the integrity measures, I think in that particular proposal, was that you would take a photograph of your odometer and send it into them. And that would, given the billions at stake, I don't think is really acceptable. So the High Court has struck down that proposal, and really there's a role here for the Commonwealth to fill this role. And that's where it has to be. It has to be a nice, simple system that applies to everyone, all of the same uniformly, and it needs to capture light vehicles as well, because as Warren said earlier, we've got electric vehicles that are sort of escaping the charging system at the moment. We do want to incentivise them onto the road, but not charging them at anything is probably not the way to do it, because others then have to pick up that cost.
And there's potholes in Kooyong. I've seen them.
Senator, can I just add something there? Just on the road user charge, as we've all talked about, to change anything in this industry takes a period of time, right? But the road user charge was brought in many, many years ago, back in the 50s or 60s or something, right? And what it was is they were very conscious that the road user charge wasn't a tax on productivity, and that's what it's turning into. This road user charge is increasing, until the government stopped it, 6% each year, all right? So pretty soon, any productivity gain is gone. And fuel excise is 52 cents a litre. Full transparency on how that was spent on roads, that'd be a start. But I think Matt's right. You're going to have to move away to a system, but until we do that, can we get that bit right?
So you want which bit right, not the 6% truckie tax?
I don't believe that road user charge should be increasing any more than inflation. We've got it going twice inflation at the current time, except it's been stopped because of the fuel crisis. So it's a tax on productivity. This whole thing's about productivity.
Yep. So would that be, I'm looking across the group, would that be a recommendation to this committee that that the road user charge as it stands wouldn't be more than inflation?
100%. And I'd like to see it at zero.
I know, and that's on Hansard. Zero. Nat Rhodes wants it at zero, just like the EV drivers. Well played.
Look, I think ideally that'd be right. That would require the governments to be very, very efficient in their infrastructure provision to be able to keep it at inflation. But as we know, those projects, we have cost blowouts and things like that, and if we're actually paying the direct cost of the project, it's going to be higher than inflation in all likelihood. But given this is about productivity, I think there would be a willingness from industry to pay a little bit more if the productivity gains were there and demonstrable, so the transparency, so you can actually see them. I mean, people will pay a small road toll to save them driving, through congested traffic for, an hour when they could get there in 15 minutes. If the price is set at the right level. So that's the challenge. It is possible under a system like that you could do it, but it's making sure we get something in return.
So Nat Rhodes is saying zero, or at least inflation. You're saying you're ready to... You've upped the price. Mr Boyle, what about the rural livestock industry?
Our submission to the NTC was to align with inflation.
Yeah.
But it's one thing to talk about the road user charge and the modelling and different things like that. I've been around this business and things like that all my life, Senator, and mass distance location was 30 years ago. It's not recent, it's been around for a long time. But it's been raised here before about the system and the transparency and the incentivisation. If what we pay is actually going into incentivising and going into, if there's a transparency mechanism, we call for this in submissions too, of having a dashboard where our money goes in and we can see where the money goes into road users so they get a return on it.
Yeah.
The local governments can actually see if they open up productivity and let the bigger, more productive trucks through, they'll get the funding aligned with it. We put telematics in our trucks because we're asked to, because the government wanted to understand where we're moving so they could invest in this sort of stuff. We've heard it. There's no actual delivery of that actually happening. So while we can talk about the road user charge and all that, there's got to be the incentivising on the other way where the money actually goes to drive the productivity. And that's what Warren's just been talking about a moment ago. So to me, there's two parts of this conversation.
Yeah, there is.
There is that mass distance location. I think it's got a place in the future. But we've got to actually get where the money goes and incentivise the productivity first.
Todd, modern trucks have an amazing kind of ability to collect data, probably too much data. I'd like to know where it all goes. But anyway, is a modern road user charge for the heavy vehicle sector that could also be transferable to the passenger vehicle sector possible with this type of tech that your members develop?
Yeah, I believe it is. The data's there, the technology's there. Again, it just comes down to the political will and probably the sensitive bit is, as Matt was explaining, there are winners and losers. When you base a charge on how much you carry and where you go, you're always going to have some people that end up paying more than what they currently are, and that's a difficult conversation for people. So that's probably been the challenge. But from a technology point of view, from a modern vehicle point of view, the data is available and could assist in designing a system. But we all agree the system as it currently is broken. Heavy vehicles pay above their fair share in terms of road funding, and that's always been a bugbear of the industry.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Ananda Raja.
Thanks, Chair. I might go to Todd first. So Todd, full disclosure, I am a fan of zero-emission vehicles. I just, I want to break free from this fuel chaos, and I don't want to be shackled to foreign oil, bottom line, right? Now, I know we're a diesel-dependent economy, and it's going to take a very long time before this becomes a reality where we aren't handcuffed to another country, but in the interim, could you just talk us through what kind of regulatory certainty and infrastructure investment would be needed to scale up the adoption of zero-emission heavy vehicles in Australia?
I can. Thank you, Senator. I think one of the biggest challenges. So I think let's start with context. 80% of the trucks on the road at the moment are light and medium duty trucks, but they produce 20% of the kilometres driven and 20% of the emissions as a result. The 20% of the fleet are the interstate big trucks, and they emit 80% they do 80% of the kilometres, and they emit 80% of the emissions. So if you really, really want to fix emissions, then that's the sector you've got to tackle. But it's also the hardest sector to tackle. So we think in the interim, or one of the most immediate things you can do is you can tackle productivity, because that's reducing fuel burn. You can fit aerodynamic kits, you can use telematics, you can do all these things right now which are relatively affordable and immediate. The other thing that you can do is you can invest in low carbon liquid fuels. I know the current government has done that to some description. They've put in some seed funding, but we think that could be accelerated. These are drop-in fuels into your existing tank right now. So instead of putting in diesel, you put in renewable diesel at whatever blend you want. That's taking real emissions out right now, and that can be done. In terms of the light and medium duty trucks, one of the biggest inhibitors is the inconsistency of the regulations and the complexity. So a lot of the states have trials at the moment. A trial's no good for someone that's got to invest, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 to buy a new piece of equipment. No one wants a trial. You're not going to because if the state government then turns around and says, "Oh yeah, the trial's no good, we're not going to proceed," then you've done your dough. So I think if you really want to make some meaningful change, we've got to get the consistency, and national leadership is really important in that. But we also need to, one of the greatest inhibitors is the electricity grid, to be honest. There's really not a lot of information out there for our industry on how many electrons are in the system, and is there going to be enough electrons in the system to ensure that the grid has the stability to recharge the network. So we need to incentivise. There is a total cost of ownership gap, so we do need to incentivise and put some money in for operators to bridge that gap. But we also need to ensure that the infrastructure, the recharging infrastructure, is available too. And so, whilst I think a broad-based system is the best way to go forward in terms of recharging, we can't forget that. We've got to provide more information about the stability of the grid. And of course, we're competing with data centres and the like for those electrons. So I think that's a really important thing. We need a really clear roadmap. I mean, business needs certainty, it wants confidence. And at the moment, there's these ad hoc decisions being played out with no overarching strategy. And that's really inhibiting the uptake of heavy zero emission vehicles in this country.
Can you just talk us through very briefly, because I want to go on to the others, what the productivity gains would be in terms of reduced freight costs with zero emission heavy vehicles? Should we, put some investment into this, and how that would impact on goods and services that are delivered to the Australian people?
The reduced costs, I'd have to take that on notice. As I understand it, if you look at the total cost of ownership, there is still a gap. So there is probably an increased cost. So government would need to plug the gap. Having said that, the technology is evolving all of the time. So, I try and explain it to people like a mobile phone or like a flat screen TV. They once were these big, bulky, heavy, mobile phones. Now we've all got one in our back pocket. The technology improves, and as the technology improves, the cost comes down. And that's just the private sector will get there. It'll just get there at a time frame that works in terms of supply and demand. But the only way that can be expedited is if government swings in and puts some money on the table. The Otherwise, the private sector will get there, but it'll be at a timeline that's probably a little bit longer than what people who are advocating for this would like.
Do you have any thoughts, and anyone chime in here, do you have any thoughts on what kind of mechanisms government should look at in terms of, say, instant asset write-off or accelerated depreciation to incentivise, or grants to incentivise adoption of these vehicles? Because you're right, the CapEx is high. OpEx is low, CapEx is high.
Can I have a go at that one, Senator, please? There's no use incentivising something that can't charge when we haven't got the infrastructure out there. About 5 years ago, Deakin University down in Victoria got a $50 million grant to do a study and run a centre on internal combustion hydrogen motors. It's a beautiful shed sitting down at that university, and it's been chewed up and not one actual study has been done on it. Internal combustion engine running on hydrogen, it's actually only a head change on the current motor. It still runs on the same driveline. It becomes like a LPG system. Instead of LPG, you're moving hydrogen around. How can we have $50 million burned up in a shed and no one's actually done anything? There was a truck brought out from America. It's sitting in Kenworth in Melbourne. Hasn't actually even gone to the university to be studied and things like that. You know who gave that money to, don't you? But why are we talking electric vehicles when we've got something that could, work? The infrastructure's already there for the fuel systems and things like that. We just seem to be this whole electric vehicle focus. Like, if you really want to talk about renewables, that's fine. And if you want to talk about low emissions diesel, that comes from our food bowl. You turn canola, that is one of our biggest exports. It's one of our prime food productions that you're going to turn into fuel.
But we send it to the EU, who turn it into biodiesel. We might as well make it here. That's the whole point. But let me move on to Nat Road. You estimate that the current regulatory environment costs of households is about $452 per year in avoidable freight costs. Do you have a figure on the benefits provided to the community and to workers by those regulations?
Do we have those figures? So could you just say the question again, please?
Yeah, sure. You estimated in your submission that the current regulatory environment costs to households are around $452 per year in avoidable freight costs. Do you have a figure on the benefits provided to the community and workers by these regulations? Presumably these are environmental regulations designed to mitigate pollution and maybe other types of harms?
Look, to be honest, Senator, the answer is no. I think one of the things that we raised in our submission is that the lack of data and the need to get more data. So to take it down that far, short answer, no.
Thank you. And to 8EA, your submission called for regulation of stevedoring charges. Can you describe to the committee the evidence that current stevedoring charges exceed competitive market rates?
Yes, I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, look, there were some ACCC reports that looked into the productivity of the stevedoring industry, and that they found that the productivity in the stevedoring sector has been relatively stable over the past 5 years. However, in that same period, and I'll just back that up with some numbers there, the stevedoring industry reported the same average container turnaround time on the landside ports between 2019 to 2020 to 2024 to 25 as 18.8 minutes. So that didn't change in that time. So they didn't provide any additional benefit to persons who are actually using that facility. They're just doing the same job, same way, same time. However, about half of the revenue they raise from their operations actually comes from landside port charges, mostly charged on transport operators. And in that same period, they upped those charges dramatically, far in excess of inflation or wage growth.
and those fees were imposed unilaterally without any consultation at all. So they basically have a monopoly.
Was that across the board, or was it one company or across the board?
We're talking about Port Botany primarily there in New South Wales.
Okay.
So effectively they're just charging, so they're providing the same service, they're not providing any additional productivity, but they have been grossly increasing their charges, not based on anything other than the fact they can do so. So our submission is calling for intervention. There was an agreement by Australian Transport Ministers to establish a working group to explore options and recommend next steps in response to the ACCC's price monitoring report. I'm not aware that that's occurred, and in any case we think that hasn't gone far enough. I think when you are using Australian ports basically that sort of would otherwise belong to Australians, and you're granting someone a monopoly over that facility, there needs to be some reasonable regulation that prevents them from increasing charges to unsustainable levels, particularly without consultation and particularly if there's no productivity gain to be demonstrated.
Yeah. Thank you. Aaron, you have your hand up? No? Okay.
Sorry.
Did you want to add anything? No? Okay. Right. To the ALRTA, your submission proposes a scorecard measuring compliance time, facility availability and workforce conversion time. What do you see as the benefits of this, and how would it work in practice? And do you have a view on which government body should own this and publish it?
Yep, Senator, just give me 2 seconds to consult.
No problem.
Okay, so, and I sort of touched on this a little bit earlier about benchmarking. We've actually called for a couple of times now in relation to where a road user charge goes. So if there's no transparency in that and benchmarking that the money that we're investing in fuel tax is going there to give us an actual road to drive on, then how can we actually talk about an increase in productivity? So the benchmarking needs to be actually in the delivery of the money we're already paying and the efficiencies. Mr Munro just spoke about the efficiency in the port system. The efficiency in the money going back into paying for roads and developing infrastructure and things like that. If we can have actually that sort of reporting and transparency, in our businesses, we have to do that every day as part of a responsible person employing someone. We have to have health and safety reports. We have to have accreditation to drive for advanced fatigue hours and things like that. We're being transparent in our businesses, but the money, the billions of dollars of money we're actually paying out, there's no scorecard on that.
Okay. Do you have a sense of which agency should be the one responsible for this kind of scorecard? I mean, it does make sense. It just sounds like it would be quite complex to kind of develop. But maybe I've got that wrong. I don't know.
No, you're right. Realistically, it's probably got to be a federal government implemented project. Now, the first place it would go would obviously be the NTC, considering they take 7 years to give us an extra metre on a truck. It's going to be a very long process, isn't it?
Okay. I might stop there and just hand over back to Senator McKenzie. Thank you, Chair.
Senator McKenzie.
I feel like I've hogged the call for 20 minutes of this. So if there's any other senators that had questions. No?
Go ahead.
I can keep going. All right. To Mr. Boyle, can you explain why washdown and biowaste infrastructure is a productivity issue rather than just an industry compliance issue, which is the critique?
And look, yes, you're right, it is a compliance because at the end of the day, our job is to make sure that we don't spread disease. So our compliance is to ensure that we're respecting our biosecurity requirements. But how do you comply when you haven't got the infrastructure in the first place, Senator? Like,
and is it only Queensland where this is a problem?
This is a nationwide problem. This is why we're actually asking to do the CRC project ourselves to actually bring the proper data. We know the problem. No one's ever owned it. It's actually not our crap. It's somebody else's, but we're stuck with it. But we are now taking the lead, and we need. I welcome support from the senators to for our project, because we've got to get the data for you. We talked about a lot of data here today. We actually don't have the proper data to show where the bottlenecks are. I can give you one classic example, but that's Australia-wide. So we've actually got to get the research. Part of the project that we're undertaking has circular economy solutions. We've got Australian Gas Infrastructure Group under this project as a key partner. They want to take our bio-waste and turn it into energy. So we're looking actually at bringing the solution. As I said earlier about local governments not being able to invest in things because they're worried about the cost and the ongoing costs because they can't get funding, we're actually bringing that to the solution of the program too, so that things like cattle transaction levies can go into that. The grain industry, when you've got that cross-contamination. So that's what we're bringing.
I understand. Thank you. I've just got some questions about the fuel crisis and the fuel security plan. Has the government confirmed whether the road transport industry will be classified as a critical sector under level 4 fuel rationing arrangements?
Not that I'm heard of, no. No, I've not heard that either.
No. Fascinating. Let's hope we don't get there. Has the government given you any assurance that your industry will not be impacted by fuel disruptions or restrictions if level 4 rationing is introduced?
No. Nope.
I think it's probably more the commodity that we're transporting is going to come into play there, Senator. For us to actually be told our industries can and can't work, I think when it comes to that level, it'll come down to the actual commodity first. So there'll be obviously the medical, as was put earlier.
Well, you're saying obviously, Mr. Boyle, but I don't think anything is obvious. No. Having gone through a global crisis as a minister before, having clear guidelines about who's in and who's out at what stage is critically important to confidence. Have you raised Have you raised concerns with the minister regarding fuel supply risks, and how would you characterise the response given?
I think, look, just what we're saying, we certainly have raised it, and we've sung it from the rooftop. We've done a lot of media on it. As far as we see it, is that the biggest issue that we have is that there wasn't enough fuel in the country, right? Not enough supply, demand, price goes up, right? When you come talking about categorising industry, what is critical and what is not, I don't believe you can do it across freight because it's all going to be critical to someone, right? I
think heart transplant organs are more critical than your Amazon packages. Yeah, well, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. But if you're talking, anyway. Okay, you're right, Senator.
Thank you. I do love.
But if you're talking, I mean, the government has done a lot to help us and the industry out, right? But the fact of it is, what are we going to do to actually make sure that we have fuel sovereignty? This is a real problem in this country, and to us, that's crucial. And we can talk about electric vehicles till the cows come home. But we know the average age of our fleet's 15 years, and Todd will tell you to turn over our entire fleet is going to take some time and some supplier trucks, which I don't believe.
Yes, and I hope that's in writing in your submissions. Yeah. Does anyone have anything different to Mr. Clark to say?
No, I'd only say that this issue predates the current situation.
The fuel sovereignty.
Correct. I think the ATA and other member associations of ours have raised these issues with not just the current government but previous governments about the criticality of fuel supply. There has been consultation papers on this in the past where recommendations have been made. We have international obligations to keep 90 days of fuel, which we just aren't doing. So we were underprepared when the crisis hit, and I think we need to cop that on the chin now and just have a good hard think about how we fix this so we don't wind up in this same situation again. And that could be a whole combination of measures, not necessarily just imports. It could also be exploration and refining and biofuels.
Yep. So, Nat Road, I heard it reported that the financial pressures that industry is currently under, up to 70% of transport businesses may not survive the next 6 months. Is that correct?
Yep. So we did a survey out to our membership and general industry, and depending on the size, the rate was higher than the smaller was higher than the larger, and it's all based around uncertainty of fuel prices and fuel supply, and in our industry, it's cash flow and working capital. So, you know, one of the big things that people are not talking about in this crisis is that people are still not getting paid on time.
That's right.
If they don't get paid, they don't have the money to fill their trucks, the truck stops, the freight supply chain breaks, and that's in the worst case scenario. But yes, those figures are correct.
Todd, I just wanted to move to the concessional loans. On the 2nd of April, the government announced $1 billion concessional loans for truckies, fuel and fertiliser producers. How many people have been able to access these loans?
Well, we're not sure. Sorry, Todd.
No, you're right, Warren. I believe, Senator McKenzie, that the detail of applying for those loans came out earlier this week. That's the zero interest loans, I think, under the Economic Resilience Program. So yeah, I believe the detail actually was released either Monday or Tuesday this week.
So no one's been able to apply for them yet?
I think you can apply. I'm not sure whether the money's actually flowed.
Okay.
From a HPIA point of view, we were just a little bit concerned on the eligibility of that program, which the eligibility was by ANZIC code, so the industry codes, and heavy vehicle manufacturers, and it looked like the motor transport or automotive transport manufacturing was left off. So whilst our immediacy isn't the same as the trucking operators and the fleets who are obviously facing this right now, I've got members who haven't had an order taken for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
And so if they're not making money, they're not buying trucks or trailers or equipment or componentry. So if what Warren is saying comes to fruition, and a lot of those fleets and operators are either stop operating or can't operate or go into liquidation, my sector is going to shortly follow, because you know no one's getting orders right now, and it was already tough. Like, we were already 15 or 20% down from sort of last year. Our industry survives on confidence, and confidence right now is shot.
Can I just?
Okay.
I just have a.
Yep.
I'm just conscious of time.
Yep.
By 2 p.m. Monday, I actually received correspondence from a small New South Wales-based transport operator that his application for one of the new concessional loans had been rejected on the spot by his bank. Have you had feedback from other truckies that they've been rejected on the spot as well?
Yeah, we have.
Sorry?
We have, yes, direct feedback.
And what do you do with that information?
Well, we feed it back to the guys that are running the program, NFS. NRF, sorry. There's so many acronyms.
Yeah.
But yes, we had definitely. It's mostly small ones that have been knocked back on the spot, though. So we don't get involved in the credit process, obviously.
No, of course, but just giving that feedback, Mr Munro, you were nodding too?
Look, I've only heard through the media and through members. I've not had anyone ring directly. But I guess what I can say is, given the way this has been rolled out through the banks are going to have their own lending criteria, which may actually be different from each bank. And so it's concerning that people might apply for this and have a different experience, but be otherwise in the same circumstance. I'm also a bit concerned that the way the credit will be assessed will be as if there wasn't a crisis. And what we'd like to see happen is a trucking business that was otherwise viable, if not for the crisis, would be credit worthy. Now, if they're making different decisions than that, then we need to look at the program and the eligibility criteria and how that's assessed. It also has to be paid back in 2 years. Look, maybe that's a problem in terms of will the operator have the capacity to do that in 2 years? Picking up a pretty high debt load and having to service it within 2 years is a pretty significant obligation, so that could be factoring it in. On a positive note, when we've had discussions with the National Reconstruction Fund, they've said, look, we understand we've rushed this. There may be problems with it. We are happy to change it on the fly if those problems become evident. And so the door is open, and we're in the first 4 days of the program. So
it was a program announced on the 2nd of April.
Yeah.
Were you consulted?
I was consulted once last week.
About the design?
About elements of the design, but nothing.
Last week?
Yeah, nothing.
Not prior to its announcement?
Not prior to its announcement, no.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, I know you're wanting the call back.
No worries. I think we're perfectly at time, 4:15, so we want to thank you very much for your evidence and appreciate your responses on notice back by 7 May. And we now move to our next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So our next witness, welcome to the hearing, is Mr. Gavin Gomes from Dynamics Airlines Australia. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Can you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Gavin Gomes. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of Dynamics. I believe my colleague and CEO and founder of the company is also online, Mr. Svilan Rangelov.
Okay. Please introduce yourself, Mr. Rangelov.
Hello, my name is Svilan Rangelov. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Dynamics.
Okay. Well, do you want to make a short opening statement?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear. When my brother, an aerospace engineer, and I established Dynamics a decade ago, we set out to solve one key challenge: to remove the invisible tax on logistics for remote and underserved communities. Why? Because it's how we grew up in Bulgaria. Longer waiting times, higher shipment costs, packages that simply don't arrive. Cargo is the backbone of the global economy. Inefficient logistics hold back economic and regional growth. So we built a technology that solves that. We called it the Black Swan because of Australia. In the Middle Ages, Europeans didn't know that black swans existed until they discovered the shores of Australia. So Black Swan became synonymous with something thought to be impossible until someone dares to prove the opposite. We've been daring to prove the opposite for years now, and today we want to talk to you about how Dynamics is solving a key challenge: productivity and regional cohesion by unlocking rapid and reliable logistics for everyone, everywhere. The Black Swan model is designed for Australia beyond the large coastal cities. It is engineered for freight. It carries a practical van load of goods. This means small towns can be serviced regularly and reliably, not just the major centers. The productivity opportunity is in connecting the underserved communities. By using underutilized regional airports and existing infrastructure, Australia could unlock immediate gains without costly new builds. This is smart policy, and it's also the fastest way to get the impact. The economic case is strong. Better freight means better access to agriculture, manufacturing, health, e-commerce, for regional businesses and communities alike. It means more competition, lower friction, and better use of existing assets. It also means new skilled jobs. We aim to build a large-scale advanced manufacturing facility in Australia to serve the wider Indo-Pacific region. There is also a regional security dimension. In the current world of weather shocks, fuel volatility, and supply chain disruption, Australia needs logistics options that are decentralized, resilient, and dependable. Remotely piloted aircraft systems and autonomous systems like the ones from Dynamics can help essential goods move when needed the most. The Black Swan offers the opportunity to reshape regional development and industrial capability in Australia, and it can be the cornerstone for transformational productivity growth in Australia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I'll go straight to Senator Mackenzie.
She's popped out.
Okay. Well,
I have some questions, Chair.
Okay.
I'm happy to. Okay, this sounds very, very innovative. Is this a couple of questions? Just talk us through the actual technology, firstly, and the weight that it can carry, and then go to the regulations that are either assisting with its adoption or holding it back.
Sure, Senator Nataraja, there was a brief circulated, I believe, with the aircraft picture and specification. So that may help.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have it. I have all the other paperwork. I don't have the
That's
picture.
okay.
Sometimes when they're
okay,
look, we don't get a chance to look at them.
Very simply, both Phil and I can fill you in. So the payload's 350 kilos, or about the same amount of freight that fits in the back of a Australia Post delivery van. And that's a deliberate design, because when you pixelate freight into a 350 kilo payload, it means you only need one van on the other side to actually deliver it the last mile.
Ah, right.
Right. So productivity is gained by taking out or eliminating key pieces in the existing inefficient freight system. So larger trucks need larger planes, need more vans, etc. We go 1-to-1 ratio. And most regional airports are located very close to regional towns in Australia. So you need, the last mile is actually not the problem, it's the middle mile. Svilin, would you like to add some more?
And I'm assuming this is a battery operated, well, what is this? Is it diesel powered or is it battery?
It runs on gasoline.
Gas, okay,
and
yep.
We don't create the engine. We wanted to be pragmatic and use current existing certified aviation engines. We also have a partnership with Kawasaki Motors to be able to integrate an automotive engine to be flyable. There's a wide history of passionate individuals who are buying kit airplanes and flying with automotive engines. So this could be made safe and efficient.
So today it uses unleaded gasoline, 95, and it uses approximately 9 litres per 100 kilometres. Our target is somewhere around 7.2, which is the same as a Kia Carnival car that you drive around your city. And of course it gets it there much faster because you don't have to drive across roads. And those roads, to build out that infrastructure across the nation, would cost billions of dollars. So this achieves productivity much faster at a much lower cost. And I think if you look at this project, we see it as more of a national infrastructure project rather than delivery by air. This becomes an infrastructure project connecting regional communities and removing the distance tax that those in our regional communities pay.
Okay, this is fascinating.
I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah,
I'm sharing
I can
my screen.
see
I'm not sure if it's visible because most people think it's...
Have you got any, there's a mention of a case study in Whyalla. Maybe if you could just talk us through some case studies, that would be great.
There's a number of use cases, and we can add a couple both domestically and internationally. So Whyalla sits on the other side of the bay, if you know the coastline of South Australia, and you have to drive all the way around, and it takes a couple of hours to do that. Now that flight can be done in a matter of minutes, and of course, you know the issues in Whyalla. There's a steel mill that's under challenges. There's work requirements there. The whole community is based around a single industry. We're offering regional centres the ability to grow the kind of talent that they have, high-wage, high-skilled jobs, and essentially get freight right along that Coffin Bay coast much quicker, through to the mainlands, not just the capital cities, which are well served by major airlines today.
So you've already run a pilot or a trial into Whyalla?
No, we haven't run a pilot or a trial in Australia. And again, I must say that the competition for capital is global. So we have choices, and Svilin's based in Europe, across the world. The ambition of those in the Middle East, those in India, those in Indonesia, just to our north, is far more than Australia at present. The amount of support you get from government, the red tape involved in actually getting trials and processes and offtake agreements is far less red tape overseas than there is in Australia. So we have vehicles, we've built 3, we're flying them, we're testing them, we've engaged with the regulator here. It's the other pieces in the puzzle that need support.
Do you want to talk us through then some of the barriers and some of the regulatory constraints that might be holding this back?
Sure.
Aside from capital, I mean, we have the National Reconstruction Fund, and, you know, capital is always difficult for startups, but maybe talk us through some of the other barriers.
Philip, would you like to take that? As you dropped off.
Yes, so we've been investing for a number of years in Australia, and we've been working our way through the regulations. The fact of the matter is drones are relatively new technology, and CASA is doing a lot to unblock that. But as we see, there could be always transference of experience abroad that could accelerate things. The beyond visual line of sight approvals are essentially the bottleneck. CASA has pathways, but those approvals tend to be case by case. They're resource intensive, and there's no cookie cutter sets of regulations that you can fit your application with, which can be both beneficial for a company if they're doing something out of the nominal, but also it means it takes more time. And so on. The fact of the matter is,
can you be specific, please, with regards to the constraints? You said it was resource intensive. What does that mean?
So it's case by case, Senator. That means every time we fly, we need to put a separate use case in to say this is what we want to do, this is when we want to fly. In jurisdictions around the world, they set up designated drone airports that you can fly from, and designated corridors that you can fly from one place to another. Secondly, we're a drone cargo service, so unlike an air taxi that you might hear of, you get in an air taxi and say, take me to an unknown destination, except for the person knowing when they get in the air taxi. We know where we're going from point to point. So we're going from, let's say, Whyalla to Echuca, or Whyalla to Mildura. We know when we're going, we know what time, we know what height, so it's a very planned, programmatic way of doing it. We need those systems set up in the country.
Okay, understood. Air corridors. So maybe I'll just end with this. Perhaps on notice, if you could just supply us with some information of which countries have a more mature system than we do, and as much information as possible on what they've done, who the regulatory agencies are, to enable this kind of technology to happen. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make clear that it's not a situation where Australia is severely lagging behind in this. Everyone is doing their best to figure this out. It's just that for smaller startups, it's very resource intensive to be able to run parallel operations in multiple countries so that you can get the best of all evolutions of those regulations.
Okay. Are there any other questions? No?
Senator, I would like to make one other comment before we conclude, and that is I have listened to earlier sessions today, and note that you had ARENA on board, and note the comment from Senator Nandaraja on the Reconstruction Fund. We've gone to both of those bodies, and the speed and intensity at which I guess organisations have in going through those processes is too slow and too long. And we have a workable model. We have aircraft that are flying. So I think there's those challenges which we will, again, take on notice and come back to the committee with.
Okay, thanks a lot. The committee will suspend for a moment. We're suspending. And I now welcome representatives of Woolworths. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, please state your names, the capacity in which you appear.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Chris Brooks and I'm appearing as the Managing Director of Primary Connect Plus and Replenishment.
And Senator, I'm Jamie Lovell. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Industry Affairs.
Okay. Do you have a brief opening statement?
Yes, we do, Minister. Would you like if we could read that?
Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Woolworths, we welcome the opportunity to appear before you and hope we can help the committee in their inquiry into productivity in Australia. Grocery retail is a high-volume, low-margin sector, and in our experience, it is very efficient and productive in Australia. At Woolworths, we partner with more than 3,400 farmers and manufacturers as retail suppliers, with a further 14,000 non-trade suppliers to support 20 million Australian customers shop with us every week. We span over 1,250 locations across Woolworths supermarkets, Metro food stores and Big W discount department stores. Importantly, we're one of Australia's largest private sector employers with 178,000 team members serving their communities every day in every corner of the country. Effectively managing productivity is at the heart of our business and how we move critical food and groceries across Australia for our customers who rightly expect we stock the items they need in the right quantities at the right price. Driving productivity improvements in our supply chain and our broader operations is critical to achieving better customer outcomes, keeping prices low and creating new and exciting career opportunities for our team. To support our footprint and local communities, we are the operator of some of the world's longest supply chain routes and one of Australia's largest food supply chain networks, which includes 32 distribution centres. These help underpin our 7-day-a-week delivery of groceries to communities and bolster our ability to support communities through and recover from natural disasters and disruption while maintaining quality supply and service through peak trading times. For these reasons, our success is tied to the success of Australia and our thousands of trading partners. As Australia's population grows, we are investing in a significant pipeline of future stores and facilities, delivering convenient shopping experiences, creating meaningful local employment opportunities, and a positive impact on surrounding small businesses. We have invested $8.34 billion over the last 5 years in operating capital expenditure, including new and upgraded stores, building a more resilient supply chain network, and new e-commerce facilities. We are continuing to significantly invest in a reliable and resilient food supply chain, with a further $9.52 billion in planned capital expenditure as part of our 5-year pipeline. This investment, on average, represents a $5 million investment in our customers every single day. Against the backdrop of a high inflationary environment, we made a number of recommendations to the Productivity Commission and the Treasury's productivity reviews, including building resilience in public, road and rail networks, with a particular reference to those where outages are all too frequently experienced, namely the Sydney to Perth rail freight corridors and the Brisbane to Far North Queensland rail freight corridor. Getting more productive trucks on our roads, using larger high productivity vehicles like B doubles, A doubles and B triples is a simple way to reduce the number of trucks on the road. On just one route, a B triple can cut truck movements over 30% compared to a standard B double and relieve pressure on driver shortages. Today, B triples are required to split at the Queensland border. Accelerating the move to electric vehicles in the freight sector. We have been trialling electric trucks since 2018, and they're a great option for reducing emissions and noise in urban areas. But as the technology develops, supporting infrastructure and regulatory change will be required to fully realise the benefits. Again, thank you for the opportunity to contribute, and we look forward to answering any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Just a couple from me before I hand the call around. What do you think are the best opportunities to boost productivity in the plastics and sort of waste space, particularly given consideration to the packaging issues, microplastics, I don't know, all the other chemicals and stuff? Like, what are the big opportunities there you see as a major retailer?
Thanks for the question, Senator. We've had a bit of experience with soft plastic recycling in the supermarkets, and we certainly know that one of the challenges we've had with getting a really effective program to recycle those plastics is the ability for recycled plastics to go into other products that have a resale value, if you like.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons that we had a difficulty of, getting a full pass-through of that was we didn't have a proper end use for a lot of that material. That still essentially requires more innovation. And we've put in a lot of money into helping stand up new recycling plants, but also looking at how we can reuse some of plastic material in our stores, in our refurbishment, for instance. So some of the material in our new supermarkets and refurb is actually plastic recycled board. Being able to demonstrate the value of using that material and having a proper market for it enables the throughput. And that's been our experience, and it's really critical.
So what needs to happen? What can Canberra do to help?
Well, the current government does have a whole grant system to help stand up a lot more recycling programs for not just soft plastics, but a whole range of plastics. And probably more money is always useful. We've also put in our own money. Being able to, say, use some of that plastic material in road base, say in federal roads, for instance, if it's appropriate, being able to put in some, supporting regulation in terms of considering that material for use where the federal government has powers might help to develop that kind of secondary use of the material. I'm not a scientist or an expert on what's appropriate and where, but I think those are the sorts of things that the federal government could do.
I might get you to take on notice what you think we could do to help with plastics recycling as a national parliament. Also, finally, just from me, do you have a view on whether it would be viable to have a disclosure regime for hazardous chemicals?
I'd have to come back to you on notice on that one, Senator. I'm not close enough to our views on that one. Apologies.
No, I'm not either.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
All right, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for your time today. Your supply chain moves some 30 million cartons a week. Suppliers, transport partners and peak freight bodies have identified 3 recurring drags on freight productivity, being the fragmented state-based regulation, freight corridor congestion and inconsistent industrial relations settings. From your vantage point as the operator of what is effectively Australia's largest private supply chain, which of those 3 would you place at the top of a Commonwealth reform list and why? Or is there something else that you think we should prioritise to assist?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. It might be partly to do with the current situation that we're navigating through with elevated diesel prices, but I think at the moment there needs to be a priority focus on how we can move more with less. I think, as articulated in the paper, we do see a good opportunity for the harmonisation of national regulations around the uptake of heavy vehicles. Listening and talking to many of our carrier partners, it is a frustration that we can operate, or they can operate on our behalf, be high productivity vehicle combinations like V-triples and A-doubles between Adelaide and Sydney, but from Sydney to Brisbane, they have to stop at the Queensland border, decouple, split, and then operate as single units into Brisbane. So harmonisation of national laws in that space, I think, would be an immediate opportunity that could be looked at, given the current context.
Thank you. And anything outside of that? So in terms of, as I noted, are there any particular sort of additional measures in relation to particularly congestion or any of those industrial relations settings that would help? Or is it just primarily that piece, as you say, moving with less? So
yeah,
fewer trucks means fewer drivers, which means it's easier for you to get around as opposed to, and obviously we have a driver shortage as well.
Yeah, in terms of congestion, we have asked, and I think have received support from some jurisdictions for relaxation of curfews in metropolitan areas. Relaxing curfews does help us move more with less. We have less constraints in how we can operate. We have more flexibility. We can operate outside peak traffic times, and operate more efficiently. So. Relaxation of curfews in metropolitan areas does provide immediate relief, and users of road freight services and operators themselves can move more of the operation outside peak times.
So I believe there was a relaxation of those curfews during COVID, and I believe they came back into place in 2023. So has that had a marked impact? The removal of the curfew relaxation?
It helped support us through COVID significantly. And I think some jurisdictions have, I think New South Wales, I might have to come back on the detail, but I believe New South Wales has, again, relaxed curfew settings. And I think it would help us and others if other jurisdictions adopted the same approach as New South Wales. I believe also South Australia.
Yeah, so outside of this space, I've had other small and medium businesses talk about the fact that the conditions for them now are almost as bad, if not worse, than what they were in COVID. Would you agree that the conditions are as problematic that would perhaps require us to look at lifting those curfews?
It's a different crisis, but there are similarities. We say. The relaxation of curfew, it's very similar in a sense that it's about moving more with less, and a relaxation of curfews, definitely helps. So not surprised that that's a consistent message.
Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Nandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. Here we are in yet another crisis, right? And I just want to sort of draw you out on some of the resilience measures that you've instituted and that you are considering. I mean, you've got pretty deep pockets and you've invested heavily already. You mentioned your electric truck fleet. Maybe talk us through that, what that looks like, how much that's saving, what sort of vehicles these are, they're light, medium, heavy, and any other resilience measures that you have instituted.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. We've been testing and learning with electric vehicles for some time, since about 2018, I believe, when we introduced our first prototype heavy rigid electric vehicles, the first in Australia. Since then, there has been a lot of progression. At the moment, we have a very small number of electric vehicles operating in Sydney. We have 5 vehicles, and
these are trucks. Am I right? Are these trucks?
These are heavy trucks. Yep. We have 5 heavy trucks in Sydney and 4 heavy trucks in Victoria. 5 operated on our behalf by Toll in Sydney, and 4 in Victoria by Linfox. And in our home delivery space, less than 4.5 tonne truck class, we have more than 100. I could come back to you with the exact numbers.
More than 100? Really?
More than 100 electric vehicles operating, yes, Senator.
Okay, and so they're doing what, home deliveries and mid-range?
They're doing home deliveries from our customer fulfillment centres to our customers' homes, yes.
Do you want to talk us through the savings that have been realised in terms of fuel costs? Yeah,
the saving on the heavy truck side, the heavy truck side, I could talk to that. We're still very much in the pilot side. We do see an opportunity. Unfortunately, in New South Wales, we are having some challenges to utilise those vehicles efficiently due to some local access restrictions. So instead of doing 3 loads a shift, we might be doing 1 load a shift due to local road access issues.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's related to the axle weight of the vehicle, Senator. So,
I've heard of this.
So electric vehicles might be 1 or 2 times heavier on certain axle groups, breaching current regulations, current permits.
Are these what sort of, what was the OEM? Is it Volvo or? Because these are Volvos. Okay, so these maybe first generation. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, we're operating Volvos, which,
Okay, because there are other trucks now, heavy trucks that meet the axle weight requirements that are coming out of other countries.
Yeah, difficult to source from other countries. It's very limited, but at the moment we have Volvos.
Okay, so this axle weight issue means, what does it mean practically?
It means that trucks are not allowed. Practically, trucks are not allowed on local roads without council approval.
Council. Why is this with council and not a higher authority?
Well, councils, they're council roads. So councils have the jurisdiction on the roads where many of our stores are located.
Okay, that sounds like red tape to me. Okay, because there's a lot of councils. So you have to negotiate with a lot of councils to determine a route. Is that right?
Yeah, ourselves and our trucking partner, so Tom and Lynn Fox in these instances.
Okay.
On a case-by-case basis. Store-by-store basis.
And fuel savings?
Yeah, fuel savings. Fuel savings. There's a much higher cost of entry for electric vehicles. So an electric vehicle is about $650,000 compared to a standard diesel prime mover, which is around $250,000 to $300,000. There's also the cost of charging infrastructure. Fuel savings, I would want to come back with the detail on that with you.
Yeah, on notice. On notice would be good.
Yeah, if I can get that on notice, I wouldn't want to.
No, I think that would be good. Also, I think 650 is quite high. I mean, I've seen a truck that was 450,000. So I guess it's just different makes and models. But in terms of the charging infrastructure, do you wear the cost or does Toll wear the cost for that?
No, we wear the cost of that. We invested in charging infrastructure as part of a joint arena bid with Toll.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I think I remember that. That was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago, and we invested as well, and it was part of our new Moorebank precinct development.
So it's at a depot. Yeah,
it's at our major new 2 major new distribution centres located in the Moorebank precinct in Sydney.
And how long does it take to charge these trucks?
Yeah, it depends on how much charge is needed. I actually asked that question yesterday. It typically we actually overlaid the investment, if you like, to make the charging process much faster. So it will take between 1 and 2 hours. But it also depends on how many trucks you are charging at the same time.
Okay, so there's a ceiling. Depends on the transmission and so on, does it?
Depends on the ceiling and the capability of the charging infrastructure that you've invested in.
Okay, so I guess you've got you've made a substantial investment here. I mean, 9 trucks. They're expensive trucks. It is a pilot, as you say. What's your level of ambition, though, looking forward? Given also the fact that the technology is evolving, China is making a lot of electric trucks now.
Yeah, the technology is evolving. We're looking at trying to accelerate that adoption. As we said, there are obstacles, on the road in front of us right now that we are working through. And as mentioned, one of those obstacles is getting access to local roads where our stores are located. it's no good having more trucks if we can't operate them. So that is an obstacle for us. Given the current situation, the current fuel crisis, we are looking at that. It's a current conversation right now. We are looking at that. The more that we can use, then the more diesel is available for regional areas.
Do you have a sense of how many additional trucks you want to buy, you want to purchase, or?
Yeah, it's a live conversation at the moment, Senator. We'd be happy to take that one on notice, though, as we work it through.
And what kind of driver feedback have you had, or is that a question to Toll?
No, I've managed to engage some of the Toll and Linfox drivers, and it's been very positive. So they're very, very nice trucks to drive. So Volvo make a very good truck with a great operating environment for the driver.
Less vibration, quieter, no fumes.
Yeah, much quieter, of course, much quieter, of course. And I'm not sure about the vibration. Driving on the same roads, but very similar suspension. Everything is very similar to a standard prime mover for them. But much quieter, of course, and all the feedback I hear is very positive.
So what could we do to accelerate adoption? I mean, I think, you've heard my views, and I don't want us to be shackled to foreign oil, basically. And I think we'll be forever susceptible to this kind of fuel chaos unless we mitigate as much as possible away from foreign oil. So what can we do to assist with adoption?
Last question.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Look, I think it's the engagement and understanding the obstacles that are in front of us. It's recognising the significance of the upfront investment. It's supporting industry with the economics to make it work at the front end of this transition, and support those changes that are needed at a state and local level.
Okay, maybe on notice, if you could just supply us with some specific asks, that would be terrific. But thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Mackenzie.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Woolworths, for coming. I'm hoping to get a written submission from you, given the freight supply chain that you oversee and your expertise in literally where the drags on productivity in a freight supply aspect would be and where they wouldn't. Are we going to be getting a written submission from Woolworths?
Very happy to provide one.
Thank you. And for me, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm very interested in a more productive freight supply chain, which I think your company would have great expertise in. Just in terms of the current fuel crisis, what's been the impact on your margins? Happy to go to a confidential, if you don't want to provide that in a public forum, very happy to go to a confidential meeting.
Senator, I don't have a figure in front of me in terms of the impact on our margins. We'd have to come back to you on notice with that. And as you say, a commercial in confidence.
Yes, and we would treat it. We've got processes in which to be able to treat it as such. Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Go away with what we have available at this stage of the crisis.
Yep. In terms of changes to contracts, have you been adjusting your contractual arrangements with your transport operators to reflect the increased cost of fuel?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. And firstly, as we know, the volatility in the price of diesel is unprecedented since the start of the war.
Yeah.
We moved very quickly. We moved ahead of any move to make orders, any contractual chain orders. We moved ahead of those. We already have existing mechanisms, fair and transparent mechanisms in place.
Can you just quickly outline those, Dr. Lovell? Dr. Lovell, could you just, because I'm not one of your transport operators, could you just let us know what those...
If I could. Yeah, the issue was we have monthly fuel price review mechanisms in place. We moved very quickly to move the frequency of those diesel price reviews to fortnightly. And we note that since we have done that, they are now consistent with what has been handed down in the recent contractual chain orders.
And just in terms of those fortnightly changes, have you obviously accepted, has there been any requests for a review and an upgrade been rejected by Woolworths? Or do you just automatically flow through the increase?
No, we did this in consultation with our carriers. We moved as quickly as we can ahead of the crisis. This has been unprecedented. This rise in diesel has been unprecedented.
So if one of your transport operators comes to you with the fortnightly review, it is an automatic pass-on from Woolworths?
This is an automatic pass-on that we implemented several weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Very much at the front end.
So I would like to also understand your relationship with your suppliers. So that would tell me your truckies and your transport is taken care of during this crisis. Today we had the NFF in. We've heard from the dairy industry about increases price of production 20%. Horticulture saying that they're really, really struggling. What changes have you made to suppliers' contracts to adjust for the fact that it's not just increased fuel for their operations, but the fertiliser inputs and the freight costs that they're being subjected to as well?
Yeah, Senator, thanks for the question. We're acutely aware that fuel and fertiliser costs are at historic highs, and they're putting immense pressure on the farming community, as you point out. We're absorbing the costs where we can across the supply chain and trying to minimise the impact at the checkout. And as my colleague just pointed out about the fuel levy, we've seen cost price increases steadily rising since the beginning of the conflict. So we're dealing with each request from farming suppliers individually, swiftly and in good faith. We've accelerated our price review process and we're moving faster than the grocery code requires us to respond to these requests. And we're looking at ways to support the long-term viability of our suppliers whilst also simultaneously supporting our customers who are also feeling the cost of living pressures. So you mentioned fruit and veg and dairy, so if I can just go to that, if that's helpful. You might be aware that earlier this month we raised the price by 10 cents a litre for the dairy farmers who supply our suppliers directly. And I'm aware that most of the rest of our milk is supplied via processors. And I'm aware that many of those processors have already raised the milk price. So I think we are very acutely aware of dairy farmers in particular. In terms of fruit and veg suppliers, most of our, or the majority, vast majority of our fruit and veg contracts are weekly. So we are actually contracting weekly with those suppliers. There are some exceptions, and for instance, our meat contracts are longer than that. Certain fruit and veg are longer than that, but we are actually dealing with those increases quite quickly.
And when you say you're dealing with those, so I just hear potentially conflicting. You're minimising the impact at the checkout. So that's telling me that you're maximising the impact at the other end because it is a nil-sum game here. So I need... When a supplier comes to you and says the input costs have gone up, say 10, 20, 30, 40%, can I, on notice, have a quantification? You don't need to go to commercial in confidence data of who, where, what, when, but the number of requests for a contractual change and increase in price and those that you've actually granted.
we can certainly look to see what we can provide commercial in confidence as you've asked.
Yeah, I'm not
Senator.
expecting company names or anything, anything that would disclose that. But, if you're doing weekly contracts with suppliers, they've planted and they're planting weekly, fortnightly, monthly, and I'm just concerned that that's not being recognised in this weekly contractual arrangement that you have.
If I can just give one or two comments to assist, Senator, let me know if it doesn't assist. But the 10 cent a litre change to dairy that I mentioned, we have not passed on to customers, so we've accepted that from the supplier and we've not passed it on to customers.
That's a very small proportion of your milk sales. Like, let's be honest, no. I'm happy for you to cough that number up because it's tiny. I'd be interested in what you've put cheese and yoghurt up to.
We have not. Well, we have
that
not
uses
absorbed,
milk too.
We have not passed on all of the cost price increases that we have accepted. That I can tell you. I won't give percentages here for reasons that you'll well understand. We are navigating a very dynamic situation and trying to find the right path through, balancing a whole range of stakeholders here, including our suppliers. We absolutely recognise the difficulty that many of our farmers are under. We generally contract weekly for fruit and veg. The reason I point out the weekly is that as prices rise through the market, we're seeing those in live real time. What I would say is that we're at the beginning of this very live and dynamic environment. And so what we've seen so far is definitely new and there's definitely more coming. It has been manageable for us at this point.
I'll have more questions on notice, but I know there's other senators.
Okay.
Do other senators have questions?
We're all done.
We've got 9 minutes left.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll keep going.
We've got 9 minutes left. If you want to ask another 5 minutes. Does anyone else have anything?
Okay.
I don't think so.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Well, you can have another, 9 minutes if you want.
Thanks, Chair. I really appreciate it. So I'm just wanting to understand the engagement the government had with Woolworths on the development of the National Fuel Security Plan.
You're talking about the 4-stage plan that
the
we are
four-page document.
My colleague might be able to comment in a minute, but I'll just say that we are engaged with the National Coordination Mechanism Fuel Supply group.
Yep.
And so we've been providing feedback through that group on what it is that we see as a sector, and what that feedback was certainly being provided before the document that you referred to was provided by the Prime Minister. So we continue to be in engagement with the government on those issues.
And so what is your understanding of the priority of food, your main business, if we get to rationing in stage 4?
Yeah, what I would say, Senator, is that we believe that food should be an absolute priority in stage 4, and that has been the position that we've put forward in the process. We think prioritising diesel for end-to-end food supply chains is vital.
Just in terms of productivity gains, what would your 5 key recommendations for our committee around improving the productivity of your business and you know, businesses like yours?
Senator, I'd start probably with a lot of harmonisation between the states. I know that probably sounds a little...
sounds so easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I was going to say a little old and jaded because we all know how, you know, we live with the federation that we've got, and it's not always easy. But there are a lot of differential rules across the federation that do, for a national business like ours, cause some frustrations. My colleague talked about the decoupling of trucks at the border, but there are also, you know, differences in payroll rules, for instance, different rates, different levels, different structures for how you calculate long service leave. All sorts of things which, if harmonised, would cause businesses that are national or growing to be less compliance heavy, and all of those dollars then get fed back into customer benefit. There's differences in skills recognition from one state to another. For instance, we have an apprenticeship program where we train refrigeration technicians. You can imagine being a fresh food people, we need a few refrigeration technicians. But our refrigeration technicians can fix a fridge in Tweed Heads, but they wouldn't be allowed to fix the same fridge in Coolangatta.
No way. What? And just for those who, like, how far is Coolangatta from Tweed Heads?
I don't know, it's 5Ks or something.
5Ks.
Don't quote me on that exactly, but it's not far.
A short swim.
It's a very short swim.
Yeah.
So there are some things there where we could get to better harmonisation of some of those rules that make it easier for us, easier for the people who work for us, and generally, you know, untie us from a bit of red tape, which is all money that gets fed back into businesses.
What about
like ours?
Yeah, sure.
The occupational licensing is where you're at there, isn't it, in terms of electricians? Is that correct?
I believe so, yes. Yeah. I don't have the actual detail of the licence in front of me.
Yeah, no. It's a thing. Are there any other positions that you have that suffer with a similar scenario?
Yeah, we do have others. I'd have to get you the list. I'm happy to come back.
That would be really helpful, and just a scope of where the challenges are with there, because I think the occupational licensing is a problem for a number of organisations.
That would be great if you could come back on notice. I was just wondering about planning laws. You build a lot of supermarkets.
We do.
That was on the list.
Yeah, planning laws as well. There are...
Now, just if you've already mentioned it to the committee before I came back, please skip over if this is...
Well, I'll give you the very high-level points, Senator. Planning laws are different state to state. We do build a lot of supermarkets, and it takes, on average, from looking for the site to finding the site completely built, about 10 years. 7 years of that is moving through planning, up to 7 years on average.
No way.
So there are a lot of rezoning requirements. There are different escalation paths in different states, and it costs around, on average, $600,000 in fees for every DA. So we're not putting in multiple rezoning just for the heck of it. We only do it because we have to. If we could harmonise planning laws across the states, it would save us money, and I'm sure it would save a lot of businesses across Australia a lot of money.
So harmonisation, planning, skills, payroll, transport. Other than harmonisation, what other productivity enhancing changes would Woolworths like to see?
Okay. Yeah, for me, I think investment in important freight corridors to improve the resilience of those corridors, both road and rail, whether it's the Bruce Highway, whether it's the Newell whether it's our east-west rail infrastructure, whether it's our North Coast rail line.
That's expensive, the east-west, when that goes out.
East-west is expensive. We remember 2022 when it went out for 6 weeks, clearly. It's expensive when it happens and it's all too frequent. We have recently, of course, invested $100 million extension in our Perth RDC, so we can actually locate more inventory in Perth to buffer ourselves against rail outages on that corridor. And we've also invested in our Townsville DC as well for similar reasons, given the frequency of road and rail outages in North Queensland.
What is your view of the Coastal Shipping Act and its ability, if our shipping industry could transport goods through domestic ports, or is it only the road and rail network that you're interested in?
Yeah, we do use coastal shipping in a limited way from Sydney and Melbourne to Perth. The reason that we do that is so that we can scale up another node if we need to, if there is another protracted outage. In terms of the details of the Act, I'd have to take that question on notice. We are using coastal shipping. It works. It's more the time that it takes in a BAU environment. But again, we are doing that so that we have a baseline that we can more quickly scale up from, have more resilience if we do have another protracted outage on the east-west rail corridor.
And so, just finally...
last question.
Yeah, just finally from me, Chair. Dr. Parsons gave us a fabulous presentation that we all could have spent longer with her this morning, but where she did speak about planning laws and just having simple things like where trucks can pull up and making sure you've sort of got that suburban, not just a lovely amenity for the local community, but a recognition that you do need to get big trucks in and around communities to service, you know, businesses like yours. Is that something you have or would like on notice to give us more information about?
Yes, we'd be happy to do that. Places, quality places of rest are incredibly important for truck drivers working in our end-to-end supply chain. So I'd be more than happy to do so.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared, and to Hansard and Broadcasting, and to all my colleagues. Thank you very much. Committee is adjourned.
Mm-hmm.